Good morning, everyone. That's something different to say, right? Good morning, as opposed to good afternoon. Welcome to the City Council meeting for August 11th, 2026. Our first order of business is to have a resolution to go in camera. So I have a resolution moved by Councillor Newesteg, seconded by Councillor Carrio. If there aren't any questions, I'll call the motion. All those in favor? Okay, thanks very much. So we're going to break now. We're going to go in the back room probably for a couple hours, and then we'll come back and have our regular council meeting.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to tonight's last scheduled council meeting of the term. It is Tuesday, August 11th. We just concluded our in-camera meeting. Went a little bit longer than planned, where we discussed a number of matters we're not allowed by law to speak about in open. So we are now in open, and as is our tradition, we start off first by singing of O Canada. So let me introduce our singer for O Canada. She is sitting in the front row looking very ready. Her name is Queenie Wu. Queenie was chosen to represent the Niagara Music Festival at the 2026 Ontario Music Festival Association competition, where she won first place and best in class in musical theater and in classical voice. She was also a top 3 winner at the National Association of Teachers of Singing in the Students' Audition in 2025. She's going into grade 4, she pointed out. And you know how when you're younger, you always talk about the age you're going to be. And when you're older, we talk about kind of the age we were. So we'd like to welcome tonight Queenie Wu. We're lucky to have her singing O Canada for all of us. So please, Queenie, stand if you can, please, ladies and gentlemen. And Queenie, whenever you're ready, honey.
O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see the right, the true, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God, keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Wow. 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 Queenie, that may be one of the best national anthems that we've ever had sung here. It had so much energy and passion. You even covered your heart when you were singing at one point. I want to say, I see the looks on everyone's faces. I speak on everyone's behalf when we say, amazing. Thank you. You have a very bright and promising future. Thanks, Queenie. Wow. Councillor Carrio, did you have something you wanted? She could sing at Super Bowl. I would agree with that. Or next year's Canada Day. There's a lot of opportunities. Make sure we got her number, okay? We're going to get her to doing some other things. Queenie, thank you. Thank you to Mom for bringing you here today, too. Well done. Great job, honey. Thank you. Thank you.
Good thing she did the last council meeting because no one else would fall.
I know. That's a good point. You should have said that. Hey, Queenie, our city manager just said it's a good thing you did the last council meeting, because if you did any other one, nobody would want to do the next one after yours. So well done, honey. Great job. Thank you, honey. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. The rest of the meeting is going to be a downer after that. Oh, my goodness. Okay, moving along, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to our land acknowledgement. With the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Michelle Elise Burnett, who's Bear Clan, Thunderbird Clan, and Métis, to join us to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Hi, Ani, bonjour. Nawi kapo nadijnakas, makwadodam nimkidodam, nagardonjaba, mix European Anishinaabe Kwayandao. My spirit name is She Who Is in the Center. My French-English name is Michelle Elise Burnett. I am an artist, curator, producer, and storyteller of mixed Indigenous and European ancestry with Nipissing Algonquin roots. In my teachings, we are reminded that every decision that we make, we must consider the impacts it will have on the next 7 generations. We strive for Mino Bimatsawin, to live a good life, one that seeks balance with all life forces, and a life that truly matters. It means leading from the heart, seeing, listening, feeling, speaking, and acting with good intentions, and never for self-serving reasons. Ichi-Manitou, the Creator, gave all creation gifts to share with one another, and with those gifts come responsibilities. The first is gratitude. Let's give gratitude for the life-sustaining gifts that Mother Earth provides. She is our greatest teacher, demonstrating generosity each day, without ever asking anything in return. We as human beings must learn from our older and wiser relatives. We must remember that our very existence is supported by their gifts. And by thanking each life-sustaining force, one becomes tied to each of the forces of the natural world. It also reminds us that what is done to one part of the web of life has repercussions on all life forms, including ourselves. When we carry this understanding into our workplace, our homes, and our daily choices, we are actively caring for the next 7 generations with love, generosity, and gratitude. Chi-miigwech.
Together for the land that we share. Okay, moving along the agenda, we're looking for an adoption of the minutes from the July 28th meeting. Motion by Councillor Newesteg, second by Councillor Carrio. We'll call the motion to approve. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Are there any disclosures of a pecuniary interest of council? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have sent the clerk my disclosure for 8.3 AM 2026-010, the Northwest Secondary Plan. I'm a current paid-up member with Club Italia, so I would remove myself.
Okay.
From discussions. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Yeah, Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. Same one, PBD 2026-39, the Northwest Secondary Plan. My parents are members of Club Italia.
Yes, Councillor Patel.
When I'm a paid member of the Club Italia, and also on our official plan, there's a comment received from an agency. It's workplace of my spouse.
Okay, thank you for that. I am also a member of Club Italia, but I wasn't informed that it was a conflict, and it's up to the individual to choose if they feel it's a conflict. Certainly not a pecuniary interest, but just the same, I do want to be public and open about that as I chair this meeting. So if there's no further disclosures, we'll move along to everyone's favorite part of the meeting. This is the mayor's remarks and announcements, especially Councillor Carrio. He loves this part. Want to start off by acknowledging the birthday of Councillor Strange, August the 6th. Happy birthday, Councillor. Yes. Also, James Dowling from our finance department. His birthday is tomorrow. And also Councillor Carrio, whose birthday is August the 15th. Happy birthday, Councillor Carrio. So, different events, and we do have photos for anyone that wants to follow along on the screens. First, let's talk about the flood. I mean, we had a very major wet weather event here in Niagara region. We had several, in fact, including in Niagara Falls. So many residents are still dealing with the flood recovery. You'll see that we've had pickups all around the city and the region, and it's going to take a long time. It's going to take several months till we get caught up and we get ahead of this. Many people lost valuable or valuable personal items that had sentimental value, damages to homes, to property, and in St. Catharines we were reading about sinkholes and damage to the Martindale Pond and many other things. That water doesn't discriminate, and it's affecting a lot of people. I want to compliment our staff who jumped into action immediately to create the Flood Recovery Support Registry, where people could register on the city's website and have their flood damaged items picked up at their curb. We had a pickup yesterday that took place. It was successful, and if you missed that one, you can register for our second pickup date. So this is public information, so please share this. We'll share this on all of our social media and our print media. The next one, the sign up must be done by this Thursday, August the 13th at 3 p.m. The pickup will be the following Monday, August the 17th at the curb of your home. And it doesn't matter if it's drywall, if it's couches, if it's paper. It just can't be things like appliances. So if you've got fridges, freezers, stoves, things like that, that's something else. But any damage from the storm, carpeting, flooring, put it out, but make sure, sign up by Thursday, August the 13th. It will be picked up on Monday, August the 17th. Families can also get waste drop-off passes if you want to bring your own items to one of the Niagara Region waste depots. So again, everything's on the city website. We're directing everyone, please go to the city's website. We're also supporting people displaced from surrounding communities. I know that we've got some residents that were displaced in St. Catharines, set up shop at the McBain Center, and we're doing our part as a neighboring municipality to help out. So we are sending crews for additional cleanups. As I mentioned, we're housing people at our community center, and we're proud that Niagara Falls is stepping up and coming together. FIFA had their big watch party bronze medal game in Queen Victoria Park. And then they had the gold medal game, same place. It was pretty exciting. I was joined at the bronze medal game with Councillor Patel, and many thousands of people came out to each game. It was a pretty exciting event and a cool way to come together for the first ever World Cup held here in North America. And based on the success, I wouldn't be surprised it's not going to be the last. We had a lot of extra guests here from all over the world. We hosted people from more than 175 countries from around the world, and World Cup gave them a good excuse to come and get a taste of Niagara Falls. We had the inaugural Niagara Indian Association gathering at Laura Secord Secondary School in St. Catharines. It's a nonprofit charity organization serving all of Niagara, and I was joined by Councillors Patel, Lococo, and Newesteg. We had the Niagara Peninsula Energy announcement at the Niagara Parks Power Station last week. $2.7 million in federal funding will be going to Niagara Peninsula Energy. And this will be for smart renewables, electrification pathways programs. This will help for the new smart grid equipment to help detect outages faster, restore power more quickly, and keep electricity flowing reliably to homes and businesses. I was joined that day by Councillors Strange, Lococo, Newesteg, and Patel. The Santa Congress, that's right, you heard correctly, Santa Congress, took place. It was Christmas in July at the Old Stone Inn. As we know, it's the site of the famous Jingle Bar over the holidays. Well, we welcome more than 40 different Santas to their market from all around the world, all different versions of Santas from different countries around the world. It was very interesting. We hosted the Mayor's Cup Cricket Tournament, where we had 10 teams, including visiting UK cricket team, who competed. More than 500 spectators, coaches, and family members. We had a lot of small business support, and I was joined by Councillor Patel for that big event. We had the 100th anniversary of Canada's Legions. Congratulations this time to the local Region 396 in Chippewa. We hosted an event in honor of 100 years of service in Canada. I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Patel, and Newesteg. We also had an affair in the vineyard. We had it at Albert Zappatelli's home in Niagara-on-the-Lake. It's a charitable fundraiser for the Children's Garden at Niagara Parks. I was joined by Councillor Newesteg. We also had the World Squash Junior Championships at White Oaks. I was part of the medal ceremony as we welcomed great youth championship squash players from all over the world. The Niagara Fiesta Extravaganza took place at Fireman's Park, celebrating Filipino heritage. I was joined by Councillors Newesteg, Patel, Strange, and Lococo, and thank you to all who took part. It was a very, very big event, a lot of fun, a lot of food. OLG had their community recognition event and a ribbon cutting at Prince Charles Pool, where some of the OLG funds are reinvested back into the community, and they were there to as I say, cut the ribbon. There were enhancements to the new deck of the pool at Prince Charles Pool, as well as the canopy over top, which was nice because it was a very hot day, joined by City Councilors Newstag, Patel, Lococo, and Baldinelli. Nike Elite Soccer Clinic took place at Mitchelson Park this past week. Incredible opportunities for youth in sport in our community to learn and train with professionals involved in FIFA. So we did have some of these experts join us that day. I was joined by Councillors Lococo and Patel. Celebrity Classic Golf Tournament took place at Thundering Waters, where we raised money for Birchway, Niagara. This was the Doug Gilmore event, and he invited a lot of his friends, including, but not limited to, sorry, we jumped ahead. There we go. That's Alan Frew in that picture with Doug Gilmore. Alan Frew was the lead singer of Glass Tiger. We had Tim Hicks. We had Rick Campanelli from ET Canada. Rick Vive. Ernie Witt, former Blue Jays catcher. Marcel Dion, you see there. Alan Cross from 102.1 CFNY. And many other, and there's two of the Trailer Park Boys. They've lost weight and they're working out now, so they said they're not drinking as much whiskey these days. So
Breaks their hands.
yeah, no, they're drinking water now. So anyway, thanks to Doug Gilmore for doing this great event in Niagara Falls again. Now we had our art exhibition 2026 take place at the Exchange, and it's an annual event where we honor artists and their supporters. So we presented a number of awards, including the Mayor's Choice Award. So there's a photo, that gentleman, his name is Godfrey Afabuame, and Godfrey's piece of art was the one that I had selected as the mayor's. Maybe we can back up and show the artwork. It's a colorful, no, it's not that one. Oh, do we not have a picture of that one?
Those are the three we have.
Oh, okay, they didn't send the one, okay. All right, no problem. So anyway, we're grateful to all the people who are recognized, and thank you to Councillor Lococo for joining me there that day. The Mayor's Community Charity Barbecue took place on Sunday. We welcomed thousands of people. It was a big success. Thank you to all the council, all the city council came that day. Thank you to all of you. It was sunny. The weather was great. We did it earlier this year to not conflict with the election cycle. And the good thing about that, there were no bees this time. So an advantage, instead of doing it in September, early August, we don't have bees. But we had Avenue in band play, we had the car show, Zumba, vendors, ice cream, and dessert trucks. 50-50 draw. Our CAO won the 50-50 draw and donated it back to the hospital. So we did raise $35,000 that day for our local hospital and our new hospice that both are in the works, and we're grateful for everybody's participation. So thank you to all who played a part. And when I can't be at all events, councillors have to help represent me at different events, can't be more than one place at once. So thank you to Councillor Lococo, representing the city at the Family Fun Fair at Willoughby Manor and the Africana International Health and Business Conference. Councillors Lococo, Patel, and Newstag at the Melnada. Sorry, I'll try to slow down. I'll give you guys a chance to catch up. Councillor Patel, representing the city at the Lundy's Lane Historical Society Battle of Lundy's Lane Commemorative Service. Councillor Newstag, representing the city at the Golden Hour Gala. Do we have a picture for that one? No? Okay. Councillors, got to send in the pictures if you want to put up. And we did have some business milestones and events. University of Niagara Falls had the ribbon cutting of the newly renovated expansion on the 4th floor. It's exciting biomedical where they use AI and digital, where they can dissect with AI, and it's all done virtual without actual cadavers. It was very interesting. Great Wolf, pardon me?
Can we use those accounts?
Yes, we definitely could. Great Wolf Lodge, we presented them an award recognizing 10 million visitors. Incredible. In 20 years, 10 million visitors, a great addition to the offering in Niagara Falls. We had the grand opening at McDonald's on Victoria Avenue. I was Mayor McCheese that day. Normally I'm Mayor McCheesy. That day I was Mayor McCheese. Thank you to the Katz family for investing again in Niagara Falls. I believe they said this is their 10th location here in Niagara. Thank you to Councillors Patel, Baldinelli, and Uestag for making the grand opening. There with Hamburglar and Grimace. Huh? It's busy. They're doing well. That's good. So now we have Burger King, Wendy's, and McDonald's all in that.
Should have worn the tie.
The tie. He didn't offer it to me, so, but thank you. Patterson Funeral Home had the reinstallation of the front flagpole. Of course, I was joined by Councillor Uestag for that, along with our Legion members, as the flag went up once again. Did you want to explain, Councillor Uestag, why we did that, or what happened there? There used to be a flag at one time? Without all the details, but just...
Yeah, we used to have the Canadian flag in a garden, and as renovations happen, things change over time, and we were looking through old photos, and it came back and we was like, oh, we're going to recreate this. So that was basically that, and the Legion was very generous with their time and coming in and supporting Art Day. Very Canadian.
And
yes.
Patterson made a donation to the Legion as well.
Yes, we did.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that, Councillor. Destination Niagara Magazine had their launch at the Niagara Parks Power Station. And there it was. Congratulations to Councillor Morocco. I was joined by Councillor Patel. The Indian Spice Route had their grand opening on Center Street. And the place looks beautiful. That sign alone is spectacular. They really put a lot of money into it. And I have to say, the food was really, really good. Joined by Councillors Patel and Uestag. City Councillors Patel and Uestag. And we had the Mobility Lab Health grand opening yesterday on Dorchester Road in the Boston Pizza Plaza. And I was joined by Councillors Patel and Baldinelli. So congratulations to these new businesses opening in our community. And lastly, I think, is this lastly? Yes, lastly, Kashechewan First Nation sent us, and this should have been added, you may need to do a refresh on your agendas, but this letter was sent, and I will read it. I joined Chief Wesley last night for dinner. They're leaving today, their community. He was really grateful. So I was pleased to continue our dialogue, meet with the First Nations chief before his community heads home. I was joined by Claudius from his council, one of the members of their council, and also members of our local team. Frank Elia, the Indigenous Relations Liaison Officer with the Niagara Regional Police, Chris Gallagher, our manager of our bylaw, who are working very closely together with our Indigenous communities. Thank you to all of their hard work. And we received a heartfelt letter that I'd like to read to everyone expressing their gratitude. This just came in this morning. And it comes from Chief Hosea Wesley, Council of Kashechewan First Nation. He says, on behalf of the Chief and Council of Kashechewan First Nation, we'd like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the residents of Niagara Falls and to Mayor Jim Diodati and the Council of the City of Niagara Falls for welcoming our community and providing 8 months of wonderful hospitality. During this time, more than 1,200 members of Kashechewan First Nation were hosted in Niagara Falls as evacuees for long-term displacement due to water contamination. Throughout our stay, our community members experienced kindness, generosity, compassion, and respect from so many people across Niagara. We're deeply grateful for the warm welcome that was extended to our families, elders, youth, and community members. Your support provided comfort and a sense of belonging during what was a challenging time for our community. The kindness shown to us will not be forgotten. We're thankful for the friendships, memories, connections that were made during our 8 months in Niagara Falls. To the residents, community organizations, businesses, volunteers, and the leadership of Niagara Falls, Chi Miigwech, thank you from the bottom of our hearts. So that was a very nice letter from the chief, and he was sharing with us last night at dinner that at first when they got here, the kids were sad. They didn't want to be here. They said, we want to go home. And they said yesterday, we're sad. We don't want to go home. We want to stay here. They really enjoyed the stay here. I'm sure it's going to have an impact on their futures. It was nice to have everybody here. And the chief invited me to come up to visit them. But you can only fly there in the summer. And you can only drive there in the winter because they build ice roads. Very interesting. They're very isolated. But the good news, their water system has been rebuilt and they're looking forward. He said he misses more than anything goose. He liked to eat goose and moose. And I just realized that rhymes. So I'll let loose and continue on with the meeting. I won't say any more rhymes. So next, we're going to be on a city council hiatus. Municipal election is Monday, October 26th. A lot of excitement happening in and around Ontario. So thank you to all for your patience as we went through the council notes. Yeah, did you like, what was that? Oh, you know,
Or someone might need a news.
thank you for all your rhymes. That was very good. Okay, now we're moving along to deputations and presentations, and we're going to 7.1, and I'm going to ask Mr. Clerk, or I don't know if you're going to introduce this, or who's going to introduce 7.1?
Thanks, Your Mayor. The first deputation that we have before us is Lori Beech and Tom Richardson. They're here on behalf of Community Land Trust, and they're going to present to council regarding the work they're doing in the community.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, all. Many familiar faces. Nice to see all of you again. I'm the executive director of Second Story Community Homes and Services, which was formerly Bethlehem Housing and Support Services. We've gone through a rebranding, but I am here representing the Community Land Trust of Niagara, which is a new initiative to Niagara, and I really appreciate allowing us to be here today to present it to you. As one of the new and trending solutions across the country, and we're looking at it here in Niagara. And I have brought my friend, and many of you know, my colleague and friend, Tom Richardson. You will recognize that man's face and his name. He sits on the board of the Community Land Trust of Niagara, so it gives you an idea of him being involved and how important it is to all of us. So what is a land trust? A land trust is by definition, a nonprofit corporation created to acquire and hold land for a community, for the community's benefit, and to support the in our case, affordable housing in perpetuity. Land trusts are used for a variety of other purposes, but for the Community Land Trust of Niagara, it is for the purpose of affordable housing sustainability. There are, as I mentioned, it's a solution trend across the country. This says 47. We think there's probably closer to 50 at this point or more. There is a network of community land trusts across the country, but they are being recognized now as a solution for communities, as a mechanism for collaboration around affordable housing development, but also acquisitions to protect affordable rents. And so it's a collaborative opportunity to work with governments, community groups, developers, financial institutions, and any other stakeholders or partners that have an interest in and a stake in affordable housing. And it's not only to make housing affordable, but attainable as well. And those two things are similar but different in some ways, but it's also to ensure that housing is affordable forever. Why in Niagara? I don't have to tell any of you the reasons why. We are in not only a housing crisis, but an affordability crisis. And we, of course, cannot at this point in time, build affordable housing on our own as housing organizations. We have to build partnerships. We have to create collaboratives that can work with governments, government programs. The federal government program, the new programs that you've heard about, Build Canada Homes, are not better or easier. They are complex because it requires mobilizing capital and creating very complex financial structures. So we as housing organizations don't necessarily have the capacity to do that. That's where the Land Trust comes in, to be able to collaborate together and as a sort of a real estate development group and collaborative and to build financial structures so that we can participate in those federal programs and other financial programs to build housing. As you all know, again, I don't have to tell you this, rent prices are well up 6% in 2022. They've come down a bit, but they're still extremely high. And the current listings for an average of for a 2-bedroom is up in the area of $1,800, $2,200. It's, we all know, absolutely unaffordable. And some of you probably have children at home that are adults that should be on their own and can't afford to. So this affects not only just the most vulnerable and lower income of our community anymore, it's affecting everyone. This is just a slide that says a little bit about the wait list, which again you all know. But the reason I put that in here is because it demonstrates to you that Niagara Regional Housing Services, the Niagara region, is still and continues to experience long wait lists. And that is partially because of, largely because of some of the folks who have lived in Niagara Regional Housing for a very long time have reached their maximum and have reached income levels, but they have nowhere to go. So they're still in Niagara Regional Housing units. So the region is very interested in what we can do as a land trust to acquire buildings and work on development projects that meet that middle, not social housing, not deeply affordable necessarily. That's left to the region and community housing organizations like ourselves. But the Land Trust is very focused on what we call the missing middle, or that low market, non-market, next level up. So that's where our interest lies. So as our vision and mission, it's about increasing the supply of accessible, affordable, sustainable housing, and we do that through acquiring and holding land and buildings in Niagara for the purpose of providing affordable housing. And it means, again, that we can support housing affordability in perpetuity. That's the meaning of a trust. As I mentioned, our esteemed colleague here, Tom Richardson, is one of our board members. And we like to say that we've formed a blue ribbon committee on our board that are, I like to say there are a lot of big brains around the table that are very focused on this topic and this and housing in a variety of ways. We have Kayla Bratzclough as a councillor in City of St. Catharines, myself, and we have Indigenous representation through Sarah Lijek, and some planners, accountants, and some that you would recognize their names, and real estate developers. Also, some others that are, for example, Joanne Herritz, who is a professor at Brock University, looking at doing research on land trusts and what that looks like and the impact that we would have here in Niagara. Our goals, very simple: build, acquire, and support. So build new housing to add to the stock, acquire buildings and housing that exists to protect low rents and prevent rent evictions, and support the housing organizations that we have already in Niagara. We're not here to create a new housing organization. We're here to support the ones that we already have. So for just a quick example, the Land Trust would own the land and the property, perhaps do the building, do the acquiring, but the housing organizations in the community, such as ourselves and others like the Y, like Gateway, they would operate the housing. So they are our partners as well. Now, the complexity of a trust includes the opportunity to attract investment. As I mentioned, and I won't get into details today, but I'm happy to answer questions, or of course, this is just an awareness opportunity today. We can certainly take other questions and talk about the complexities of a land trust that includes fundraising, government programs, equity collaboratives, where we will share equity to leverage the purchase or development through, again, financial structures, do community bond calls, and again, attract social impact investors. So all that is within, and that's the work that we've been doing over the last couple of years, is building those structures. That just gives us the opportunity to respond to, again, provide those complex deals that we need to build housing and acquire housing. We have a first project in the city of Welland. City of Welland has donated 2 properties to our first project on Crowther Avenue. And again, just not getting into too much detail, but it will be 83 units altogether. 40 units are for the Land Trust. They have donated the land for $3. And also provided grants through their CIP program. So altogether, it's close to $2 million contribution to our first project. And these are just all the partners involved. Again, these kinds of opportunities to develop affordable housing requires a lot of partnerships. Again, a lot of big brains at the table, and those who can contribute. One I would like to point out is Niagara Community Foundation. We've worked with them to not only they've given us an operating grant, but also a commitment towards investments in each project towards soft costs and seed cost. I think I've probably gone by my 5 minutes, but that was really hard for me. But when it comes to housing, I can talk a lot, and for a very long time, as some of you know. But thank you very much for allowing us to be here today.
So we have a couple questions, Lori. So I got
Sure.
Councillor Lococo, Patel, and Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the mayor to Ms. Beech, thank you so much for attending. I saw a video about 3 years ago from Councillor Ratscliffe, and this really intrigued me, and I've always had it in the back of my mind. So I just want to review what Welland did. So they have 83 units, and what was the investment from Welland? You said $2 million, but how did that break down? It's the contribution of land. It's green space, so it's green fields and it's surplus property that they have available, and they've contributed land to other projects as well, the Hope Center, Gateway, and ourselves, as well as the Land Trust. And in this case, they have, as I mentioned, contributed the surplus land to purchase for $3. Through the mayor, so in addition to that, is there an operating grant? That's right. So in addition to, through their CIP programs and other opportunities, they have an affordable housing advisory committee to the council, and so everything is vetted through them, and then they were able to recommend that we receive other grants. So they have several different grants available for affordable housing development, incentives, exemptions, property tax exemptions, and development charge waivers, plus operating grants for 5 years. So for a $2 million investment of 83 units, that's quite a return on that $2 million. It certainly is. Okay, I'll go back to that later on. How large of a piece of land would you need for a project like this? We can work on any size of piece of land, from an acre to 3 or 4. This one happens to be almost 4 acres in the one in Welland. And how would the best way for the city of Niagara Falls for us to support a project like this? What would you be looking for from us? How could we support you? Something similar, such as land and surplus land. We are going to be working with all the municipalities because all municipalities have surplus land, and we would hope that city councils would see that as an opportunity to contribute towards affordable housing development. And so that certainly is one. And of course, I know you're working on your CIP program and to build in the incentives that we need to work together on solving this crisis. Good, thank you very much. And my last question, for the, sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. For the $2 million that was contributed into Welland, if we look at something similar to that, how fast does this project go? How long did it take for an 83 unit to be built? What kind of time?
Okay, in all honesty, it's not built. It's just the beginning. This is our first project. But what that does, again, without getting into too much detail, the new programs through Build Canada Homes, as I mentioned, are very complex. They are not like CMHC, which is the previous federal housing programs. They are not the primary lender. They are the last. They are looking through their goals to mobilize capital in the community, contributions through municipal governments, in our case regional government, as well as private sector. So that's what I meant by very complex structured deals. And so these opportunities to provide surplus lands plus grants are necessary if you want to be a part of and provide affordable housing solutions in your community. This is the new world. It's transformational. It is the way it is. Build Canada Homes and the federal government are now the last mile. So we must all work together to make these projects happen.
Okay, thank you. I remembered my question. When you're looking for land, does it need to be serviceable and land ready, shovel ready to move forward?
If you want to participate in the federal programs, absolutely. They're looking for shovel-ready lands, de-risked, and ready to go.
Okay, thank you. When everyone has had a chance to speak, I'd like to put a motion forward to accept the presentation and that our staff look into it later on down the road.
Sounds good. You got in just under your 5-minute limit.
Thank
Perfect
you.
timing. Okay. Councillor Patel, Newsteg, Dabrowski.
And thank you, Laurie, for your presentation. And I want to thank everybody who sits on the board who does this important work actually in our community. My question is, most of my questions were asked by Councillor Lococo, so I got most of the answers. One thing is, for example, when you get the land as a donation, how long does it take for you to bring all the stakeholders together to get some project like this going? Like in Avalon, you're doing your first project right there. So how long does it take for you?
Thank you for asking that question. So I'll go back to as well. Councillor Lococo had mentioned asked how long it takes. These projects always take time, and they do require a lot of partnerships. So from the shovel ready, we are in the process still with the Welland project with Build Canada Homes. We've had 3 meetings with them. But it's an iterative process. It's a back and forth continuously. Then they ask us to go back and get this contribution, find that contribution. They're looking for contributions towards the capital construction stack. And so these things take time, and there's nothing guaranteed because they are not providing the funding up front, even for supportive housing. It all has to be financed. So these things do take time, but once those approvals take place, the other thing that Build Canada Homes is looking for is modern methods of construction. So we've had to put all of those, look at those opportunities and those levers for a project because they're looking for that as well. It's a tall order that the federal government is looking for. So again, we have to have construction partners that are looking at modern methods of construction that can help save time and save costs. Primarily right now, not so much cost, but time. So that helps to, once you have a project ready to go, you can see a project be completed within 18 months.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if you are one partner all in, for example, city with their CAB grants and maybe donation of the land, if you're one partner all in, it's easier to attract other people.
That's right. That's right. It's not any one partner. So land is just the start.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, you're right. It has to start somewhere, right?
That's right. We can't do anything, we can't communicate with the federal government if we don't have a piece of land that's ready to go.
And just the one last question is the Welland project. So who will be managing the project? I know you said YMCA, but would that be run through Niagara Regional Housing, or how would they pick the tenant who's going to get the...
Thank you for asking that question. It's so as I mentioned in my presentation, the Land Trust will own the land. A community housing organization will operate the project. So that's going to be us in this case. But I mentioned the others because they're in future opportunities, they could be the partners as well to operate the housing side of things. So
Thank you.
okay.
Thank you. Councillor Newstead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, the great work that you do. But I'm looking for some clarity. So
Certainly.
I understand Niagara Regional Housing is responsible for housing. So what gap or what problem are you coming in to solve that they, in my opinion, that should be their mandate here? So obviously there's a gap that's opened the opportunity or that you've recognized and said we need to fill that. So if you can just help me to understand
Absolutely.
why are we not solving this, and how can we count on you to solve this issue that we're faced with today?
Okay. And if it's okay, I will provide clarity to correct you just a little bit. Niagara Regional Housing is responsible for social housing, government housing, deeply affordable housing, and supportive housing that meets the needs of very low income or vulnerable or people with a variety of challenges through homelessness services. But there's a housing continuum. Are you familiar with the housing continuum that starts with crisis, supportive, and transitional? We have a whole bunch of subcategories in there now that start at non-market, low market, affordable housing. Some of that housing is supportive, which is the type of housing that we provide, but it's at that not what we call non-market, but not deeply affordable. So there's a variety of levels of affordability, and so others are responsible for that level. So Niagara Regional Housing also provides housing programs, so rent subsidy programs, housing allowances, housing benefits. They administer all of that, but also in partnership with community housing organizations like ours to provide housing for the more vulnerable, lower income, where what we're talking about here is that next stage or that next level of rents and incomes. So that we call it the sort of that missing middle, because that's the piece that's missing. It's the type of housing that, again, your adult children are not getting access to because it's not affordable. So the more we have, the more stock we have, the more protections we can provide for lower rents. That through pure economics just drives the rents down or stabilizes them. But we are able to, through those partnerships, through driving capital cost of development down, we can offer those low rents. But it's a game of math. It has to be lower the capital development costs so that the service costs, the operating costs, can be managed at low rents, so low revenues to operate those buildings. Again, it gets pretty complex.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. No,
Does that help you?
Absolutely does.
Okay.
Next question. So is there a time limit so it sounds like you're a bridge program to helping people get to that next step. Is there a time limit that when you evaluate who is eligible to rent in one of these? Or is that one of the agencies that will be?
So eligibility, there's different ways and means, and I know that was part of Councillor Patel's question as well. Again, that's complex. So, for example, social housing or housing available through the region is through their wait list, which is the one I put up there, where we as housing organizations that provide non-market and lower rent or supportive housing or transitional housing, we work with and in partnership with the Niagara Regional Housing Services and the homelessness services to house those more vulnerable folks, access and advocate for rent subsidies, and so yes, those things do take, but that's all part of what we do as operators. Does that?
It would be absolutely, but there would be kind of a time. So if you're helping, that you referenced adult children, so you're helping them until they can get on their feet.
Right, but there's no time limit to that. That's so things like social housing, government housing, that's supposed to be temporary until affordability can be reached. Same with transitional housing, community government, nonprofit housing. Some of those housing programs have time limits on them, but what we're talking about is permanent affordable housing. So that just, the natural course of things where people move in and move out on their own.
And through you, Ms. Mayor, thank you for the.
I hope that helped.
Because this is a unique project we haven't
Yes.
seen, so I just
Well,
want to
we need new
understand.
initiatives.
Yeah, no, very, very good, and thank you for that.
Again, through you, Mayor, thank you very, very much.
We have one more.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we've got,
Okay.
and just made it. Okay.
All right.
Councillor Dabrowski.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation through you. I'm trying to understand how we turn this from a concept into actual affordable units.
That's what we're working on.
What are you asking from our municipality specifically? And realistically, with that, how many affordable housing units do you think that could produce? And then my second question, do you work with Habitat for Humanity or with them or for them? But if you can help me understand that and give me
Okay.
some insight, Councillor Lococo mentioned she'll bring forward a motion that might help me with some ideas on whether or not I could support it. But I think it's a great concept. I'm just trying to understand how as a municipality, how it fits with our current model.
Okay. I'll try to unpack. I think I heard two questions in there.
Yeah,
So
so
make
the
sure I
first
don't
one
forget
being,
this.
What are you specifically, I know it's an awareness presentation, but
Yes.
what are you looking for from us? And what will that in turn produce in terms of units of affordable housing?
Sky's the limit. But having said that, land is what we would like to partner with the municipality on. And that's not today. That's not an answer for today. But we hope that today is about awareness and about being able to move forward. I know there's an election and things will change. But today is about getting our information out there to all of you and providing clarity, providing understanding, and a bit of hope about an opportunity going forward. We at the Land Trust have been working for the last couple of years to establish the organization. It's an incorporated not-for-profit organization with a well-established board at this point of, as I said, very good representation. We've been spending a lot of time learning. It takes time to develop all this, but we want to have projects at the same time. So once you have land, as I mentioned, it does take time, whether it's 1 acre, I have a building that's on 1 acre of land and has 127 units. So I think you know that we're, it's always a good interest to a good idea to build up so that we can maximize the use of a piece of land. So really, we're open to exploring with you as a partner.
Okay.
And that's what we're looking for. Habitat? Habitat for Humanity are our partners in terms of not exactly working with us but they're our partners in the service system, and we all work together. Mark, the ED, is actually we've been talking to him about being a part of the Land Trust, and they're just trying to figure it out at this point. They're about affordable home ownership, so that's that continuum that I mentioned that has all those subsectors all the way along. And they're all about home ownership, which we're all about too. But we haven't delved into that part. Our mission right now is about the missing middle affordable rental.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, does that help? Does that answer your question? Thank you.
Any other questions or comments of council? So we'll go to Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion I would put forward is that we receive the report and that staff work with the Land Trust to discuss opportunities for this type of build, what kind of land we could offer. I know in the past we've been going through all of our land, so I think we're already close to that. So that would be the motion, that we just have that information and bring it back to the next term of council.
Okay, so I got Councillor Patel, you're seconding it. Did you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Dabrowski?
Back to my question, what does it mean for us? How many affordable units will that produce? So if we can include that as part of the motion, I'm sure it's part of
That was part of what, that's part of the
I just
planning
wanna
and
make sure
research.
that-
And again, I was going back to the investment. If you get $2 million for 83 units like Welland did, that's a huge investment in comparison to giving $2 million maybe to a different type of program, and you might get 15 units. So that's part of the opportunity to research. Thank you.
And then we
And
just
in the
ask that you
past,
consider that. That's great.
In the past, we've given land to Habitat for Humanity as well to build units. So I mean, it's a practice we've followed for many years. So if there's no further questions or comments, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much, Lori. Thank you very much, Tom, for being here.
Thank you.
The legal living legend. He came with you. That's good. Thank you for being here.
Thank
Thanks,
you so
Lori.
much. Thank you.
Thank you very
Councillor.
much. So, Mr. Clerk, I see pass stones on the agenda, but I don't know if we have, Sean, is Sean here? No. Okay, Sean's not here. All right. Well, then step right up. So we had him on the agenda as speaking, so we've got Marla. I shouldn't say who it is. I'm guessing Marla and Ken, or?
You got Marla and Ken, yes.
Marla and Ken, okay. So if you want to introduce yourselves, and we try to keep it to 5 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, members of council, for having us here today. We very much appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to you, to tell you about the good work that Pathstone's doing, and talk about a partnership opportunity that you're already working on with the Willoughby Chippewa Community Center that's taking place. So I'm going to let my colleague Ken tell you a little bit about Pathstone to familiarize yourself.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. I'm Ken Chan. I have been on the Pathstone Foundation board since 2021, and I chaired the governance committee. What we're seeking today is your support in principle for the development of a new Pathstone mental health campus of care at the Chippewa Willoughby site. We're not asking for any funding, as any future requirements will be done through fundraising for both our capital and operating costs. Just a quick overview in terms of who we are. For over 50 years, Pathstone Mental Health has been providing much-needed compassionate mental health support for children and youth across the region, including here in Niagara Falls. And as a member of the board of the Pathstone Foundation, we are very privileged and honored to be raising the funds to enable the care that's much needed, as well as supporting spaces where care is delivered. I'll turn over to Marla to speak a bit more about the trends.
Yeah, so like Ken mentioned, for more than 50 years, Pathstone's been supporting children and youth with mental health supports across Niagara. 15 years ago, that looked like 300 kids approximately from the Niagara community. Where we are today, we're around 850 kids, and projections for us into 2035 bring us to 13,000 kids. And I know that you know the intricacies of your city the best, and you're familiar with the growing needs and different types of people that are coming to the community. And so that's why we see this as an important step for us moving forward. The other thing that we really notice is that the biggest barrier to families, especially specifically in the Niagara region, to participating in care is transportation and where location and services are being offered. Currently, we have our main location in St. Catharines, but we do not have a location in Niagara Falls. And because of that, we are seeing a 17% decline in cancellation and no-show rates from residents in the Niagara Falls community. And what that really means is those individuals don't have access to the care. They're not getting that access. And there are many reasons why that's taking place. One, we know barriers to transportation. We know that managing being able to get to and from appointments is difficult and complex. And so we really want to have a solution to be able to address, one, the growing needs of children and families in Niagara Falls, as well as being able to say we're delivering support in a community organization. Oh, this is me. So this is where we think the opportunity really becomes exciting. The city is already making an investment in creating a community hub where families will come for recreation, learning, and community programming. We believe children's mental health belongs in that conversation. Imagine a community where a family doesn't have to navigate a series of disconnected systems to get the support that they need. Instead, within one community destination, they can be recreation, learning, community programming, and dedication to children's mental health services. Pathstone can provide counseling, walk-in mental health, outreach, family supports, all in one environment. And there's something else that's very important. It normalizes mental health. A child doesn't have to feel like they're being sent to a separate building or stigmatized because they need help. Mental health becomes part of the community. It becomes part of the same conversation as physical health, recreation, education, and family wellness. That message for children and families, and strategically, it creates an opportunity for collaboration. Pathstone doesn't need to duplicate what's happening in the community. We can be a part of the same ecosystem.
Thank you, Marla. And what you see there is a rendering of the proposed building. I know it's still early days, and as a board, we believe that once we get a signal in terms of whether or not this is a possibility, and then we'll begin to due diligence, including working with Sean and Marla on the fundraising initiative. So really, we're here today to see if there's an opportunity for us to work with you on creating a legacy project. The benefits for the city of Niagara Falls, including stronger health and social infrastructure, better access for Niagara Falls families, and a long-term community asset that will remain for the community for years to come. With that, we'll stop there and take any questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. First, we've got Councillor Newestag, and then Councillor Lococo.
Actually, mine's not so much a question, but a comment. Do you want to have a question first, or okay?
So we don't have are there any questions of the presenters first? Okay, Councillor Patel. Okay, we'll go to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Marla, and thank you, Ken, for presentation. I have a question that, lots of insurances do cover certain, I think, sessions for family members. And lots of time when young kids are seeking help, parents have a hard time trusting certain, service providers.
Yeah.
Have you ever thought of the hybrid model that Pathstone will ever integrate in a hybrid model where you can have maybe paid and free system altogether?
So Pathstone doesn't operate on a fee-for-service model. We do get support from the Ministry of Social Services and Health to be able to deliver that programming free of charge.
No, what I meant is, have you ever thought of doing a hybrid ever, for somebody who wants to? Because in Niagara Falls, there's a slim picking. If you think about youth counseling, there's very little that you can get.
Yeah, so it isn't a part of the plans moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no further questions, maybe we can get a motion. Someone want to make a motion? Councillor Newestag, and then Councillor Lococo. So you can maybe move to receive the presentation, and then maybe speak to it now?
Yes, I have a motion, but prior to my motion, I just want to speak to...
You said you have a motion?
I do have a motion.
So let's put that on the floor,
Okay.
and then we can speak to it.
All right, very good. Okay, so I'm pleased to bring forward a motion asking council to endorse in principle the inclusion of Pathstone Mental Health within the Chippewa-Willoughby Community Center. This is an opportunity to bring an essential children's mental health service directly into our community and alongside the recreation, library, and community service that already is being planned for this important development. Pathstone is not asking the taxpayers of Niagara Falls to fund this project. Pathstone Foundation intends to raise the necessary philanthropic funding to develop and equip the space. What we are asking for today is an endorsement in principle and an opportunity to continue working with the city staff to determine whether approximately 6,000 square feet of dedicated children's mental health space can be incorporated into the project. This endorsement does not commit the city to funding, construction, or lease of any future agreement. Those matters would come back to council for consideration as the partnership develops. What we're asking council to do today is recognize the importance of children's mental health to our community and give Pathstones and the city opportunity to work together to make this vision a reality.
Okay, great. And also to receive the presentation.
And to receive the presentation.
Okay, second by Councillor Lococo. Okay, great.
And I do want to speak to
go
it.
Ahead.
Why I'm very passionate about this, and I'm really excited that Pathstone's doing it. What we're seeing on our streets today is very heartbreaking. We see drug addiction, homelessness, and mental health. And we've been around this table so many times with so many presentations asking what we can do, because it is absolutely disturbing and heartbreaking, and there is no solution. We do not see a solution. The only thing that can come close to a solution would be prevention, and that's what I'm seeing here, is that we're looking at investing in prevention. And why I like the Chippewa arena, I believe children mental health services belong in the heart of the community, and I believe that the children's mental health, or Willoughby's community center is ideal for that. In discussions, I'm part of this group, so that's why I'm speaking to it. We looked at where we could have it, and the first site was to have it on a very busy road and more like an institution, and the committee did not feel strong about that. It was, again, bringing in that stigma And we want children and families to feel comfortable. And the more we can destigmatize and make it part of natural well-being, hopefully, this is one part of the solution that we no longer see and will not see in the future. Children, people living on the streets like they are. So anything we can do to support this as a preventative measure, I think it's a step in the right direction for prevention, a step for compassion, a step for Niagara Falls. So I'm very pleased to support this.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor, was there anyone else who wanted to speak to this? No? Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you, Councillor Newsday, for getting involved in this. I think it's so important. And like you guys said, you know, there is a stigma about mental health, and we do have to think some other ways of kind of involving mental health in every day for children. You know, it should be part of the sports, part of recreation, part of, don't leave it as a separate building. All, you know, if we do this as part of our Chippewa Arena Community Center, it should be involved in everything, including the library, whatever it is, include mental health. We worry about our physical health so much. We worry about nutrients and everything, taking care of your body, and the mental health should be part of that. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Well said. Okay, if there's no further questions or comments, let's call the vote. All those in said, together, unanimous. Thank you very much. Instead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I can't even get away with one little mistake.
Because you wouldn't let us.
You were very right about that. You've got the, Mr. Clerk, do you have the sheet?
I understand.
Oh.
I make a
Do you want to just announce it then? Mr. Clerk, could you direct us on where?
So next on the agenda, in the order presented in the agenda, is the planning matters at section number 8. Those are advertised to start at 3 p.m. So I would advise that we move on to the report section, starting in section 9 of the agenda. And the first report there is project initiation. We do have a representative there from RECONVENING. Chief Operating Officer Adrian, I believe, there he is, perfect. And he has a presentation to Council outlining the benefits and features of the program.
All right, Adrian, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Mayor, members of Council. My name is Adrian Gignac-Eddy. I'm Chief Operating Officer at RECONVENING. I'm here to talk a little bit about the work that we do and the work that we're doing in the city of Niagara Falls. Okay. So RECONVENING is Canada's first ADU marketplace for prefabricated ADUs. So an ADU is an accessory dwelling unit, or as we call them, a backyard home. And what we've done with RECONVENING is we partner with different Canadian manufacturers, and we do a full service turnkey process for them. So we do all of the permitting work, all of the installation process for homeowners across Ontario, installing Canadian company-made prefabricated homes. As part of that work, we're doing everything we can to make housing production more efficient. That's why we only work with prefabricated builders. And we're also bringing in digital solutions to housing and, making gentle density easier to do and making people more aware of what the possibilities are for gentle density. So one of the things that we've developed is a tool where we partner with different municipalities across Canada, and using spatial data, we're able to map municipalities and tell people in advance what they're able to do in their backyard. So that's what we did with City of Niagara Falls, and that's what I'm here to explain today. So our model is quite simple. Essentially, we take a look at the bylaw for an ADU, an accessory dwelling unit, and we will look to see what are the different zoning constraints on that specific property, and we'll narrow it down to specific answers or solutions for homeowners. So this is sort of just a overview of the brainstorm of what the model looks like. But really, what that turns into is a mapping tool, and you see a screenshot here on the presentation, where a homeowner now in Niagara Falls is going to be able to put in their address and get an automated assessment of not only is their property suitable for a backyard home, but different information like what the buildable area looks like, what the setbacks are going to look like, what the zoning requires, and all the different sorts of information relating to that. Now, because we're also a marketplace and we work with different prefab models, We also allow homeowners to browse through a selection of existing models with pricing and then drag and drop those models onto their property so they can see exactly what that future project would look like. So in terms of assessing the feasibility of the project for the homeowner, it means that from their desktop, they can essentially go through the whole initial high-level planning phase of the project and know from, within a 5-minute sort of summary, if they're able to do the project, what it would cost and what that would look like for them. Now, because we ran the whole city of Niagara Falls, we do have some statistics as well to present to council today. So we have about 65% of lots in the city of Niagara Falls that are zoned suitable for an ADU. And in addition to that, we have another 11% of lots that would be suitable, but that may have an additional requirement. So that can look like something like a conservation area or some additional permit that we might need to get. But what that means is essentially, over 70% of lots in the city of Niagara Falls could have a detached ADU, so a backyard home. So there's a huge potential for this type of gentle densification. Now, our company has also partnered with CMHC. We've received funding for innovative housing solution. And we also have on our marketplace CMHC's permit-ready ADUs. So homeowners now in Niagara Falls will also be able to drag and drop ADU models that are part of the CMHC catalog that was launched last year. And yeah, so it's just going to make that more accessible in terms of information for homeowners if they did want to go that route of working with CMHC models. Now, we may not have time today to do the full demo, although if we do, I might just take a look. So this is what the front page is going to look like for homeowners. So these are all the other cities in Ontario that we have partnerships with. And what that partnership looks like with the city is basically exchanging geospatial data to be able to display this information freely for homeowners. But I think am I able to go on the internet here?
Do you want me to pull up the site for you?
Yeah, could you? Thank you. Perfect. So I'll just give a quick demo of what it looks like, and then I'll take some questions. Yeah, I can put in an address actually, do a live demo.
They like it far away.
Let me see here.
I can get a bunk bed, Jim, don't worry.
Thank you. No worries. Got my back.
I'm not sure if we're connected right now.
Our Wi-Fi. Is that the
It's yeah, it's the Wi-Fi. Okay, I'm gonna see if I can. Oh, there we go. Okay, it's just slow. So this is just one example. So I can just put in an address here, take a look at all the zoning information. I can also go into satellite view to just understand, is there a pool in the backyard? Is there, a restriction regarding trees or anything like that? And then I can select a model that I might want from the marketplace. We have around 50 models from different Canadian manufacturers. And then all the models will also include pricing. I can add the model to the backyard, and then I can sort of play around with placement and everything like that. And then from there, homeowners can, not only have the first idea of the feasibility, but can also reach out to us for more information and book a free on-site visit to understand if there are any additional barriers to building in their backyard. We also have on our website a financial calculator. So again, we're just trying to spread awareness around information for not just, can I build in my backyard, but is it feasible for me as a homeowner? Can I afford it? How do I get financing for it? That kind of thing, in order to, streamline the building of these types of homes. And that is all. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Adrian. First, we've got Councillor Lococo. Microphone number 4. Thanks, Adrian. First, we've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for the presentation. I played around with the tool. It was really neat. You could look at all of the setbacks and where you wanted to put it. It had all of the pricing. You could look at each different model, so it was great. I guess my questions are, what does a partnership with the city look like, and what are you looking for from the city, and do we have to follow any RFP protocol?
Yeah, so in terms of the partnership with the city, it was a one-off sort of consultation fee that we worked through with the city. In terms of what we're looking for today from council is just a support for the tool and just spreading awareness about it with homeowners, and everything is entirely free to use, is supported by our company directly. So there's no cost to the city other than that, or to homeowners directly.
Great, thank you. That answers all my questions. It's a really amazing tool. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is really cool. So have you tried this in other municipalities, and do you have any stats, like on?
Yeah, so
how many lots
we've mapped over 40 cities in Canada.
Yeah.
On average, cities are about 40% feasible. So the fact that Niagara Falls is 65% is higher than average, which can be explained by larger lot sizes here, and just generally, a city with smaller lots and more density might have less suitability.
Yeah, but have you helped? Say you've helped, I don't know, like 20 houses in one community.
Oh yeah, so in terms of the platform, like right now, because we do also the installation and everything, we do about 20 homes per year in different backyards, all homeowners. Most of them are housing family members, so a lot of the time it's housing their parents or housing their kids to live on the same property.
And that particular one where you showed you picking a house, so if you put on my lot size, and then it'll only come up which ADUs will fit in that house.
That's right. Yeah.
So if there's only 10 available, you can use that and then switch it around.
Exactly. And so the ones that don't fit will come up as not suitable.
Okay, perfect. Cool.
Thank you. Councillor Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So how are you compensated if the city isn't paying you for any of this?
So actually, we're compensated entirely by the private sector. So we charge a fee for our work with homeowners. And essentially for us, we just benefit from having ADUs be, better understood, more awareness around them, and more people understanding how to go forward with the process.
So you're really, in essence, a facilitator.
Exactly. So, we're a marketplace.
Okay. And now you're recommending these different homes. And you're vouching for all these homes. You have, you've seen them?
Yeah, exactly. So we have a process with the different manufacturers we work with. So we like to say we're manufacturer agnostic. So we don't necessarily agnostic. It's just something we say. So we don't necessarily favor one manufacturer over the other. We sign partnerships with manufacturers, but we do have a vetting process. So our manufacturers are CSA certified. They essentially, have been in the industry for a few years at least, and have built homes previously. So it's sort of like a mark of approval from us as well that those are good manufacturers.
Mr. Mayor, what percentage of the homes that you represent are Canadian built?
All of them.
Okay. All right. And how many different manufacturers do you represent?
10.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thanks.
Thank you. Our General Manager of Planning would like to comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to kind of be clear on what's happened here. So ResMint, we did enter into an agreement to purchase this use of this software. It was a small nominal fee. It was done through our budget that was approved in 2023 for the ADU program. So originally we were going to design and create our own ADUs and offer them to homeowners. But we found ResMint and decided that this was a more economical and affordable way to go. And Adrian's group here did all the work that we didn't have to. So we entered into an agreement to get this done. So just to be clear, it was a small nominal fee, just over $5,000.
Okay, any other questions or comments of council? Okay, so Mr. Clerk, how do you recommend we proceed? Just receive the report?
Yes, there is a recommendation there. The council received that report for information.
Okay, motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Baldinelli, that we receive the report, the recommendation of the report. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Adrian, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, moving along. 9.2, Motor Vehicle Collision Cost Recovery Program. Did anyone want to speak to it? Did anybody from the city want to speak to it, Mr. CAO? And then we'll go to council.
The Deputy Chief's here to take any questions. The report's pretty well laid out, gives council a number of options, gives background on what other municipalities are doing. We think we came up with a balanced solution that does recover some cost from those who who require the service, but does not, but balances the cost out with some fairness in the total fee, so that there's no large sticker shock. So there's no right answer or perfect answer on this one. So we did lay out the options and put forward our best recommendations. We'll take any questions.
Okay, so we've got Councillor Dabrowski, and then I've got Councillor Lococo. Oh, I'm sorry, you did have you pointed at him though?
No, he was first and I was second.
Okay, all right. I got Dabrowski, Patel, and Lococo.
Through you, appreciate the report. Curious as to, it's a very relatively small cost that we're trying to recover. After we take into account administrative costs, support, et cetera, what is the net revenue that we would take from the $250 fee?
Sir CAO?
The administration to run that, we'll have to roll through it. That's why we didn't want to do the at-fault one, because that administrative cost is much more significant. The details, the Deputy Chief can get the details, but once we get the driver information, it's fairly easy for us to bill. I don't know what our average cost of billing is, but it might be $10 to $15. So we would still net a fair amount. We're just not recovering the full fixed cost of the fire service, but that cost stays no matter what. So I compared it more to the ambulance bills that you get when you get delivered to the hospital. I believe it's $75 for an ambulance fee. That's not essentially on the hospital basis, so it's kind of the similar approach. But yeah, our cost to issue a bill would be a percentage of that $250.
Okay. And one challenge I have and a concern I have, we're Niagara Falls. We're different than all other municipalities. We're very unique. We have tens of thousands of people, tourists, driving into it, especially now. Less people from the United States are traveling here. We have more Ontarians driving into our city. How are we going to communicate this to tourists? I don't want to scare people away. I don't want people to rent a car, drive down the QEW and worry about getting in an accident or something happening. How are we communicating this to tourists that are coming into our city? My fear is TikTok, social media. The last thing we want are people leaving our municipality, getting a bill at home for $250, and the negative impact that it could have on Niagara Falls in terms of marketability. And we're trying to market to potential tourists to come to our city. My fear is that we're scaring people away that are driving here. All the rubber tire markets from Ontario, New York, Pennsylvania, and Ohio that are coming into the city, they're going to be fearful. And I don't want to make our tourists afraid to come into the city and drive into our city and be worried that they might leave our municipality and come home to a $250 bill. So how are we going to communicate that? Is that a concern from staff? If I can get some feedback on that, it would help me come to a conclusion on whether or not I could support it.
Through the mayor to the councillor, all great questions. We did debate the perception issue, and that is why we moved away from a fee where 2 fire trucks show up, $500 an hour, you get a $1,000 bill. We moved away from that, and we wanted to balance the needs of the residents and the needs of the city to balance some of those costs out. We picked the number 250 was our magic number to it. No, it just what was a reasonable amount. I think if people get transported to the hospital, or if people use a particular service, it's if you go hiking in Banff and you get put off the trail, or if you go in California, you get put off a trail, there is a rescue fee involved on that. So similar type of concept. the other thing is the chief, part of this the chief would have discretionary authority to waive bills. So let's say they really didn't do too much. They just showed up. We're not going to just hammer everyone with $250 as a thing. It would be more if we actually deployed some services. So if they were taken away in an ambulance, if there was something else, then they get the fee. So there has to be a reasonableness to it. Currently, there is no discretion in our bylaws. So part of the process would be to have that discretion given to the chief or deputy chief to hammer that. But that is a debate that we debated. And that's why we brought multiple options of council to stay status quo or to move, because I can't answer what is the brand damage issue today based upon that, but that's why it's before council. Deputy Chief, if there's anything, we could maybe even put further guidelines into when we bill for that kind of stuff internally.
Yep.
I don't know if you have any other comments.
Chief?
Through the mayor to council, one of the other reasons we chose this option, other than at fault because we'd have to wait for a police investigation, we could bill an appropriate timeline, and that can go to the insurance claim of the owner of the vehicle. So we're hoping that cost is pushed off and it's not out of pocket other than you have a claim against your record.
Okay.
Okay, more questions? Councillor Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is a chart here. We are comparing our city with other municipalities, and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Most of the municipalities there do have volunteer or on-call suppression unit. So how can we compare our costs with their costs, as we have a professional fire department? So does St. Catharines, and St. Catharines does not charge for the service.
Mr. Seo?
Thank you. Our on-call fire stations do respond to motor vehicle accidents also, and there is a cost on an hourly rate there. Again, it's a decision. St. Catharines made a decision not to charge. We can make a decision to charge. As I said, this council has debated this type of thing before. It was brought up as an idea. We took it back. That's why the report's written showing the spectrum of options, and we tried to land in one that kind of balanced respect for the taxpayer and respect for the individual who got put into the accident.
So I get two more questions, especially when somebody's visiting Niagara Falls, as you said. They could be from overseas, from the U.S., other cities. If you charge a driver, how do we make sure that we are collecting those charges? What are the mechanisms in place to collect that charges?
Through the mayor, it's small claims court. So if they're overseas, it's a rental car company. Rental car companies have the right to charge back that kind of stuff. If it's not just a tourist, it could be, quite frankly, in every city in Niagara, our staff, if I take a look at my 700 staff, what percentage lives in Niagara Falls versus lives someplace else and commutes into the city. So it could just be, transient folks. So part of it is, as the deputy chief had noted, is, if they're in a motor vehicle accident, there's already an insurance claim available, or there's already an insurance claim likely filed, and this would just be a cost into the insurance company that they would deal with through there. How do we get it back? We don't bill the insurance company directly. We would bill the individual. If they choose not to pay, we would, it'd be part of our small claims collection process.
It sounds like lots of work, though. Is it worth collecting $250 while going through all that admin work?
Well, it's no different than, I charge $10 for pickleball. I collect $10 for pickleball. We charge, it's that. So it is. There would be some recovery to it. We would always evaluate these programs after a year or two to say, okay, is it really worth it? Is it too cumbersome? Is there a way to stream it? Like I said, the hospital systems do generate significant revenue from their $75 ambulance charges, and it goes to offset other costs.
But do the insurance company pay for those charges? Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor.
I've been billed it personally, like with the ambulance. If I tore up my knee on a football field, there's no insurance claim for that. I just paid my $75. It gets billed to me, and I paid that through that. So.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I have another question. Is this is for residents. Residents are paying top tax dollars to get the service. Health professional fire department. We got trucks ready to go. We have trained firefighters actually waiting for a call. So we actually do not have lots that we have to deal with if the calls comes in. All we are looking at maybe gas that the fire truck uses and maybe some other cost. My worry is, because of this, people might not call 911, and they might actually put themselves to risk. Sometimes that's electric car, sometimes some leakage could be happening in the car. They might just move the car in a parking lot themselves, and they could create more problems for themselves than $250 worth. Because people will not call 911 if they really think that's not dangerous enough or serious enough.
Yeah, in many cases, it's not the accident victim that calls. A lot of times it's called in by other sources and fire response. I agree with your comment. That's why I said this is a fixed cost. The fire department is a fixed cost structure. Whether I have 0 calls or 100 calls, the bill is the same, effectively. A little bit of gas is the only difference. Mm-hmm. So it is purely an item, and it was just a balance. It's no different than to say, well, it's a fixed cost structure, therefore there shouldn't be a user fee. My hockey arena is a fixed cost structure, but I charge $200 an hour to rent the ice for people who use it. And so if you had the unfortunate need to use a fire service, it is a contribution to the fact to keep that fire service moving. So it's not to be a cost recovery item, it is to be kind of a contribution to the overall cost. We used to, for example, if someone drive off the road and hit a sign and cause damage in the roadway, if they were proven to be at fault, we would charge them for the full cost because it was unfair to, charge all the taxpayers for your error. We just can't, if in a perfect world we do it to the at-fault driver, we just can't administratively do that anymore. So because of that, that's why we went to this kind of modified approach.
Well, thank you. But I personally like to see more details on how many calls were placed to fire department, how many were fire, how many were motor vehicle accidents. So at least we understand how many percentage of firefighters' time is being used for this week motor vehicle accidents.
Our number one call source is, so we average a little less than 5,000 calls a year. Our number one call source is medical. Our number 2, I believe, is motor vehicle accidents. We average, on a fire basis, we average less than, my last numbers of 2023, there were 95 fires. So 100 fires a year, and you got 5,000 total calls. So close to 40% of, I believe it's 40% of your calls are medical, or 46% of the calls are medical calls. And then the next biggest classification is motor vehicle calls.
Okay. Thank you. For me, when tourists come here, they come from overseas, US, wherever they're coming from. I think it will be hard to build them, but I think more likely we'll actually build the residents who are paying the taxes. So I don't think I will be able to support any fee structure. That's my opinion.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Councillor Lococo and then you, Estelle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions. In the report, it talked about an eligible motor vehicle collision. What is the definition of an eligible collision?
Who would answer that? Chief? Or what's an eligible motor vehicle collision?
Right.
Through the mayor to council, it's when we'd actually take action. So if we showed up and EMS waved us off, we would just continue down the road. Could I just, one clarification, St. Catharines did get direction from their council in late July of 2024 to start billing for MVCs. I actually worked with the deputy through the MTO process. We just were ahead of them as far as getting ahead of it. So St. Catharines is going to be billing. They have direction from their council. They just don't have any numbers yet to supply us.
Okay, thank you. And is it $250 per vehicle? So if it's a 3-car collision, $250 per? Thank you. Right now, does the fire department know who the drivers are or the insured are? Do we get that information, or you just go help and then you leave? What happens?
Chief?
Through the mayor to council, how we would do that is the ARIS system. It's the authorized requester information system through the MTO, where we can look up the ownership through the license plate. And we already have approval for that.
Okay, thank you. There are a lot more motor vehicle accidents with e-scooters. Is there any discussion about how that will happen? Do you just charge the vehicle?
You mean versus the e-scooter rider?
Because they have no insurance. Are you charging the driver?
It's getting complicated.
It does get very complicated.
Yeah, or someone riding a
You don't have to
bicycle
answer, it's
that
just a question, that's
rides
fine.
into a bus. Not saying that's ever happened.
That's
here
another
before,
thing, yeah,
But if
yeah.
it did, what would happen then?
Technically, it's a motor vehicle accident.
The bus gets a bill.
Yeah, bus gets the bill.
Okay, my
Yeah.
next question is, it talks in the report about a number of apparatuses going to the motor vehicle collision. Who decides to send those? St. Catharines because they're dispatching us now, or do we decide the number to send?
Chief?
Through the mayor to council, we have a set response for MVCs, which is standard. It's automatically 2 for municipal or regional roads. Our highway response is different. And again, we build the MTO for those currently.
Okay, thank you. And then if we're looking at something like this, I know our CAO in the past, and you just said again now, we're paying this fixed cost whether we go or not. So we've been sending our apparatuses to motor vehicle, to EMS calls. We're sending our fire to EMS calls. Once you start this slippery slope, are we going to start charging for EMS calls? Like what is the difference? And that's a higher percentage than motor vehicle accidents. I just think it's a very slippery slope. I think our taxpayers are already paying a lot of money. I don't feel that it's appropriate to be charging $250 or whatever we're looking at. I don't want to do a fee for service, and especially because we're a tourist city, it's just going to add
Just
more and
question
more.
time now, yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Newstead. Okay, so what I need, folks, is some sort of unless you have questions, then we're looking for a motion. Councillor Strange, put your hand up, and then I got Councillor Dabrowski.
So if the driver or the car doesn't pay for it, who pays for it?
Just through the mayor, just so I understand. So we would bill the plate owner or the plate owner?
No, I'm just saying, if you're trying to waive the, like if there was something that they were trying to waive the cost, then the taxpayers would be paying for it, would they not be?
Yeah, if there's no charge, then
So
the
who would you
tax-
rather want pay, the person, or do you want the taxpayers to pay for it? So
Yeah, that's what
one or
we-
the other. So if you don't want that person to pay for it, then all of us are paying for it, so.
One at a time, one at a time. Okay, but now remember, these are questions, we're asking questions. Yes, Councillor Dabrowski, and then Councillor Newstead.
And that, to that point, so the brand damage that we can potentially suffer would be in the tens of hundreds of thousands. Out of that $250, once it's all said and done, and sometimes fire will show up to a call and they get shooed away, that cost is there. We can't recover that cost. So the $53,000 over 5 months, the estimate, how much of that is true revenue that would go back to the fees that are paid out by the city? Like I'd like to see real numbers, and if that means we defer, great, but I'm just having a hard time seeing what the actual number is and what it actually means to the taxpayer in comparison to the potential brand damage that we might suffer.
So maybe I'd make a suggestion, because I see this is not gonna go forward, it's either gonna go sideways or go down.
Yep.
So either we defer it. for
I'll make a motion to
information,
defer.
Or we kill it.
I'll-
So, because we're right now, we're just talking about it without a motion on the floor, we're not asking questions. You want a motion for deferral? Okay.
And to get more information,
Okay, I entertain this motion, we can't talk anymore, so.
Well, for sure. And the reason I'm doing is there's a lot of questions around the table that are not answered in that report. I'd like to see a report come back and we can make a decision later. There's no urgency to make a decision today.
So motion for deferral, requesting more information, like the questions that were asked around the horseshoe.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Baldinelli. Okay, remember deferral motions, there's no debate. So we're gonna just call the vote on this. All those in favor of deferral? Hands up. Okay, everybody's opposed, so this is deferred.
I'm instead.
What's that?
I'm instead.
Oh, wow, okay, all right. Fair enough. Yes?
So just for the additional information, if we bring a report back, I just want to understand what is the additional information that you're looking for. The estimate on the accidents was based upon our estimate of accidents, and the times that by the 250, that was the estimate. So I just want to understand what additional information we'd like to bring back.
Oh, I'm sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's like if you get an accident and bystander calls 911, then who gets charged?
That's one of the questions. Yeah, everything's charged to the license plate holder. So there, and if there is no action, that's why we said eligible, wave it through. If there's no fire deployment, then we're not charging that. But I think we heard the comments. If there's resistance to charging it, then that's fine. We'll deal with that. I just don't want to write a report if that's the challenge.
Well, I think it was a combination of things that what I was hearing was things like, so there were 214 accidents. So the first things we're thinking is, what's the breakdown? How many were locals? How many were tourists? How many were around the region visiting? Maybe a breakdown of those 214. Well, and the actual cost, there really isn't a cost because we're already paying for our fire department. It's already paid through our taxes. So they're waiting in the station. So now we deploy them unless we have to get backup or bring in overtime. That's different. So, yes. So the questions, I'm trying to bring him questions. Thank you. So those are the kind of questions I think there's only if there's things that they're going to bring back in the report. Is that what you're bringing forward? Okay.
The other question, all I heard was the insurance may pay for it. Can we get a definitive, is the insurance going to pay for it? Or is it coming back to the taxpayer out of their own pocket?
Okay, so we're not going to answer that now. That'll come back later. Councillor Lococo?
The 214 motor vehicle accidents, is that 428 cars? Like 214, but would that be like $500 each accident if there's two?
Well, the math they did there was 500 or 250 times that. That's what they came up with.
Right, so that's what I'm saying. Is the 53 really accurate if there's 2 cars per accident?
Another good question.
Right?
Yep. And if it's a fender bender and an ice storm, is 10 cars? He's going to be starting to ice the roads up. He's not going to want to have them cleaned anymore.
53,800 divided by 2.
Okay, so we got enough.
One more question?
No, well, there's no question.
No, for the deferral. One of the questions that they were taking it back that they can ask.
Yes, another question.
One more question. Councillor Lococo talked about the e-scooters. They're not registered, so how are they paying for this if they get called?
So this is good. This gives them a few ideas of more things that would have to come back and report for it to be defeated then. So, okay,
Mr. Mayor,
we're
one
good.
more question.
I know, yes.
Could we bill I know you
already
just brought about, does the insurance company cover it, but could we bill the insurance company compared to the driver, like the license plate driver? Could we bill the insurance
Okay,
company?
another good question. Another good question, Smiley. Okay, good, all right.
One more thing. One more. Can we see the cost? For example, if a fire truck goes out and actually at the site of the accident, how much does it cost us, to be honest? I just want to know how much it costs.
All right, a lot of questions. This is going to be an exciting report. I can't wait till it comes back. All right, so we've already dealt with this. Let's go to 9.3, finance, budget timetable, budget engagement. There's a recommendation that we receive the report. Moved by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Strange. Discussion to the motion. Councillor Lococo?
Not so much discussion, but on, it does talk about if you work in Niagara Falls, but then in number 2, it doesn't say work. It says work in one place, but not work in another place when you're answering the survey.
Okay.
So if we could just add that.
Okay, all right, Ms. Clark, just acknowledge that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, Councillor Patel?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I know other cities do the town hall when they have their draft budget come out. Do we ever plan to do something like that with the staff? I know St. Catharines does it.
Okay,
We do not do budget town halls. If council ever wants to do a budget town hall, we do the survey collection, but we do not do a town hall. Council can direct us to do a town hall and do that. I've participated in some of those.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you. 9.4, finance affordable housing development charge exemption agreement. There are 3 recommendations there. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Patel. Yes, Councillor Lococo?
Just a couple of quick questions. What if the company goes bankrupt? What happens within that time period of the agreement? Does that go on to the new purchaser that they have to continue it? How does that work?
Who would answer that question?
I may start. They have to complete the project to obtain the TIG and the DC waiver. So they either complete the project. If they modify the project, then you'd have to make the assessment for that. So if they convert it from residential to commercial, that's fine. But yeah, we've even had with our TIG programs and our DC programs, we've had sales of buildings where the TIGs were continuing on, and we had to factor that out. We had a conversion issue from rental to condo. So we just kind of modify it with that original program. It's one of the reasons why we went down to 5-year TIG to avoid those administrative nightmares where things change.
Okay, and last question. It's stated that staff may be required to find alternative funding to finance the DC eligible capital projects. Where are we getting the money?
Yeah, through the mayor, it's we don't know the uptake of these programs, right? And it's combined of all the other incentive programs that we have. So we'll either do cap limits on them at some point in time, reserve funding, or just undertake an increase in levy, which will be coming for the funding of the program. That's why we put the full funding down. So there could be a levy increase attached to these incentives.
So that's taxpayers' levy increase for this program.
Well, not just for this one's minor compared to the other ones the council approved.
CIPs.
Yeah, all the CIPs. So at the end of the day, it's you got revenue and you got expenses. So if you cut your revenue.
Okay, it was just when I read the statement there, I wondered if there was a plan that you might have to look for it elsewhere. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. We're now going to 9.5, fee waiver. So there are 4 requests. Okay, motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Dabrowski. If there's no discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Thank you. 9.6, finance payment plan program for drainage assessment. There's a recommendation that we approved. Do we have a motion? First, I'm looking for a motion. Do we have a motion for approval? Moved by Councillor Cario, seconded by Councillor Strange. Okay, we have it on the floor. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question from a resident. Bank of Canada. Is it the Bank of Canada rate that it's 1-to-1, or is there going to be additional percentage on that, or is there an admin fee on that?
Okay, Ms. Clark will answer this one.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I just saw that correspondence this morning, and I did respond to all of council and the resident this morning. The reports correctly stated that it is going to be the Bank of Canada bank rate. If we intended to add an additional fee, it would have said plus 0.5%, for example. So the report is very clear what the rate is. It's 2.5% at the time of writing this.
Okay. And there's no admin fee, like when we looked at our tax deferral, there's an admin fee at the beginning. There's nothing like that.
Nothing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? So we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that's approved. 9.7, revitalization grant, residential loan, downtown property. And there are 3 recommendations that we approve. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, second by Councillor Patel. All those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. 9.8, modification to the Niagara Falls CIP. There's one recommendation that we approve the modifications. Motion by Councillor Newestag, second by Councillor Cario. Speaking to it, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to confirm that, like the other CIPs, it's very clearly stated that they can't be used as vacation rental units. I do get that when I read that, but I just want to confirm.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Dolch.
Through the mayor, that is correct. So all of the terms within the programs will continue to apply. The only one that may not be covered off as much in the infill TIG, but it would be in the DC waiver one. But the infill TIG, those are usually multiple story buildings.
Thank you. I was thinking more of the downtown specifically because it is zoned commercial. They are allowed to have vacation rental units, and that was the challenge that we saw, that when they were allowed to have the vacation rental units, they evicted the long-term tenants. And I don't think it's appropriate that we be giving them CIP or other benefits to have a business and not go for housing. So I just want to make sure that they're signing something that it can't be vacation rental units. And then I just wanted to talk about the presentation that we saw today for the Land Trust, and I was looking at the effectiveness of different programs compared to the money that we put in. So for example, Welland put in $2 million and got 83 units. Do we have an idea on this one? It says that to the end of 2026, it would be 1,250,000, and then look at 2027. If we compare apples to apples, I always feel that we're making decisions in silos. We don't have choices. Where do we want to spend $2 million to get certain number of units? Do we have an idea about how many units we could get for 1.25 million for 2026, and then how many for 2027?
So who would want to address that? Excuse me, that question. Ms. Dolch will start, I guess, and then.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll start, and then Ms. Hansen can jump in. Obviously, an estimate is tough. How many units? We've come up with the best program, we think, in order to just provide you with some initial numbers. We could, to incentivize, if we wanted to incentivize affordable, attainable housing, truly, this is a small drop in the bucket. As you know from our Park Street contributions and everything else, obviously you heard today from the Land Trust about the land contributions and the costs that were contributed to just one project. It is big, but these programs are incentivizing certain things. Obviously affordable, attainable, rental is a big one in our new programs, and now this newest one, downtown, and the core is trying to incentivize just some renovations in existing buildings. So I think all these things start to add up together, and obviously we can only give you an estimate on what we think.
And what is the estimate?
Oh, and I'll
specifically for downtown, that's what I'm looking at. I'm fine with the other ones. We've already gone through those CIP, but it's specifically the downtown. Where are we spending the money, and how many units are we getting?
Yeah. Through your worship, we don't have those numbers at this point. I think the intent was to see the uptake through 2026 and then go back to council at the beginning of 2027 with some specific numbers and recommendations for the 2027 budget.
Okay. Thank you. This is where I have the challenge. I think we should be looking at all of the options and then decide. I don't like making decisions in little silos. Maybe we can get more bang for our buck instead of spending it to that. Maybe we could be doing something else. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Newestag?
Just to Councillor Lococo's point about the downtown and Main Street having having vacation rental units, I think it would, if we put in the parking requirement of 2 parking spots, I think that would eliminate that issue altogether, because most of those buildings don't have their own parking. They rely on street parking, so maybe that can be included. I just also want to make another comment to your point about more bang, but it's also about revitalization, those areas as well. So I don't think we can lose focus of trying to recreate those areas at the same time as looking at housing or affordable housing.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. Now we go to 9.9, the new official plan recommendation report. Councillor Strange?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to make an amendment for the official plan recommendation report. And it came down from the last meeting. I want to correct the urban boundary line in Chippewa between Willoughby Road and Sodom Road as requested at the public meeting by Mr. Rocky Vaca. By adding the 20 meters additional depth. It's going to be more efficient, and the rationale is for the 20-meter additional depth is to increase the DC recovery by 350%, which will help pay for the construction of Willock Road and makes for more efficient and use of urban land services. It's going to go from 19 very deep lots to 91 more efficient lots.
Okay,
I'll
do
make
you
that
have a
motion.
seconder? Second by Councillor Newestag. Yes, Councillor Peter Angelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. On this particular one that deals with extending the boundary south of Willock, I have a conflict. The landowner sponsors competitive curlers, and my sons are recipients. So I have to declare a conflict on this one. I'll hand that in to the clerk.
Okay.
And then if you just want to let me know when you're done, I can come back in.
Okay.
Thanks.
So, Mr. Clerk, I'm guessing that we would vote on the amendment first, and then it would be added to the motion if it's successful. Is that right? And then we vote as the full, yes? Okay. So discussion to the amendment. Councillor Lococo?
I did send an email to our staff about this, on this specific part about the correction on the minutes from last meeting on page 3. Mr. Matson, did you receive my email about this? Do you know what I'm speaking about? So on the second paragraph specifically about this, about the Willock, it's saying that it be corrected by adjusting. That's not actually true. It's not being corrected. It was being requested. So I think the minutes should reflect that. And then the next paragraph about Jeremy Brown, again, being corrected. It's not being corrected. They were requesting for an amendment or a change. So I would just like to make sure that those minutes get amended because those are not the right words.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, okay. Did you want to speak? Yep.
Yeah, I don't feel that that changes the intent of the motion, but yes, we can make that grammatical change.
Okay. Are there any other, okay, so we voted on the amendment, so now I need, unless there's any other amendments, I need the, oh, we didn't vote? Oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, one opposed, one conflicted. You have an amendment? Okay, Councillor Patel?
The Schedule 1 of our Niagara Falls official plan to be amended
Do you want to
include
call
the
Vic back? I'm sorry.
settlement area boundary existing development pocket of land at 8278, 8328, and 8356 Holston Road, west of Keller. There was the application submitted. The reason for it, because it is actually divided by Shriners Creek. When you think there's agricultural land, and there's a subdivision right across the street that was carved out of the urban boundary expansion happened a few years ago, and they made a subdivision there. And this area already has homes there. There's already curbs there. There's already water there. So I don't know why we can't expand the urban boundary there, because there's already everything there. We're not rezoning it. We're not doing anything. It's just bringing that in. And it might be opportunity to have a more attainable housing there in the future. So I would like to put that amendment in.
Okay, so you've got a motion?
Yes.
And seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Okay, do we have any?
I didn't even, sorry.
Oh, could you, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I should have waited.
So there was one application for Holston Road. There was few parcels of housing that they want to bring in urban boundary. There's already water there. They have curbs on the road. And then I'm asking for rezoning. It's separated by the Ushers Creek right there. In the back is all green land back there. So they're not affecting any of the neighbors there either. And there's already plaza there. They have the services there. So it's only a matter of expanding services. And if in the future they want to put more housing there, it's ways to get more attainable housing there. That's the way I see it. Because there's not a lot we are doing there. We're not changing zoning there. That's the one thing stood out to me. So I would like to put amendment for that.
So we have the motion, and before we vote on, so we got the motion on the floor. I'm going to ask staff to weigh in on it as well. And then we'll get some, I want to give you time. I'm just going to talk for a second so you got time to think. So we're going to go to staff now for a comment, then I'm going to come to council.
Could staff also comment on the last one too?
Well,
I know we already voted for it, but I would like to hear what staff.
We could. So let's start with this one, the one that we have on the floor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, in accordance with provincial policy, urban boundary expansions have certain criteria and requirements. So it does apply to both. And one of them is need. There's other tests as well. Servicing, can it be adequately serviced? None of that has been demonstrated. We have this exercise as part of the official plan. We did not consider any urban boundary expansions. We did get a lot of requests to consider it, but we didn't consider it for that reason and that reason alone. We did have a policy put in place through this draft on considerations for urban boundary expansions in the future, and the criteria that we would assess to look at those in the future. Once the policies are approved, that's something private applications can be made to consider those, but not something we considered, and we did not feel there was any need for any urban boundary expansions at this point in time. And I guess I'll go back to the previous one as well. I know it's a small change. Again, we tried to keep it in line originally with the existing lot lines, rather than having a floating lot line in the middle of nowhere.
Okay, thank you for that. Any discussion to the motion put forward by Councillor Patel? Yes, Councillor Pietrangelo.
Thanks, Your Worship. I guess I would say for myself that along the lines of what staff said, there's a process that people have to go through, and to me it's just hard to pick and choose, and pull people out and say, I'm going to not allow you to go through the process, but I'm going to make you go through the process. So I tend to agree with staff.
Any other discussion to that? Okay, seeing none, we will call the vote. All those in favor of the motion? Okay, opposed? Okay, so that motion does not move forward. Are there any other amendments proposed by council? Okay, seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Yes?
Do we have comments? Is the comments going to come after the motion?
Well, now we're going to do the motion on the full report, and then there'll be comments once I get that on the floor. Oh, and we have speakers to it. Okay, so let's first get it on the floor. So the 9.9, I need a motion to move the amended official plan recommendation report, moved by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newestag. Now we'll start with council. Questions, comments? Councillor Lococo.
Just a couple of questions, because we've dealt with this many times.
Yeah.
There were a lot of comments on here, and I was wondering specifically for the larger corporations like Walker, Oleo, OPG, and CN. Have we addressed those comments?
We'll go to who? Okay.
Through the mayor.
Yeah.
So we have gone through the comments with Walker. We did get some additional comments pretty late in this process here as a follow-up. We can share those with the province. I believe they were copied on those. The comments from CN, I believe we've seen before, and we didn't feel that that level of detail was necessary. They have jurisdiction, so we don't necessarily need to verbatim put in every policy that they have as well. And Oleo had one additional concern that was brought to our attention. We didn't realize that the railway carried on beyond the south of their property, so that has been rectified. It was rectified late yesterday in the mapping, so that has been changed.
The only other one, OPG.
OPG, yes. So again, we don't have jurisdiction over what they do with their lands. So we have identified a lot of their lands as open space. They can, of course, do what they need to do. They can continue on with any existing uses that they have on those lands. And if there are any challenges, we can, of course, rectify that through a housekeeping amendment in the future.
Great. The only other comment that I had, I was speaking to Ms. Hanson earlier. We used to have VRUs in commercially designated areas. Now it's changed to mixed use 2 entertainment district in Queen Street downtown. So my question was, and I've brought it up a couple of times, but we've had a lot of meetings back and forth. There's a lot of stuff here to go through. I know that it's not going to help now, but can we get some information later about how many other opportunities are given for VRU owners now with the 3 different designations compared to the commercial? That might work for some people that they want a VRU, and then other residents might be very disappointed that we're giving more opportunities because VRUs are problematic for some people. So if we can have that information later, I would appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Staff cut. Okay, good. Thank you for that. Any other questions of council? Okay, so if not, Mr. Clerk, we've got some names of people that wanted to speak to this.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship. First up, we have either Rad Vachevich. I see he's standing.
Okay.
He's the Senior Vice President, Development.
Was it good? Was he close?
Very good.
Okay.
Thank you. I have with me Mr. Kevin Freeman, Director of Development Planning with CANF. Thank you for hearing us today.
You've got up to 5 minutes. We'll set that clock there too. Thank you.
Oh, I hope I'll be shorter.
Okay.
We acquired the property just south of the hospital, and it's 2273, I think, McCready. The main frontage of the property is on Montrose, and so we didn't bring any presentation material, unfortunately, for the board. But we've actually sent in a letter requesting a portion of our properties be included in the hospital secondary plan, or the hospital district, which would comply with the region's plans, which have that area also as a growth center. The current plan proposes community lands, or not community lands, what is it, Kevin? Future, sorry? Neighborhood, sorry, I've got the planner here talking. So future neighborhood, which allows single-family homes and so forth, which is fine on some of our lands, but because of the proximity to the hospital and having meetings with the hospital, we've actually had meetings with the hospital, and they're actually very excited about things that we would be proposing on our property, which they see as a shortage for their operation, including labs, pharmacies, places to eat, maybe seniors projects, and physiotherapists and all those type of things, medical offices for the doctors. They say their spaces are too small, and they're quite excited in us developing our portion to satisfy and complement their uses. So because of that, we'd like this land included. I guess we're requesting that this land be included in because we're Kevin, formal Hospital Growth District, thank you. And we think it'd be good for the city. We think it'd be very good for the hospital, and the hospital's opening in 2 years. So right now, there are no plans before you to develop any of the things we're just talking about, and the hospital's gonna be in operation in 2 years. And had we have a permit today, we'd be starting construction. So we're way behind the 8 ball, not just us, I mean the whole community. And we'd very much like to satisfy that need and request that we be accepted in that growth area, the hospital growth area, expansion area. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Did staff have any? Yes, a question? Do you have a question, Councillor Newstead?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, and over to staff. So I know we're looking at not having urban boundary expansion predominantly because of residential. However, hearing that what they're asking for right now, and given the new development of the hospital, is this something that has been considered, and they're describing a need? I have no idea. Is this something that you can speak to?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So this area was part of the urban boundary expansion that was granted by the region in their 2022 official plan. So this area is in the urban area. It just hasn't been planned yet. So this was going to be our South Hospital secondary plan. We'll probably come up with a new name because it gets confusing. But so it does get. It is planned. We were planning it in 2026 budget at the time. We did pull it off the table in the 2026 budget, and the reason being is because it is solely reliant on the wastewater treatment plant that the region is looking to do. Obviously, once we get, hopefully we get some funding information for that wastewater treatment plant, but even the construction of that wastewater treatment plant will take at least 3 to 4 years to build. If we do a secondary plan, started in 2026, we would have been in a situation where all that study work would have expired or been delayed, so we didn't start that work. It's not to say that, obviously, should we get that, we wouldn't start it. I do appreciate the request, but we do like to make sure development happens comprehensively, and to designate one person's property versus another in that planned area, I have concerns with. It should be developed holistically, but we have we can advance it in the 2027 budget should council wish us to do so. We're happy to do that work. We're happy to work with the landowners if they want to work and undertake their secondary plan with our guidance, or doing it ourselves, hiring a consultant. So we have some options, but I do think it needs to be planned holistically, because again, you obviously most people don't, we have to plan for stormwaters. We don't want individual stormwaters all over. We have to plan collectively to make sure schools, public service facilities, all those things, and servicing is all done in a holistic manner for the new areas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I'm understanding is this is we're just premature right now, but this is definitely, we have plans to address the needs in a more holistic plan. Correct?
Thank you, Worship. Through you to the councillor. Yes, and obviously hospital employment is something that will be considered through the secondary plan, and very welcoming to hear, because a lot of people don't just want most people just want residential. So it is good to hear that we do have willing parties that want to locate some of those types of uses on their lands.
It's very good. Thank you very much for considering coming here. And
I'm also going to go to our CAO, Councillor.
Yeah, and up to council, as Ms. Dolch said, we took it off of our budget last year. We are hand-tied a little bit with the wastewater treatment plant. I believe there's going to be, I think we're all positive that there will be a decision on that in short order. But because of the break this year with the election timing, to move things more rapidly, if council wanted to, outside of this motion, provide a motion for staff to start the RFP process for the studies, and to account for that in our budget, then we don't have to wait till January, February. We can start the RFP process and move that along a little bit quicker, so that we can get these guys in the ground and everybody in that area in the ground, and as soon as the wastewater treatment plant comes on site. So that will speed it up by 6 to 8 months, just that small motion.
okay, I'd like to do that motion right now.
I would, yeah, you'd have to add it to the you'd have to add it, or you could just waive procedural order and just do that. So either way, you can add it so that we
That is an amendment. Well, we haven't, well, actually, I've got the motion on the floor right now.
yeah, that's why it might be easier just to do it as a separate motion, waive the procedural order, and direct us to start that process with the budgetary funds also. So
Do we do that now or at the end of the?
I would do it subsequent to this, to the approval of this OP. I don't want to confuse the OP with that.
Okay, so we'll hold that for now.
Yep, thank you.
Vance, thank you for that. Okay, all right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. You want to hang around maybe and you'll hear it, you'll have some news back. And Mr.
They've been loving it for the last 3 hours, I'm sure.
It's very exciting. Mr. Clerk, do we have someone else registered to speak?
Yes, Your Worship, we do have one other speaker attending virtually, and that is Joe Nethery, and he is online.
He is online, okay. Yeah, okay. Mr. Netherly, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. I'm actually part of the consulting team that was working on the plan. I'm just here to answer any questions.
Answer
staff
questions.
refers
Okay.
them over.
Okay, thank you. 4.3.2, is that who that is, or who is that? No, someone else, okay, okay. So then we don't have any other speakers, so we do have the motion that's been seconded, and amended and seconded, so we'll call the vote now. All those in favor? Okay, opposed?
I'm sorry, I got lost. What motion is this for?
Well, this is for the OP. It's the OP.
As is, yes.
Now, we're missing, I don't know, are our counselors, do you want to grab them and bring them in? Because they should be here for this. It's pretty big. You need, oh, she needs her pass, right? Sorry, 'cause I don't know, their timing isn't great for leaving. Vote on the OP, first time in 30 years, we should all be in here. What's that? 33 years, okay, yeah. Oh, here we are, because we're going to vote on the OP now. And then we're going to do a recess after this, so that's when we'll have a chance to have a little break, and then we'll come back for planning.
Super Bowl of planning.
Yes.
This is it right now.
So what I'm going to do, folks,
Years and years, you gotta make sure.
We actually already took the vote, so you can just tell us how you vote.
Welcome back, everybody. So we're going to take a recess right after this vote. We're going to go back in. So we're going to take a 15-minute break. And then the amendment. Okay, so now we're calling the vote on we've already got the motion, the second, is that right, Mr. Clerk? Yes, we do. For 9.9, the new official plan recommendation, first time in 33 years, that it's the amended official plan moved and seconded. We're now going to call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, that is unanimous. Thank you. First time. Might not see that again, councillors. Yeah, oh yeah. Now, Councillor Newestag.
Yes.
You'd like to introduce an auxiliary motion to this. Do you want to help her wordsmith it?
Yeah, I just looking at the clerk, because it wasn't on the agenda, we'd have to waive the rules of procedural order, and then the council would pass a motion to direct staff to start the comprehensive, I'm going to, because I can't use the term secondary plan, I have to use the term
Comprehensive development plan.
comprehensive development plan, and direct budget resources to this year.
Comprehensive development plan?
Yes.
Okay.
CDP.
Okay.
And waive
Procedural bylaw. Okay. Second by Councillor Strange. Councillor, I know Peter Angelo has you want to declare a conflict because, yep.
Yeah, Your Worship, I'm going to have a conflict on this one, as myself and my family own land that will be affected.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
I'm just going to write this out and then I'll leave.
Yes, okay. We'll give you a second, pardon me?
I lost track now.
So, you missed the presentation. We had the consultants do a presentation.
That's why I left, because of the hospital area. That's what my spouses implement this, and they're the ones send the letter.
Okay,
That's
well,
why I left.
okay, so are you,
I should go down again?
well, maybe, their property, it's in that general area. I don't know.
It's right on the market in that area.
Yes.
It'll be affected by this one.
Okay, okay. So
No.
you're going to do a conflict as well, Councillor Patel?
I don't think ES Fox is part of this.
Is Fox? No?
Yeah, I don't think so. Pretty sure it's north of Bigger, right?
Yeah, it is.
This would be south of Bigger.
Okay.
I'll be in the, just let me know when you're done.
No, well, actually, we're going to come join you, so we won't have to. Yeah. Okay, we'll wait till he leaves so he's not listening. Secret stuff. All right, so you heard the motion and seconded. Any discussion to the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you for that. So ladies and gentlemen, we're now going to take a 15-minute recess and we'll come back and commence the planning matters on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, we're back at our council meeting. The mayor will be back shortly. He had some things that he had to take care of back there. We're going to move on with the consent agenda in 1 second, but before we do that, I just wanted to say we've been having some computer issues at City Hall all day. There's certain ones of us that just can't get onto our agenda app. And I'm wondering, Ms. Dolce, I know that there was an issue with the one planning item as well. If you just want to, I guess, let the public know, what happened.
Thank you, Your Acting Worship. So earlier today, we were kind of notified that the item, sorry, and I don't have the number, but Grassy Brook secondary plan item was, the report itself wasn't able to be opened publicly. It just went to a sign-in page. So we found that out just before the regular start of council. So we have concerns that the public wasn't able to see that report. The presentation, everything else was there, but the report wasn't there with the recommendations. I do understand it is live now and able to be accessed, but that's what happened. We just, there was some error in the system.
Okay, so instead of like going through the process now, because I'm sure that we're going to have questions because people couldn't access it, the staff support a deferral of it?
Thank you, Acting Worship. Yes, obviously we will have to re-advertise for a public meeting and do all those things, but that will give people time, a little more time next time to read the reports and be prepared.
Okay, sounds good. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I propose that we defer 8.4, the Grassy Brook secondary plan.
Okay, thanks. So I have a motion for deferral made by Councillor Lococo, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. I'll call that vote. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. So 8.4 has been deferred. So anyone that's here for the Grassy Brook secondary plan, that has been deferred. We had some computer issues. It never went up live. So we just don't want to keep you here all day and thinking that you're going to be able to comment on the secondary plan. It'll be moved to council's next agenda, which will be back when the new council comes. Leslie, did you have something to ask? Sure, yeah. Does that include bylaws? It does, yes, absolutely. Absolutely, yes. Okay, so that item has been deferred. I'll get the mayor to announce that again at 3 o'clock in case there's anyone that comes in the room and is here for that item. So moving on then, we'll go to the consent agenda, which is item number 10. I'll start with things to pull. Anyone have things to pull? Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull 10.1, the fireworks bylaw.
Okay, go ahead.
I understand where we want to go about the amps, but after reading the bylaw and having a lot of complaints about the length of some of the holidays, if it's 3 days before, the day of, and then 3 days after, it's really a week that somebody could be releasing fireworks. So I wanted to put it out to council to see if we could have that discussion about maybe altering it. Does it really need to be that long? And the other one was, I had a question from residents about people that are renting VRUs. Are they allowed to put the fireworks off? When I did contact the fire department before, in the bylaw it says that you need permission from the owner, but if you're a VRU, how are you getting permission? So there's a lot of people complaining in the VRU areas that fireworks are being dispersed in the middle of the night. So those were the two things that I wanted to talk about.
Okay, let's see if we can get some answers for you. So maybe I can bring this to staff. So looking to comment on the number of days that fireworks are allowed to be lit, and then whether or not VRU occupants are allowed to participate as well.
I'll start and I'll rely on staff. So the number of days has always been an issue. If a Canada Day or whatever falls midweek, there's always been this council's always allowed for weekend celebrations of those holidays. So it's not intended to have fireworks go off every day. It's just if it falls on a Thursday, you may want to have a celebration on the Saturday, or if it falls on the Monday, you might want to do it, before the kids are back to camp or whatever. So that has always been there. That is not new. That has always been there. With regards to I don't want to make it just a VRU issue. There's generally safety concerns if you're lighting off fireworks in any residential area, and I'll have the fire chief make comment on that. I'm not sure backyard fireworks is generally, there's a whole bunch of safety parameters on that, so I wouldn't just tag it to VRUs. It would be any residential area. You'd have to be very careful as far as the safe discharge of a firework, and I will. Mr. Gallagher's not here, but I'll see if Deputy Chief has any comment on fireworks in residential areas.
Sure, Mr. Lawson.
Through the acting mayor to council, I agree totally with the CAO. It's not something that we want to see. I mean, we do encourage residents to, there's fireworks that the city puts on, and it's a great viewing area for that venue, so that we really push people to those professional displays rather than doing them in your home. 95% of our complaints do come from people lighting it off and hitting their neighbors' roofs or those kind of things. So we do push you away. With that, I know bylaw and fire prevention are going to be a little bit more aggressive with their public education campaigns going forward before and any major holidays.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't really bringing it up as a residential issue. I was bringing up it as an issue that you need permission from the owner. That was the question that came to me from VRU setting them off, that you need the permission. So the question was, are VRU guests allowed to have the fireworks? And I know the CAO just talked about the midweek and the number of days have always been in there, and that's why I'm bringing it up. Do we really want it? And the one thing I did forget, when we give amps to somebody who doesn't cut their grass, that's their grass, you know where the registered owner is. If somebody parks, you can give them an amp. If someone lights off fireworks and there's 4 of us standing there, how do you know who to charge? Because it's very different if you're parking, if you're not cutting your grass, you know exactly who to charge. But if there's a group of people, how do you figure out who to charge?
See if we can get some answers.
Yeah, you're almost never there when a firework's off. It's usually video evidence and other evidence that's there, and that's how they would pursue who was doing it. If it happens to be that they are present to see the firework, well, then they'll use their own visual evidence to charge. But in most cases, the complaint happens. We dispatch bylaw, but the fireworks are already been fully discharged, so we're relying on other evidence from that witness statements. Everyone's got ring cameras and cell phones, recording devices, so that's generally the evidence that gets presented. And sorry, on the sorry if I didn't answer your question. I was looking at VRUs just as they tend to be homes and that kind of stuff and backyards, and that's where they're firing them off. Again, it goes to, this isn't against the owner, it's the person who discharges the fireworks. So if you discharge in an unsafe manner, then that's the person who will get targeted. So yes, they can get permission from the owner. If they choose not to get permission from the owner, well, then that would be an automatic charge at that point in time. If they're lighting off property on a property that's not theirs, then that would be the automatic charge. There's no more evidence required at that point in time.
And did you want to comment again on the number of days? I know.
Yeah.
I don't know if she was happy with the
number.
If it falls on a Wednesday, then we allow it on the weekends.
Yeah. The purpose of this report was just to say we're moving it to an AMPS. We weren't questioning the original bylaw. So, if council wants to change that, then I would, I would suggest that is something that council should bring as a review of that bylaw. This is really just allowing us to enforce under the bylaw that's existing.
And I do like the idea of moving it to AMPS as well. So, and I think Ms. Pinyarthi wanted to comment as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, just a quick comment. Just because it has moved to AMPS does not change how the evidence is collected and acted upon. Whether it's POA or AMPS, the standards for evidence on the part of the bylaw officer is the exact same.
Okay. Are there any other questions in regards to 10.1? Okay. If no one has any other item on the consent agenda to pull, then I'd look for one motion to pass everything that's on the consent agenda. I have a motion by Councillor Carriot, seconded by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thanks. Moving on to communications and comments of the city clerk. There's The recommendation is that council approve item 11.1 through and including item 11.10. Does anyone have any item to pull? If not, then looking for one motion to approve all. I have a motion by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Newesteg. I'll call that vote. All those in favor? And I'll just read the items. So the first one is a proclamation request from Gen Well Weekend. It's a request to proclaim the weekend of September 18th to the 20th as Gen Well Weekend to raise awareness of the importance of human connection and social health. The next one is a proclamation request for Pitt-Hopkins Syndrome Awareness Day. That's going to happen on September 18th. The next one is a proclamation request for World Sepsis Day. That's going to happen on September 13th. Moving on, a proclamation and flag raising request for National Polycystic Kidney Disease, and that's going to happen on September 4th. We have a flag raising request, Lest We Forget flag, and that's going to be for the Lest We Forget Veterans Poppy flag during Veterans Week, and that'll be from Friday, October 30th until Wednesday, November 11th, which is Remembrance Day. We have a flag raising request for the 35th anniversary of Ukraine's Independence Day, and that's going to be next Friday, August 21st, or the following Monday on August 24th. We have a proclamation request for Arthritis Awareness Month, and that's going to be for the month of September. We also have a proclamation request and lighting of City Hall for Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder Awareness Month and Day, and that's going to take place in September. We have a noise bylaw exemption for Niagara Falls Food Park, the night market, and that's going to give an exemption for the noise bylaw until 11 p.m. from September 4th to September 6th. And the last one is a noise exemption bylaw for Taste of Manila. That's going to happen on Friday, August 28th to Sunday, August 30th. And that's all the communications from the city clerk. Moving on then, number 12, more communications and comments of the city clerk. These ones are to receive for file. To receive and file. So I'll ask first if anyone has any to pull. Seeing none, I'll take a motion to receive all of them for information. I have a motion by Councillor Dabrowski, seconded by Councillor Baldinelli. I'll call that vote. All those in favor? And thank you very much. So moving on, we have the ratification of in-camera on number 14.
Thanks, Acting Worship. Just one more item, number 13. There were a few more specific communications of the city clerk, and they each have their own specific recommendations. The first one being a request for food truck at the 2026 Men's and Women's Canadian Slow Pitch Championship. This request came in after our last council meeting. And obviously you see the date there was August 8th to 15th. Staff have made sure that the rest of the requirements for obtaining the license for that food truck were obtained. This was merely to get approval from City Council to allow it on city property. So to just kind of go through the rubber stamping, we continue to ask that Council approve that request. It's a yearly request. They be located at the Patrick Cummings Sports Complex for that tournament.
Do you need a motion now?
Yeah, we'll ask for that motion.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Councillor Carrio, seconded by Councillor Strange to support the request. If there aren't any questions, I'll call the vote. All those in favor, and that's carried unanimously.
Next is 13.2. It's special occasion permit. You can see there it's the Federal Family Farm. They've got a number of events taking place on August 29th, and then others in September listed there, September 5th, 12th, 19th, and 26th. They've applied for a special occasion permit from the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, the AGCO, and to assist them with their permit, they just need the municipality to declare those dates and these events as being municipally significant. So we'll just ask for a motion from Council.
Absolutely. I have a motion that's made by Councillor Strange and seconded by Councillor Lococo. Aren't any comments? I'll call that vote. All those in favor, and that's carried unanimously.
Two more items, the next one being another noise bylaw exemption request. This one just kind of came in late, that's why it appears on this portion of the agenda. It's for the Niagara Falls Night of Art, and the recommendation is that council would approve that noise bylaw exemption until essentially midnight for the playing of music at the Niagara Falls Night of Art taking place on Thursday, September 17th.
Okay, just looking for a motion to approve the request. I have a motion made by Councillor Baldinelli, seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. I'll call that vote. All those in favor? Thank you. And the last one.
And then the last item there, this was previously on a council agenda, and this is Ontario Ombudsman report. It had just been received and filed, but the Ombudsman's office has pointed out that they need a little bit more direction from council as to what the intent of that resolution is. So the recommendation there would be, first of all, that council would approve the motion for reconsideration, since we've already received that for information previously. And then also just to receive that attached ombudsman report on the investigation that was already brought forward previously, and that council accept the recommendations of that report in order to meet the obligations of the Municipal Act.
So it's a motion to reconsider and then a motion to accept the recommendations from the Ombudsman. I have a motion by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Newesteg. I'll call that vote. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. Is there any in camera?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so next item on the agenda here is number 14, the ratification of in camera. Early this morning at 9 a.m., Council passed a resolution to go in camera to deal with a number of topics. Mostly the topics there were to receive legal advice and also for direction to staff. There is one topic to ratify, though, and that is that Council approve the sale of the portions of the former city laneway located east of Magdalen Street and west of Center Street under delegated authority to staff to carry out those negotiations.
Okay, so looking for a motion to approve the recommendations made previously. I have a motion by Councillor Carriel, seconded by Councillor Strange. I'll call that vote. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Thank you. So moving on to number 15, we have motions for consideration or notice of motions. Does anyone have any motions for consideration, notice of motions? I know it's the last meeting, so your motion's not actually going to get heard until a long time away. All right. Do we have new business? Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, and I just, because we, the city residents and north end of Niagara Falls especially really got hit hard with rainfall, and there's been a lot of residents who were dealing with the flooding, garbage issues, and you realize, I'm walking the dog the other day, that some of the stuff is, I saw kids' suitcases and even children's books and stuff getting soaked, and nothing you can do because of the mold issues and stuff like that. I'm just looking at our RAP program that we have to install sub pumps and overflow valves and stuff like that. Do we know where we are as far as, and maybe getting the word out to residents that they can get this put into their house? I guess you have to get I don't know if it's a permit or get inspected to do that, but a way of that they can get rid of this flooding if ever happens again. And what is our top up of it, and how much? I think it's $4,000, I believe. But we do have James here that can kind of assist us in that. Just wondering if we do need, in previous years, did we use all the money that we were topping up on it? And if not this year, and we do have a lot of people maybe signed up, that maybe we can top up through reserves if we have to.
Sure, Mr. Stika.
Through you, Acting Mayor, to the Councillor. So the RAP program is still eligible. It's still active. I can tell you that over the years, it kind of ebbs and flows in participation. We likely will expect to see some more applications after the rain event that just took place over the last couple of weeks. In terms of funding, I can pull it up. It's about $4,000 still. So $4,000 for the sump pump and then $1,200 for the backwater valve. All the information is available on the city website. Part of our investigations process over the last couple weeks and heading into the next few weeks as well is to look at properties. Did they have backwater valves? Didn't they have backwater valves? We do have records of those. There was a previous version of this program in the late 90s before my time here that we don't have great records of, but anything, in the last 20 years, we have some pretty good records on where those valves are and what properties have participated in the past. Like I said, with the ebbs and flows and participation, I expect we'll probably see us hitting our budget this year. So something the 27 will look at depending on the participation and who hasn't participated. If it's something we need to top up, or we're just able to kind of maintain our annual budget request.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking at, because I know, we've never seen rain like this ever before, and I know a lot of residents will probably, if they don't know about putting these sub pumps or whatever and overflow valves, is it possible to get the information out? And then, I don't know if that would be to the new council or maybe direction of staff to have a look at it and find out if we can top this up. Because I know a lot of people are in desperate need of this, getting that water out, and I already know that you're talking about some more storms coming in. So I'm just thinking of different ways. I don't know if we can get input from our CEO or anything to what we could do as a city to help some of these residents get these sub pumps in and get the water out of their basement and coal cellars and whatever it may be.
Well, the program is important and it's effective as well.
Exactly. So if we can top it up this year, and if there's a need for it, Mr. CEO.
I'll just start, and Ms. Clark can augment it. I would say also that, the city puts its money on the table. Insurance companies are the one exposed to these losses, and the insurance companies should also be putting money on the table to do this. It shouldn't always fall to the taxpayer, to help out. And I think, that is something that, there should be some pressure put on the insurance companies to support residents in converting that to avoid ultimate losses, on their books, because again, the city won't incur any losses. And then I'll pass it over to Ms. Clark on where we are reserve-wise.
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor. So we do budget for the program in the wastewater budget, and we also hold a reserve that's about $200,000 right now. So we don't, even if we were going to exceed the budget in the wastewater budget, we do allow that to happen, and we'll pull in the additional money from the reserves. So we're okay.
So if we need some additional reserve, we can go there?
Yes, exactly.
Well, I don't
and then
need to
in the
make
future budgets, if that reserve is getting low, then we'll talk about increasing a top up to that program.
Okay.
But we're good right now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Does anyone else have any other new business? Councillor Baldinelli.
Not new business, just some old business. I'd like to, pardon?
Councillor Belichick.
Sorry, it was cold in here. Just bringing up the motion that we had made for the MAT tax and the and Councillor Newesteg's addition or amendment to it to create the committee, which I'm not know who's responsible for ensuring that the motion that was passed has actually gone through completely. That's number one, and just to make sure that we understand that the city's portion of it is going to be used and allowed to through the committee to ensure that services that support tourism, roads, infrastructure, all stated within the MAT tax bylaw will help offset the costs incurred by the municipality and all the taxpayers. So I'd like to for the allocation to move forward. The committee was never formed, and I'm not sure how the money, besides us voting on different things, is going to be allotted and pushed to the proper areas. Somebody can answer that for me. Thank you.
Through the chair to the councillor and council, almost all the allocations have been approved by council at this point in time. Council gave Mr. Dames approximated to the end of the year to come back with a governance structure for that. Staff are also working on best practice review of the structure for the governance of it, looking at what other municipalities are doing. So as far as what's been spent, it's substantially been all the items that council had approved during the budget process with the funding source of the MAT. Plus, we had to pick up one contract that was previously approved by Niagara Falls Tourism because we are going to be the executor of that contract. So those are really the only items spent from the MAT at this point in time, and we'll wait for the report back from Mr. Dames. Mr. Dames was given the authority to set the budget and do the approval for MAT expenditures. So on the governance with the recommended committee from council, that will be part of his report going forward to set up the new governance structure for that. So we're not, most of the monetary spend was for, I'm looking at Ms. Clark, it was the rapid response crews, the bylaw, and
It's 550,000 combined for those two crews that you talked about. I think it's 80,000 bylaw and 470 for the rapid response. All the other budget areas of MAT tax only come into play if we've spent money on special events or the other sport tourism rebate, I think.
Yep. So so as far as the specific item with the committee, that was a direction of council, and it's been fed to Mr. Dames. For him to come back with the governance on the spending on both the industry side and on the city portion side.
I'm a little confused on that governance side. The portions, obviously, I went through the bylaws, and there's no specific splitting of the money out, although one says one's going to be more than the other. Specifically, the city's part of it. Like, I thought we'd be off and running this spring. With beautification, many areas of the tourist area that wouldn't have cost the taxpayers any money, but that hasn't.
Beautification was, sorry, that was $60,000 was approved by, so whatever council approved to spend on the MAT, that's been approved and is being executed.
I expected to have like a plan, let's go and let's do it, because we finally got something to do it with. And I haven't really, the governance part of it, I'm not sure, was I misled or something? The governance part, that David would be governance over the entire MAT tax? When that's part of the...
Yeah, so sorry for the confusion. Based upon what council had approved and based upon the one contract that we were required to pick up, we were concerned that would have spent our full allocation. So we weren't looking at spending any more additional money at that point in time. And so that's why we've kind of, from the city's portion, whatever council approved it also, I remember a few other things. There was the fees for the lighting, that got moved on the budget. So we just took whatever council approved, and that's what we're spending the money on. We don't have a strategic plan. That is part of the thing that staff is working on, is a strategic plan for their portion of the plan. The assignment that council gave to Mr. Dames was to develop a budget for this year and next year, and to develop governance recommendations for council to review over the MAT spending.
I'm not sure council was aware that was actually happening from that portion of it. I thought there was pots, and we would govern the city's portion. The non-tourist profit tourist entity would be governing their portion, and David would be governing their portion. So we had the three-way split. 40, 30, 30, or whatever it would be. There's no number set out, and there's absolutely no idea how much money has actually been brought in.
There is no percentage on that. The first priority bucket was was called the destination priority bucket. Yeah. There has to be alignment between the city and the industry of what those priority bucket items are. So that fits into the overall strategic plan. After that priority bucket is dealt with, which should be aligned with both the city's strategic plan and the industry strategic plan, the two other buckets get split 50-50 with the remaining money. That first bucket should be greater than 50% or 50% or more. So then it gets split between the two. So it'd be, call it 25% for each of the city and the industry to spend. Mm-hmm. As you know, I think we've allocated more than $500,000 in spending in our bucket that council already approved. I don't think we're going to be that much more than the $500,000, so we weren't spending anything more than what council already approved to spend. So we're spending the $500,000. We moved from a dollar amount to a percentage amount. We're just now in the first few months of the percentage amount, and we get all our information 60 days after things happen, because they have to go through the month of June is reported to us by the end of July, right?
I just want to make sure that City of Niagara
I think
Falls
Councillor
residents-
Baldinelli wants to see a report, really,
Yes.
that's written to council, whether it's a quarterly report or whether, it's a biannual report, whatever it is.
But I also want to understand that-
Once we have something in front of us, then we can ask questions and sort of tweak it to what we want.
Yes, so at the end of the year, we should have a strategic plan, a strategic plan from the industry, a strategic plan for the city, a governance recommendation on how to administer the dollars so that they're administered in an effective manner, and an actual report on how much money was collected in the first year under the new percentage.
Okay, I understand that, but I'm just saying in the bylaw, the portion of Niagara Falls, City of Niagara Falls portion, is specifically to benefit the residents of Niagara Falls. It helps tourism, but it benefits the city, the residents, and the paths, sporting venues, anything that's allocated towards tourism would now not be paid by the city residents, which benefits their lifestyles, which is in the bylaw. I just want to make sure that we're focused on someone else not telling the city council how it'll be best performed on the city side. I mean, they'll have a large portion of the designated funds for themselves to decide on how to best promote City of Niagara Falls in two different pots, but this portion of the City of Niagara Falls must be for the residents. Thank you.
Okay. So staff will come back with a report, though. Okay. All right. Councillor Dabrowski, did you have something to add on that? No? Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Well, yeah, I think he already put a motion on before.
Well, and that's
that council
the challenge
receive a
here. This
report.
is, I think, the third time you've got up and spoke to it, and we still don't. I'm surprised that we don't have a document that says, here's what we've brought in, here's what we've spent on, and here's what we're speaking on. The CEO's talked about this, I think, 3 or 4 times now over the past 6 months, and we've still yet to see something on paper that said, here's what we brought in. So I think a couple of simple questions that Councillor Baldinelli is asking: how much have we brought in? What have we spent it on? And what's left? And we just want that. It doesn't have to be a fulsome staff report that's an 18-page document. We're looking for a 1-page quick cheat sheet that says, here's what we brought in, here's what we spent. And we've heard it 3 or 4 times now, but we've yet to see an email that's gone out to council, not even a report that's outlined it. So I think it's not even a fulsome report. It's a simple email that could go around to council saying, here's what we've done so far, but we've heard it.
Staff will send an email prior to the report coming out.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Councillor Carrier.
Just a quick comment, Your Worship, on this topic. I'm assuming that when that comes through, you're also going to have a report that tells the council what you got out of the money you spent. An analysis on, here's where we spent the money, here's what we got for it, to see if it was, if it makes sense to do it again. So even if it's money that we're not in control of, I think it would be nice for the staff to comment to the council on what they think about how the money was spent, considering that that's who's going to be looking at it, council and staff. But I think that that's very important, not just to see where the money went, but to see what the money got you. Because if you don't know what the money got you, you're going to fly blind. So you need to know what works and what doesn't work. And I'd be concerned about having the staff have a good look at where the money was spent and what you got for your money. Thank you.
Is there any other new business of council? Okay, if not, then we have to go back to the planning items. We'll leave the bylaws now until the end of the meeting, and then they can be approved then. So we're going back to 8.1. Right now we have 3 planning items left. I should announce to the public that 8.4 has been deferred. We've been having some computer issues at the city. We understand that the information for that one wasn't uploaded or wasn't actually available on the website until this morning. So that item's already been deferred. So anyone that's here for the Grassy Brook Secondary Plan, that'll be back at the next council. So the very next council meeting, which I'm not sure, is it in October, November? somewhere around there?
November 24th.
November 24th. So November 24th, the Grassy Brook secondary plan will come back. Okay, so moving on to 8.1, I'll ask the city clerk to introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit 1,782 rental dwelling units across 2 mixed-use buildings and 4 apartment dwellings at 5259 Dorchester Road. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on July 22nd, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. I would now ask for someone from the Planning Department, hello, Ms. Cece, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments. Welcome.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Chair, Mayor, Council, staff and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment located at 5259 Dorchester Road. The subject lands are approximately 7.154 hectares in size and are located on the west side of Dorchester Road, south of Morrison Street. The lands are currently vacant, however, they have historically been used for residential, commercial, and industrial purposes. Surrounding land uses include Arterra Wines Canada to the north, along with Canadian National Railway line and commercial uses. To the south is the Queen Elizabeth Way and Highway 420 on-ramps. To the east is Dorchester Road, an 8-story apartment dwelling, and townhouse and detached dwellings. And to the west are lands owned by the Ministry of Transportation and the Queen Elizabeth Way. The subject lands are designated major commercial in the city's official plan and are located within the Morrison-Dorchester node. Standalone residential and mixed-use buildings are currently permitted, subject to the policies of the official plan, which currently permit a height of between 4 and 10 stories and a maximum density of 150 units per hectare. An official plan amendment is proposed to redesignate the subject lands to special policy area with a residential land use designation that would permit a maximum building height of 25 stories, a minimum net density of 100 units per hectare, a maximum net density of 240 units per hectare, neighborhood commercial uses located within 500 meters of existing commercial uses and not exceeding a gross leasable floor area of 7,500 square meters, a maintenance building, and many storage buildings. The subject lands are zoned site-specific planned shopping commercial zone, and a zoning bylaw amendment is also proposed to rezone the subject lands to site-specific residential apartment 5F density zone and open space zone to permit the uses in the R5F zone, which includes apartment dwellings and stacked townhouse dwellings, various commercial uses, a maintenance building, and many storage buildings. Site-specific zoning relief is also requested to permit a reduction to the minimum lot area per dwelling unit, minimum interior side yard width, minimum rear yard depth, and minimum number of parking spaces for dwelling units and retail and office uses. An increase to the maximum building height is also requested, as well as the number of apartment dwellings on one lot and the projection of balconies and unsupported canopies, eaves, or gutters. So this slide shows the previous site plan that was originally submitted with the development application. This shows 3 mixed-use buildings and 5 apartment dwellings with building heights ranging from 5 to 20 stories and containing a total of 1,782 purpose-built rental dwelling units, along with mini storage buildings and a mini storage and maintenance building. The proposal provided a 70-meter setback between the north property line, which is shared with Arterra Wines Canada, which is a Class 2 industrial facility, and the proposed mixed-use buildings and apartment dwellings, save and except Building 1, also achieved this 70-meter setback. Written comments in opposition to the proposed development were received from Arterra Wines Canada, citing concerns regarding the potential for noise and odor impacts and the impact on the viability of their facility in future expansions. Following a meeting with Arterra Wines Canada in June of 2026, the applicant revised the development concept, and a memorandum of understanding dated July 6, 2026 was executed between Arterra Wines Canada and the applicant. The terms of the memorandum are being implemented through the revised concept and will continue to guide the coordination and cooperation during the future site plan approval process and construction activities, including the inclusion of warning clauses. The revised submission concept proposes the same number of purpose-built rental units, so 1,782. However, the layout has been redesigned to push the buildings to the periphery of the site adjacent to the south lot line and is now accommodating a 100-meter setback, save and except Building 2, which is at approximately 91 meters from the shared property line. The revised submission consists of 2 mixed-use buildings, 1 commercial building, and 4 apartment dwellings with building heights that range from 5 stories to 25 stories, along with mini storage and maintenance buildings. This slide shows a conceptual rendering of the proposed development. This perspective is from Dorchester Road, opposite of the subject lands, and the applicant's presentation will include more visuals of this nature. Moving on to neighborhood comments, a neighborhood meeting was held on October 1st, 2025, and attended by approximately 75 members of the public. And a second neighborhood meeting was held on December 3rd, 2025, and was attended by 31 members of the public. 35 written comment submissions have been received to date, and the following slides identify and address the concerns that were raised by members of the public. With respect to parking availability, the proposed parking rate of 1-to-1 parking spaces per dwelling unit is consistent with the city's recent initiated parking study, and the modified retail and office parking rate of 1 parking space for every 27 square meters is supported, recognizing the mixed-use nature of the development and the opportunity for shared parking arrangements. From a wind and shadow impact perspective, the shadow study indicates that adjacent residential amenity areas will meet or exceed the 6 hour of sunlight minimum requirement, and public outdoor amenity areas will not be impacted. And the pedestrian wind study identifies localized areas of uncomfortable and unsafe wind conditions during the month on the subject lands. However, we are recommending a holding provision requiring the submission of an updated quantitative wind study, but they are confident that through the implementation and mitigation measure that they'll be able to address the wind concerns that were brought up. Regarding the appropriateness of the proposed building height and density, staff note that the proposed buildings are arranged with the greatest building heights at the periphery of the site, away from the adjacent and nearby residential and industrial land uses, and building heights step down to between 5 and 14 stories adjacent to Dorchester Road. And it's noted that across the street is an 8-story apartment dwelling, and so this is bringing online a similar scale of development adjacent to Dorchester Road. Further, the technical study work completed to date demonstrates that the proposed development and density can be supported by the existing transportation and servicing infrastructure, subject to the removal of the recommended holding provision, which I'll discuss in more detail. With respect to traffic volumes, a traffic impact study identified that the intersection of Dorchester and Dawson Street operates adequately now with minimal delays and is expected to continue to operate adequately in the future with the proposed development. The study identified that some movements at the intersection of Dorchester Road and Morrison Street operate with poorer levels of service under existing conditions, and that the addition of site-generated traffic is expected to further degrade operations for some movements, resulting in increased vehicle queues and delays at the intersection. While these operational deficiencies exist under existing conditions, the proposed development is expected to contribute in part to the increased delays in queuing. A holding provision is recommended to require the submission and approval of an updated traffic impact study to confirm whether conclusions from the original study remain valid, as well as to require the removal of that holding provision on a phase-by-phase basis rather than for the entirety of the development, recognizing that it will be developed on a potentially 10-year or longer basis. And that will allow staff to assess traffic conditions as they come online. And with respect to the number of site accesses, vehicular access to the subject lands is provided from Dawson Street. In response to the public comments, an emergency access to Dorchester Road was also incorporated into the site design and will be subject to the Ministry of Transportation's approval. And regarding traffic behavior associated with the existing train crossing, the development is not anticipated to result in a significant increase in neighborhood cut-through traffic. From an affordability perspective, the proposed development will provide 1,782 purpose-built rental dwelling units consisting of a mix of bachelor 1, 2, and 3-bedroom units. Rents are expected to be attainable for moderate and high-income households. And while the proposed development does not include affordable housing units, it will contribute to the city's rental housing supply. With respect to construction timing and impacts, build-out of the proposed development is anticipated to occur over a 10-year period and is expected to proceed in phases. No blasting activities are proposed, and dust generated during construction activities will be managed through the implementation of industry standard best practice management, as well as construction management plans at the future site plan control stage. And lastly, with respect to amenity space, a total of 27.45 square meters is proposed for each dwelling unit, some of which is to occur outdoor or at grade, and each dwelling unit will have direct access to a private terrace or balcony. This exceeds the city's minimum requirement, and it's also noted that the subject lands are located in walking and cycling distance to several trails and parks. I did want to also address comments that were recently provided by AmRise, which is an adjacent nearby industrial facility that's located approximately 350 meters away. So they did provide some comments stating that they didn't agree with the land use classification that was assigned to them and were interested in having a warning clause included in the agreements of purchase and sale relative to their facility. We actually spoke with the MHBC today, who is representing AmRise, and we noted that that the applicant is undergoing a peer review process right now. There is still work to be done in that regard, and so we have told them that we'll provide their comments to the peer reviewer so that they can take them under advisement and work with AmRise to ensure that their interests are addressed. So I just wanted to raise that as well. So staff recommend approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment subject to the regulations, modifications, and holding provision detailed in this report for the following reasons. The proposed development satisfies matters of provincial interest as outlined in Section 2 of the Planning Act. The proposed development will conform to provincial, regional, and city policies with respect to land use compatibility, public health and safety, archaeology, infrastructure, and site condition, subject to the recommended holding provision and the implementation of noise control measures and warning clauses. The applicant has worked collaboratively with Arterra Wines Canada to develop a proposal that addresses the interests of both parties. As a result, the proposed development will be compatible with adjacent land uses, including Arterra Wines Canada, from air quality, odor, noise, and vibration perspectives, subject to the recommended holding provisions requiring completion of the peer review process and the implementation of noise control measures and warning clauses. The proposed development will not result in any adverse sun and wind impacts following the removal of the required quantitative wind study. The proposed development represents an efficient use of underutilized land and will support the creation of a complete community and a vibrant public realm by accommodating a mix of land uses, including ground floor commercial along Dorchester Road. The proposed development will help address the rental housing supply shortage by increasing the availability of long-term rental housing in the city. The supporting studies and materials submitted with the application demonstrate that the proposed scale and form of development are appropriate for this location and can be supported by the existing transportation and infrastructure, subject to the recommended holding provision requiring the submission of an updated traffic impact study, which is to be removed on a phase-by-phase basis. The proposed zoning and site-specific amendments are appropriate for the area and will facilitate an efficient use of land in a compact-built form, and the proposed development will address the concerns raised by members of the public. In summary, staff recommend approval of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment subject to the regulations and modifications detailed in the staff report. It's also recommended that council include a holding provision in the amending bylaw to require the submission of an updated quantitative wind study, an updated traffic impact study, and the completion of the peer review process associated with the land use compatibility study, screening level, odor assessment, and noise and vibration impact study. Staff also recommend that council authorizes the inclusion of a sunset clause in the amending bylaw to require the execution of a site plan agreement or receipt of draft plan of condominium approval for the first phase of the development within 3 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect, with the possibility of a 1-year extension. Again, that's recognizing that it's a multi-phase, multi-year build-out, so we're tying that to the first phase of development. And lastly, staff recommend that council delegates authority to the general manager of planning, building, and development to approve the implementing bylaws at a future delegated meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mackenzie. Does any member of council have any questions for Ms. Ceci? I have Councillor Lococo and then Councillor Newestag, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my first set of questions through the chair to Ms. Ceci is regarding the industrial. I know that there's a support letter from Arterra. What will happen if a resident, even though they sign their offer to purchase and it's on title, what if a resident does complain about noise or odor or something else to the MOE? Does the MOE still have to follow up? Because we've had a lot of discussions around this table with industrial and noise, and once it goes to the MOE have to follow up with it. So I'm wondering in this case, what will happen?
Through you to the councillor. So that is something that the MOE would still have to follow up on, regardless of anything that would be registered on title for the subject lands. I know that's something that's been raised in the past and it is part of some ongoing discussions with the ministry, but at this point they would still have to take action on a complaint.
Thank you. So we're in the same position as a council who approves a development close to an industry, even though having all of the support from Arterra, it on title, then signed agreement. If there's still complaints, we're still in the same process. The MOE could go to Arterra and ask for remediation, mitigation, and they would have to spend money to address that.
Through you to the councillor, they do have their environmental compliance approvals, so potentially that could be something that occurs from the result of that complaint. I'm not sure if the general manager has something to add.
Thank you, Your Acting Worship, to the councillor. So we do our best in accordance with the D6. That's really all we can do, and we do try to listen to obviously the industry and provide comments. As you've heard, Ms. Ceci's been contacted by another industry, so we're trying to do our best to ensure the separation is there. In this case, given that Arterra is a Class 2 facility, that minimum separation distance is 70 meters. We're now at 100. So, you know, we could have this debate over and over. We could provide 1,000 meters; they could still complain. So we do have to kind of balance that with, you know, how do we proceed with development while still making sure that, based on the best information we have at the time while you're making the decision, that we know the answers. And we have experts that reviewed it. It's been peer reviewed. We have holding provisions to make sure we're doing everything we can. But in the end, as Ms. Ceci said, if they go above their noise limits in the ECA that they're given, and a complaint is registered, it will be on the industry to correct that.
Thank you. I just don't want to be in the position as a council member to choose between industry and residents. If we put everything in place and residents still complain, and what happens to the secondary purchaser? Yes, it's in the agreement, or a secondary rental person, what happens to them? So I still have concerns. And then the other part about industrial in there, I was concerned about the comments that there's 19 industrial facilities with the current uses, and there was discrepancy about classes. We've talked about industry classes over and over and over again, and I think it was very apparent in here that there's a lot of discrepancy about which classes. So I think we need to fix that. The other thing in there, it talks about the noise in the one section on page 14. It says it does, it's not expected to impact the operation of Arterra with the environmental noise compliance, but it doesn't talk about odor. And I know the report did talk about odor, especially during harvest and the fermentation, but I'm just concerned that that clause did not talk about odor. Is there going to be a problem with that?
Through you to the councillor, that's something that's still ongoing. They've done a preliminary screening odor assessment of the odor impacts. They've looked at the wind patterns. They're pretty confident based on the primary wind patterns in the area that there won't be odor impacts. We are working with Arterra to get their dispersion modeling so that they could do more accurate modeling of that. And that's what they're working through with the peer reviewers. So they are confident that the odor impacts would be minimal, and we would work with them to include warning clauses to that effect.
Okay, thank you. The second topic I had was traffic. I know you talked about traffic in there, 1,782 units plus mixed commercial. We already have complaints about congestion at Morrison Street, and I know their current conditions. We have the train that blocks it off, and there's huge backup. I don't, what kind of measures can be put in place after with the holding clause? What can we do to minimize those traffic impacts?
Through you to the councillors, so we've been advised by the transportation services staff that Morrison Street is at its ultimate right of way in terms of the lanes that are there. There could be some minor modifications to some of the lanes, I understand, some of the signal optimization there that could improve it. So that's why we're proposing that phase-by-phase removal of the holding provision to ensure that every time that they're advancing a new phase, that we're looking at, you know, what are those current conditions, whether that be 5 years from now for a second phase, you know, how is that intersection and how's that road operating now, and then what could be done at that time to address those. So we recognize that there's those concerns that were raised with that intersection, and that's why we have that kind of monitoring approach implemented into the holding provision so that there's that updated assessment happening.
Thank you. Things like signals, turning lanes, what else can be done to help the traffic flow?
Through you to the councillor, I believe the applicant has their transportation consultant here, so they can speak a little bit more, but the range of what was addressed is mostly signal optimization and turning lanes. There's no opportunity to expand the number of lanes within the right-of-way. It's at its ultimate right-of-way.
Okay. Next set of questions regards the region's comment about significant wet weather flows, and I didn't see that in the holding. It talks about that there's any additional flows would have negative impact and increase overflows, that the city and the region are going to review it. Who's paying for that cost to review it and to implement whatever? Will the developer pay for that?
Through you to the councillors, so what the regional comments have come for are saying that there's capacity for dry weather flows, so there's no concern within the existing system. The issues are with respect to wet weather flows, and so that's an ongoing issue that the city is aware of and is working with the region for I&I infiltration and inflow reduction programs, other programs of that nature. So it wouldn't necessarily be the responsibility of the developer as it's already an ongoing issue, but there is capacity from a dry weather perspective.
Okay, through the chair, if it's not the responsibility of the developer and we have to increase the flows and the mitigation there, how much will that cost the city? How much could it cost the city because we're having another development, now we have to fix an issue that was already there?
I would pass it over to Mr. Stika, but he's not here right now, so I expect maybe we can circle back to that if we can do that when he returns.
Perhaps Mr. Burgess can answer it. Yeah. I don't know if you got the full gist of the question. It was more in regards to
there's
not the
pre-construction, post-construction, and if it can't handle it, is the city responsible, and what kind of funding is that the city would have to put out to fix that?
Yeah, I'm not an engineer, I don't play one on TV, so as far as the capacity thing, I will pass that off, but like any development, you have DC revenue, so incremental. In a lot of these cases, though, there's a lot of existing to benefit. So people always point to, well, there's a new development, and therefore everything, that whole new intersection should be charged to the DC. That's not how it works, because there's benefit to existing, which takes up a lot of it. So the improvement in those intersections, a lot of times when we redo a road, for example, we might add a bike lane and that kind of stuff. So the cost is there. But as far as funding sources, that's always part of our capital plan with the development charges that gets created from the development itself. So it's designed in a way that, the new incremental growth cost would come from the development charge, and anything that's benefit to existing comes from the tax levy.
Okay, thank you. 2 more questions. At one point, we were talking about extending Morrison Street straight through. Would that help in this instance with all of the traffic for this specific development? Is that still on the table? Are we not looking at that? Yeah, going over the highway straight across.
I think it was an issue with the MTO. I don't know that they would give us.
So that's not an us thing.
Yeah, that's not in the near term 10-year forecast. We still have the road right away, but there is no plans. And crossing an MTO is a 400 series highway is an expensive process.
Okay, thank you.
And the roads don't line up either.
Oh, okay. I've just heard that we were considering it, so I wanted to think about it. The last one, I know there's no affordable units in this development. I was wondering, our target is 40% throughout the year. Does anyone know where we are in that 40%? Have we reached it? Because technically there might be a couple more meetings by the end of the year. Where are we on that target?
Sure. Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Acting Worship. I'd have to look back in the last quarterly report. We do report on it, but I don't know the exact number today. Yeah, and but I'm not sure where we are exactly.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. I'll have some comments later. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Lococo. I have Councillor Newesteg next. And I'll try to get Mr. Stika when he comes back in the room to answer that one question.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. A lot of my questions were already asked through Councillor Lococo. One of them goes back to the industrial piece. This one's a little bit different than the other industrial ones that we've looked at, and I'm very appreciative that Arteria sat down and they looked at having a memorandum of understanding. I think that's a really good factor. But one piece that's unique here is that we have a highway right there. The highway presents a lot of the same factors that industry does in terms of noise, vibration, odor. Is that given some consideration as well? Because we're focused on all these different industrial, the 19, but there's a highway that sits right there. How does that factor into this?
Through the chair to the councillor. So the MTO has been circulated on the application, but in particular with respect to noise. So that was actually the driving factor, the highway noise for some of the elevated noise levels. It actually wasn't Artera. But in our experience and from what their acoustical engineer has stated is that they're satisfied that through building components, so that might be triple pane windows, different building facade types, as well as through the use of air conditioners, that they'd be able to mitigate those noise levels. So from a noise perspective, we're confident that that's been covered off. One of the items that's being addressed through the holding provision still is the quantification of transportation-related air pollutants, and that's what the peer reviewer had brought up, is that hasn't really been done yet, and so that's something that we're going to have them look into in more detail, and we'll work through that with the peer reviewer as well as the applicant.
Okay, through you, second question. So you, and now moving over to traffic, you said the H will be removed phase by phase. So as they're doing their phase by phase, you will start to remove it. This is a major investment from the developer. So I'm not quite sure that they would start developing and we're going to hold in H as they keep developing, and then what if they get to phase one and then we don't lift the other H? What would that look like?
Through you to the councillor. So that could be that might be something that the developer can comment on in terms of that. But it's a potential reality that might happen. They might modify their the phases in terms of how many units they're bringing online based on what can be accommodated in the interim. So we've done that. We've seen that with the region and other developments, for example, in Riverfront, where there's a threshold of where maybe a traffic signal would be required, et cetera, out there. So it's a little bit different context, but they would be aware and be able to model kind of what those thresholds would look like, and then that's something that they might be able to comment on in terms of their receptiveness to that.
Another question on the traffic. You said something about there's like a standard of traffic, like we're not operating at the ideal. What is, like, is there a standard out there in terms of what an ideal traffic system should look like? So our residents have the right expectation of what that should look like and things aren't being held.
So I can give a brief overview, and I might ask for the developer's consultant to weigh in, but I believe in the region's guidelines for the traffic impact studies, they look at a level of service E, and I believe that that's pretty much at capacity. So when you start going into an F, then that would be, an alarming kind of component. But so that you're kind of in the range from like an A to an E, and those would have varying levels of capacity still left. You might have some delays, some acceptable delays. That's about the range of what I'd be able to kind of stay on that.
So where are we right now? Because you're saying we're not operating at.
It's probably more at a level E. And that's what they're arguing, is to say that will exist regardless of the development coming online in the future when they're looking at the future total conditions, and that there are some expected additional delays as a result of that. So, and I'll leave it to their traffic consultant to comment on that in addition.
And another question, what is the current tax? I'm not sure if you can answer that. The tax levy that we're receiving on that vacant piece of property right now. I know we had their presentation in terms of what the projected tax revenue is, but what is it currently?
Do we have that, staff? I don't know, Ms. Clerk. Who would know that? Current levy?
I don't, I apologize, Your Worship, I don't have that figure. I'd have to look it up.
Okay.
Or if the finance director
Yes.
look it up.
The acre site? Okay, they don't have that at their fingertips?
Okay,
Yeah.
no, just curiosity. Okay, I think I've asked all my questions. Thank you very much.
Any other questions of council for staff? Okay, all right, so we're good. Thank you very much. So members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result. Yeah, I will, okay. Actually, just before I do this, for anybody that may be here, we've already announced it twice. I'll announce it again. For anyone here for the Grassy Brook secondary plan, it's been deferred. It's not going to be dealt with until November. So if there's anybody here for that, I don't want you having to stick around all night waiting for it. We've had technical difficulties with our computer system, and it wasn't available with ample time. So it will be dealt with in November. So if anybody's here for that, I apologize. So now, back to this meeting. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody registered?
Yes, Your Worship. Glennie and Anthony Hines had registered.
Yeah, if you could just state your name and your address, and then you've got up to 5 minutes. Welcome.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. My name's Glenn Hines, and I'm a owner-resident at 5100 Dorchester Road. So, Mr. Mayor, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thanks for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. My wife and I are owners of a condo at 5100 Dorchester Road, the 8-story building across the road, across Dorchester, from the proposed development, between the railway crossing and the QEW on-ramp. I speak today not as a representative of any formal group, but as a concerned property owner and on behalf of neighbors who've asked me to share their views. We made representation in writing during last year's consultation that Ms. Cece spoke of, and I trust that those comments are on the official record. 5 minutes allows me just enough time to address at a high level the concerns that have not been adequately addressed in the amended proposal and the city staff report. As we're aware, the developer at 5259 Dorchester proposes a significant high-rise complex that necessitates a large number of amendments and variances. The applicant seeks an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to change the designation from major commercial to residential and to rezone the land from shopping center commercial to a site-specific residential 5F zone, permitting buildings of up to 25 stories high, 1,782 units, commercial space, and maintenance buildings, 240 units per hectare, which is well beyond the city's official current maximum density of 150 units per hectare. We first learned of this proposal last August after a fellow resident contacted planning staff and after noticing survey activities on the grounds. Adjacent industry, Arterra, as we've already heard, had been consulted. However, nearby residents had not at that time. Public meetings followed in October and December, but many questions remain unanswered at this time. The 45-page staff report was only made available to the public a little over 24 hours ago. Our concerns fall into several clear categories. First, traffic. The recently released traffic study proposes mitigation measures to manage the significant increase in the traffic along Dorchester-Morrison corridor, but it does not adequately address the increased volume of traffic along the entirety of Dorchester Road. predominantly a two-lane thoroughfare through residential and school areas. At the Dorchester-Dawson intersection, there's 3 southbound and a turn lane and 2 northbound and a turn lane. However, this wide piece of sectional corridor only exists between Morrison and Frederica Royal Manor. The rest of Dorchester is a 2-lane residential thoroughfare. It does not appear that traffic studies account for the rest of Morrison and all of the other traffic in the that is generated. Residential density along Dorchester has increased over the past few years with the addition of apartments, townhouses, and garden homes without any noticeable measures to improve traffic flow. The staff recommended the removal of the holding provision required an updated traffic impact study on a phase-by-phase basis. It may be supportable if the phases are adequately defined, but we don't know what phases are. And if the city commits to acceptable incremental traffic mitigation measures in a timely manner. No phase should be allowed to progress without mitigation measures underway addressing the previous phase's impact. As identified in last year's consultation, there's only a single entry and exit point on Dawson. The proposed emergency access that was brought out in the amendment is acknowledged and appreciated. However, as noted, it's contingent on the MOT approving the access point that close to the on-ramp. For obvious reasons, it's highly recommended that no residential development of the site be approved until the MTO has granted this approval or a second means of entry and egress is identified. We've already heard about noise and quality of life. Residents already experience significant noise from the QEW Highway 420 and Dorchester Road, particularly on summer weekends. Adding more than 1,000 vehicles to this will intensify the impact on existing homes. One thing that doesn't show up in the developer's proposal is utilities. When it comes to hydro and communications, the area already experiences frequent hydro interruptions. Any approval should require clear commitments from the relevant utilities that capacity exists to serve the additional load without degrading service for current residents. Construction impacts. 2 levels of underground parking have been proposed. They may require substantial excavation and possibly even blasting. And we ask for specific assurances that neighboring foundations and underground structures, including those at 5100 Dorchester, will be protected and that monitoring and mitigation measures will be put in place. Snow management and wind. We've heard a little bit about the wind. The snow clearance from the site and the Dawson Street extension must not spill into the municipal rights-of-way. Wind effects on drifting and the accumulation around the site also need to be considered properly. They were treated very lightly in the supporting studies and in the staff report. That brings me to project delivery and risk. Developments of this size carry a real risk of delay or abandonment. The request to suspend the normal sunset clause is concerning, and if the proponent is confident in the proposal, a clear and enforceable completion timeline should be put in place. Incomplete or stalled projects become long-term blights on a community. We've seen it elsewhere in the city, particularly Stanley Avenue and in Chippewa. One only has to look at 6705 Crop Street, right on our back door, to see what happens when a site is not completed in a timely manner. The staff recommendation to invoke a phase sunset clause is noted with phase 1 being subject to a 3-year execution timeframe with a possible 1-year extension. However, nowhere in the report are phases defined. In fact, the word phase is used 19 times in the staff report, 17 of which pertain to construction phases. Given the variety of activities, including traffic improvements and other approvals that depend on phases, as we've heard today, it's requested that these be spelled out and the developer be required to perform within them inside that 10-year forecast construction timeline. Beyond these site-specific issues, locating a high-density residential complex at the intersection of 2 major highways raises legitimate questions about air quality, noise exposure for future residents. The application itself notes that mitigation measures will be required. These factors deserve thorough assessment and a commitment by the developer before any decision is made. I want to be clear. Most of us are not opposed to the redevelopment of the site. We support efforts to increase and improve the housing supply in Niagara Falls. What we ask is that the legitimate concerns of existing residents and owners be given proper weight, and that any approval be conditional on clear, enforceable solutions to the issues that have been raised in earlier consultations and again today. A more modest proposal that respects the scale of the surrounding area and addresses these practical concerns would be most welcome. Mr. Mayor, councillors, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Just before you leave, any questions for Mr. Hines? Okay, no, we're good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing none, Councillor Newesteg, we did get an answer from Ms. Clark on the property taxes on that property currently as it sits vacant.
Yeah, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. When I walked in, I wasn't sure what property we were talking about, but at 5259 Dorchester, they're currently $220,000 for total taxes. So Region City and province.
And our city then is what, 37% of that?
Yeah, our city portion would be about 37% of that, which is about $81,000.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to speak to this proposal? Okay, yeah, if you want to come forward, state your name, address, and up to 5 minutes.
I'm going to be your worship, Aras Racy, resident of Niagara Falls. As you know, I come to all the council meetings, so I have a benefit of seeing a lot of conversations, and I actively lobby on behalf of millennials and Gen Z. Housing affordability significantly, it's a big issue in this city. And as you know, 20 years ago, if you want to buy a house, you could work for a year or two and save money and have that down payment. But right now, you need to work and save for multiple years. And at the end, you have to go to bank of mom and dad to be able to help you to put the down payment. What I like about this particular proposal project is that it's a purposeful rental. I mean, we all hope for ownership, but unfortunately, if we don't have it, the next best thing will be residential rental. And this proposal technically could be a commercial property, so they could create significantly more noise and hassle for the neighborhood. So at least it will be residential. But also, just want to briefly mention something that this morning we had a conversation about housing affordability. We had that city gives away the land, so some organization comes build 80 houses for some that'll be a bright side. But if this proposal goes in multiple phases, first one's 100, 200, 300, 400, each tower basically built, I think significant number of housing will be supplied to our city, and it's not going to cost taxpayers. The burden is not on the taxpayers, and the city is not giving away the land that it has to some organization with the promise of, I'm going to build something. And finally, I wanted to say that I have my tax bill with me, and here it shows that 50% of the taxes that we are paying, because people see the city of Niagara Falls as invoice comes at the city of Niagara Falls. And even my neighbors think I'm paying the taxes. But the reality is 54% is regional taxes. 9% are education. Only 37% is the city of Niagara Falls. So only 37% are decided in this room. And out of that 37%, significant portion of it is fixed costs. So we can't change it. And I've seen all these council meetings. Everybody comes here. My taxes is too much. Services that I want to use, you don't spend enough money in it. And the services that I don't use, cut them out. So I don't envy the position of the council to saying that, it's not an easy decision to make. But I wanted to bring this up because, as our CAO this morning mentioned, you either had to cut your cost or increase your revenues. And just imagine if you have these 1,000 rental comes, the property tax on top of that will be significant. And I know I'm interested about housing for younger millennials and Gen Z, but intensification, I understand local neighborhoods maybe have a concern about it. I totally get it. But I've been come to all council meetings and see that houses being built in places right next to residential, right next to single stories. But as part of the official new plan, when these rapid buses that are going on that street, this is going to be great for millennial and Gen Z. This is going to be great in terms of income for our city. Because again, we have to, either we have to expand our urban boundary, which is significantly cost, or right next to highway. Again, I understand the traffic issues. I live around that neighborhood. I know it. But the people who are buying this kind of properties, they have access to transport so they can get into the highway and go to the jobs. So that just sums up my interest in this project in behalf of younger people who definitely need rental. And I wish all the best for the proposal for developers, because again, a lot of projects, they do their best and they never get off the ground. But nonetheless, I wanted to mention that I think this is a great rental project for younger generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Okay, yeah, if you'd like to come forward and state your name and your address and up to 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Worship. My name is Roderick McCrae. I live at 6822 Kiefer Street. I did email some comments to Ms. Cece last week, but I just wanted to comment on a couple things that were brought up, specifically water, stormwater drainage. I know that was mentioned that the area is operating at capacity, but I want to point out the north end of Niagara Falls and Niagara region is operating within capacity, and look what happened a couple weeks ago. Climate change is real. It's happening. Storms like that are going to happen more often and with more intensity. And I feel like any new projects should have an increase in capacity to plan ahead. And another concern that I have that I didn't see addressed was no matter what happens with the site, what will be put in place for the rodents that live in that field. I walk my dog along Dorchester Road quite often, and I see rats going in and out of that field all the time. As soon as construction starts, they're going to start migrating into the neighborhood. And I would like to know if there's going to be a plan for that.
Okay. All right. When we get the applicant, we can ask that question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did I see another hand? Yeah, if you'd like to come forward. Just state your name. You state your name and your address and up to 5 minutes.
It's Joan McDougall. I live at 5100 Dorchester Road.
What was the last name, sorry?
McDougall.
Okay, McDougall, thank you.
I just wanted to address what he had to say about the rentals being for the younger people, millennials and such. And when it had said that the rentals would be for high income, I don't believe that the people that would be living there would be of younger generation, given our employment and what people make in this area. I'm 58 years old and I don't have a job. And given that the income for here is generally minimum wage, I don't think that's the people that would be living in those rentals. So I don't think you're correct in that assumption.
Well, if you just direct your comments this way.
I just wanted to, in regarding that, and I'm just very disappointed in the extent of what those buildings are going to be at that height. I just worry about that. I don't think the city's equipped to maintain for fire departments at that. And I hope that this council will address additional fire departments, given, I know this isn't what we're discussing at this point, but given all the building that is being maintained in this city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry. Is there anybody else other than the, yeah, if you'd like to come forward. Again, just state your name, your address, up to 5 minutes.
It's good that you're not building that building.
Yeah, I know, huh? My name's Mark Primerano. I own the plaza right across the street from the development, 6843 Dawson Street. I have 3 tenants in the building. I have a restaurant, a hair salon, and actually a cash money store where you go to an office to talk about lending money. I think this is going to help tremendously my tenants. As you know, the economy is not great, and a lot of people aren't going out that much for dinners and different things. But you know, for my tenant situation, I think they'll be really happy once the building is built, and I support the development. I think it'll help Niagara a lot to have this type of style and look. I'm also a realtor, so I know a lot about different developments. I think it's going to enhance the city, but good question about how much is paying now on vacant land tax versus when this is done. I'd like to hear that answer tonight. If you can bring that up, that would be awesome, because I think this will help the city a lot financially too. That's it.
Thank you. Yeah, maybe staff can work on that number. I don't know what like the property taxes may be once it's developed out, a range, even
it's
a
in
range.
there.
It's in there. What was the number?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, in the applicant's presentation, I noticed in slide 15, the estimated taxes said they would be 5.5 million. I'm not sure how they calculate that, but I'm assuming that's total taxes. So the city's portion would be approximately 2 million.
Okay, factor 10. Okay, thank you for that. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council? Okay, seeing none, we'll now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. My name's Rocky Vaca, for the record, partner at Sullivan Manny, appearing on behalf of the applicant and its principal, Angelo Butera Sr. With me, I have Michael Allen, project architect from ACK Architects, Nicholas Godfrey and Barb Weens from Upper Canada Consultants. They are the planning consultants. And Greg Louie from Paradigm, who is the traffic consultant, who is available to address any questions. Just to give you a roadmap of our presentation, I will be providing some preliminary remarks, followed by Nicholas and Barb, who will review the planning merits of the application and address the comments in opposition. Then followed by Michael, who will provide an overview of the architectural design of the project. And then I'll be back to review the financial implications of the development. Sorry.
Rocky, smile, smile. Smile.
One. Got it?
It's only Rocky. You guys don't have to worry, it's only Rocky.
Finally, I'll be available to answer any questions arising from the presentation. To begin, the applicant is part of the Panoramic Properties group of companies led by Angelo Butera Sr. Panoramic Properties is a privately owned Canadian real estate and property management company specializing in residential housing with a significant presence in Ontario, Quebec, and Nova Scotia. Founded in 1985 by Angelo Butera Sr., it has grown into one of the larger private residential landlords in all of Canada, with over 13,500 purpose-built residential rental units. Currently, it is in the process of constructing 5 towers in Sudbury, totaling 1,100 units, a 6-story tower in Elmira with 76 units, and it's ready to begin construction on 2 14-story towers at Kaler and McLeod Road, which this council approved, consisting of 450 units. The company's head office is in Niagara Falls in the Montrose Business Park, and it currently employs over 700 people. I'm giving you this background because often I hear that developers get approvals but don't build. Mr. Butera is not one of those developers. He gets approvals and he builds. His track record speaks for itself. The proposed development of 9 buildings totaling 1,782 units will be the largest project Panoramic has ever done. It has extra meaning to the Butera family to complete this project in their hometown. Now, this project has gone through a long and winding road over the past 2 years. I would be remiss if I didn't thank city staff and the public for traveling with us along that road and challenging us to address all public comments and concerns. I sincerely believe we have done so. I'd like to give special thanks to Mayor Diodati for helping us to facilitate discussions with our neighbors at Arterra Wines. Those discussions led to substantial changes to the project over the past couple of months to address Arterra's concerns and receive Arterra's blessing. And I know there was some comments about what impact this will have on Arterra if the MOE receives complaints. I believe Arterra they're sophisticated, they're an international company, they're big boys. They're confident that what's being put in place and what we've agreed to in the Memorandum of Understanding will work and will result in no complaints. Arterra recently celebrated their 150th anniversary. They're not going anywhere, and Panoramic is looking forward to working with Arterra in the development of this project in a safe, efficient, and mutually beneficial manner. I confirm that we have reviewed the staff recommendation report and accept the recommendations, but are seeking confirmation that the time period for the sunset clause does not begin to run until the H on the zoning is lifted. Recommendation 3 states within 3 years of the amending bylaw coming into effect, which suggests that the time period begins to run as soon as the bylaw is passed. But legally, no development can proceed until the H is lifted. No developer is going to go down the road of a site plan agreement until the H is lifted. So that could be a year, it could be 2 years, who knows. So I'd like for it to read within 3 years of the H being lifted from the amending bylaw. That's the only amendment we're seeking. I will now pass it on to Michael, Nicholas, and Barb to continue the presentation, and I'll be back at the end.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, and members of the public. I'm Nicholas Godfrey, Senior Planner with Upper Canada Consultants, and I'll give you a quick overview in addition to what Mackenzie said, just provide some additional context and purpose behind the development. So as mentioned, the subject site is at 5259 Dorchester Road, and it occupies a strategic transition point within the urban area. It's bounded by major infrastructure corridors, commercial areas, industrial uses, and established residential areas. The subject lands are to the west of the Burdett-Dawson neighborhood and are within proximity to key transportation routes, including the QEW, Highway 420, and are also serviced by regional transit bus stops on both sides of Dorchester Road. Dorchester Road is also an arterial road. They're accessible by automobile, active transportation with sidewalks on both sides of Dorchester Road and on one side of Dawson Street, and it's also in proximity to the Millennium Recreational Trail. They're within a 5-minute drive or a 15-minute walk of commercial and lifestyle amenities along Dorchester Road and at the intersection of Dorchester Road and Morrison Street. These areas cater to daily needs with numerous retail stores, restaurants, grocery stores, medical offices, and employment opportunities. There's also a mix of residential uses, including apartments, townhouses, stacked townhouses, and single detached dwellings. So the previous concept featured a minimum setback of 70 meters from the property line shared with Artera. And this was supported by the submitted land use analyses that we submitted during our original application. This proposal included a total of 1,782 units and had the following site features: 5 residential buildings, 3 mixed-use commercial residential buildings, and 2 storage buildings. It also included significant outdoor amenity spaces, rooftop amenities, and balcony areas. It also includes 2 levels of underground parking and surface parking. The revised concept features a minimum 100-meter setback for most buildings, with some positioned upwards of 160 meters away. The updated development features 9 buildings and 1,782 units. There's 4 residential buildings, 2 of which feature a shared podium, so these present as 6 buildings in total. 2 mixed-use commercial residential buildings, 1 standalone commercial building, 2 storage buildings, and as well, we've increased the outdoor amenity area to provide that additional buffer to Artera's lands, and we're still providing the same amount of amenity area in the building, and including rooftop, balcony, and interior amenity spaces. As well, it still continues to feature 2 levels of underground parking and surface parking. So what we heard during the original design is several issues of concern that were raised. One of which was traffic and circulation, which you've heard about tonight. So potential traffic increases and the risk of cut-through traffic utilizing existing residential streets. We heard about the emergency access and lack of emergency options to the site. We heard about construction impacts regarding timing and duration of construction activities. We heard about potential shadowing impacts on surrounding properties. We heard about strains on existing sanitary sewer capacity and infrastructure capacity. We heard about scale and density issues and the overall density of the proposed development on the surrounding neighborhood. And we heard about the industrial compatibility issues with the Artera's property. So to address these issues, some of the changes we've made to the plan under traffic and circulation include a recommended redesign of Dorchester Road and Dawson Street to deter cut-through movements onto Dawson Street. We've also recommended potential traffic calming measures for the city to consider in the existing neighborhood should the city wish to do so. And we've also recommended dedicated travel lanes for the Artera to access their property on Dawson Street. We've regarding emergency access, we have provided emergency access as has been noted. Regarding construction impacts, as discussed, we will be phasing the site to minimize construction impacts, and it will be phased as well as part of the holding provisions under the traffic impact study. We will be undertaking a phasing strategy. Regarding shadowing, the majority of shadow impacts are actually internal to the site, and the remainder of the shadow impacts are reduced from the original design and are primarily late in the day and later in the season in the winter months. The infrastructure, regarding infrastructure, the FSR, which was reviewed by staff, has determined that there is sanitary capacity available. And with the enhanced amenity area, we also have additional stormwater management strategies that we can incorporate on the site. Regarding scale and density, so we consider this a key locational node that can support increased density. It's walkable to existing shopping and employment opportunities. It's on a transit route. There's active transportation available. It's on an interior roadway. There's good highway access. And we're providing open space and amenities on site to provide additional lifestyle quality of life for the people moving into this property. And then regarding industrial compatibility, so we've increased the residential setback to Artera Wines property. We're proposing a dedicated travel lane to Artera Wines to maintain traffic flow. The land use compatibility study has recommended mitigation measures that will be implemented as part of the detailed site plan stage. And we also have a demonstrated commitment to work with Artera as demonstrated through the executed memorandum of understanding that Butera have agreed to with Artera. So I will hand it off to Michael now to speak more clearly about the design intent.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council, and staff. I'm going to be as quick as I can because I know you've probably heard a lot of this. But going through the concept and the design of it, obviously Dawson Creek is the principal access point into the development, and as noted, is going to be redesigned to accommodate the industrial building with it. But the concept itself was starting at the Dawson Creek, where we're proposing a 4-story commercial building with enhanced landscaping, terraces, and so forth. The objective there is to create the definition at that intersection, starting along the Dorchester Road. Moving to the south of it, we're proposing the 2 mixed-use buildings. That'll be the podium design with commercial on grade, with, again, pedestrian access, pedestrian terraces, and so forth, connecting to Dorchester, helping us to create that definition and articulate the street facade at Dorchester Road. The remainder of the residential buildings are along the southern portion of the property, stepping towards the westerly, done intentionally so that we step the buildings from the 14 stories to the 24, 25 stories as we move west away from the existing residential fabric along Dorchester Road. And as you can see from the original proposal to what we're at to today, there is excessive greenery space left in the core of the property, done intentionally so that we can integrate an enhanced landscaping plan, amenity space, gardens, and so forth for the property residents. But it's also, as we get into the site plan agreement, we've got excessive space to incorporate and work with the stormwater management as we're going through that design. Notably as well, the buildings are being designed and strategically positioned on the site so that we take into consideration the viewpoints and the privacy of not only within our property, but from the surrounding properties as well. And I'll explain that to you in a little more detail shortly. As noted, there will be 2 levels of underground parking that will accommodate 1,754 vehicles underground. We will also be accommodating 375 surface parking spaces that will be strategically laid out throughout the site with the landscaping plan as well, so we're not looking at just a sea of asphalt. Total spaces of 2,129 spaces. So as I noted, the buildings that are being designed and strategically positioned to consider the privacy vantage points, and illustrated here, it's more so with the angular plane. The angular plane is never impeded at any portion of our property boundary as it's adjacent to a neighboring property. As you can see in the illustration, the first one is a section along Dorchester looking westerly. Primarily, it gives you a viewpoint of the angular plane from the Artera property, and you can see the development is well within the angular plane boundaries. I took a section further into the site as the buildings get taller. That's where we're at the 24, 25 stories. And again, that's where we've increased the setback of 160 to 161 meters to the industrial property. Again, you can also see that we're well within the angular plane boundaries. Now, in consideration of the taller buildings looking northerly, it's more so to show a cut section through Dorchester at the very far right. Again, you can see from Dorchester Road and the properties across the street, the buildings are within the angular plane boundary. And then as we cut it closer to the existing residential tower, again, you'll see the angular plane is well respected, with the core of the property being left for the landscaping enhancements within the property. So as the designs of the buildings and the site go into further detail and development, the main objective of our proposal is to create and define a pedestrian scale along Dorchester. This will be achieved with the commercial podiums that we're proposing for the mixed-use buildings and the commercial buildings. It will also be done through the combined landscaping, the pedestrian accesses, and the pedestrian terraces. The development then, as noted, will step inwards away from the existing residential fabric that exists. So notably, and no one will argue the fact that Dorchester is a busy street, but from the design standpoint, it is very important that the development enhances the pedestrian interaction along the street edge within the property and within the existing community. So the development, as everyone is aware, is being built, operated, and maintained by Panoramic Properties as a rental community. Notably, all of Panoramic's developments are built, run, and maintained at a level of condominium status. And so what I mean by this is the amenities, the services, the features that are within the site and within the buildings are what you would actually expect to see in condominiums. But this is for a rental complex. So you'll see such things as lounges, parties rooms, theater rooms, fitness facilities, rooftop terraces, gardens and so forth, and self-storage on the property, and as well its own maintenance facility on this property to service it. And that is, for not only for us, but for the property owner, is very important, because maintaining it to a higher standard will allow this community to thrive and grow. So with that, I'm going to hand it back to Mr. Vodka to conclude the presentation, then we'll answer any questions after that. Thank you.
He said vodka. Mr. Vodka. Vodka. Let's call him Mr. Vodka. Mr. Vodka.
What's happening from Vodka?
The only thing, clarification we wanted was on Dawson's Creek. We weren't sure exactly where that was. You can help us. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vodka will tell us.
Yes. Thank you, Michael. So I am now in my 30th year of practice, and from my experience, I believe this is one of the largest, if not the largest, mixed-use project ever brought forward in the city of Niagara Falls, if not in the region. It is truly a legacy project for the Butera family in their hometown. Now, dealing with the financial impacts schedule that's before you. So just some stats and figures. The total project cost is estimated at $757,350,000. The soft costs, development charges are going to be just under $67 million. Building permit fees, $11,355,000. And the property tax figure, that's incorrect, the $5,500,000 at 1,782 units. If we assess it at $4,000 to $5,000 per taxes per unit, which is quite easily going to be the number, plus the commercial component of it, I believe around $5,000 is the city's portion of the total property taxes. $5 million would be the city's portion of the property taxes. Dealing with employment, the project will have 3,000 total construction, 3 million total construction hours. I feel like I've been drinking vodka. 3 million total construction hours. And the generated employment income throughout the project would be $165 million. And in terms of total employment income for the employees who will remain on the site ongoing for maintenance and for the commercial component of the site, we're looking at $13 million in income for the employees. So those are the financial figures. You heard that roughly right now you're getting about $81,000 in property taxes for this vacant parcel that's been vacant for quite a while. The Loblaws Group owned it for decades. They had planned a shopping mall on that property, gave up on that idea. The Butera Group bought the property. And I know there's worries about impact, but the studies that remain to be done will deal with whatever I's need to be dotted or T's need to be crossed. So it's just for the benefit of the neighbors, please feel confident that this project will not proceed until your staff is confident that we have crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. And that's going to take time. And that's why, again, we're requesting that the sunset clause be worded so that it doesn't start ticking until the H is lifted. It's going to take us a while to lift that H. And those are my comments, subject to any questions you may have. We have our traffic consultant here as well.
Okay, thank you. So I've got Councillor Newstag, Dabrowski, Patel, Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you to all for the presentation and to the developers. What a way to end our council term with an absolutely fabulous project ahead of us. I mean, I say that because we looking at a possibility of 3,000 new residents. I particularly see a lot of seniors. I know Eris was talking about youth, but I see seniors, and this being a great place for seniors because of the location. So easy to walk to all the amenities. I know this is the second project this year that Mr. Butera brought to us, and it's location, 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 and absolutely, I was writing down all the things that you can get to very easily. Now, when we're talking about traffic, so I envisioned if I was living there and I had a car, if I had to go anywhere other than the Dorchester, so this can help, we're talking about mitigating traffic, I would jump on the highway because the highway where we are right there can get you across the city very easily. Where I could see it being a bit of an issue is if I'm trying to go over to Zara's, if I wanted to go get pet food, if I want to go to Staples or the dollar store or the accountants or the lawyers or everything else that's over there, that's where the traffic would be. Now, if we go back to that first slide that Mr. Allen had at the beginning, where you showed us that nice, one more, back, a few more, back, when you had the green space there. So why, and you're paying, well, if you're giving us $5.5 million in taxes, I'm sure you're giving the region far more than that. Why could you not deal with the region and have a bus system come in and loop around? Are the roads in there large enough to have a city bus come in? Because if they go over to the Zara's Plaza, they have a bus depot there. That way people, especially seniors, making attainable, they may not even have to have a car then. They could hop in the bus there, go pick up their, which might be too heavy for them to carry back, and get on the bus there because it loops right back in. It's not like they have to walk from Dorchester Road into the complex. Is that a possibility?
Through you, Your Worship, I think that's a great suggestion. So to answer your initial question is, yes, a bus can travel through that site because we've got it to accommodate the fire route. So I think that's something we would definitely look at, something we'd be considering at the site plan agreement to integrate those kind of things with it. But I think it's a great suggestion.
All right. And continuing on from there, and I do want to go on about the fact that you've worked with, and that's been a big pet peeve of ours on council, this industrial versus residential. However, and a lot of times what we find is the residential people end up there and they're not aware of these other industries. But in this case, there is a highway right there. So if nothing else tells you, and it's right in your face, there's going to be noise, there's going to be odor, there's going to be vibration. That's going to tell you right there. If I'm choosing to live there, I've got to be expected to deal with some of those things. I want to talk about the taxes we've talked about, going from $81,000 to a $5 million. And that for all of us means a lot of less taxes. So when we're looking at what we increased just last year, basically that would have covered our increase last year in our own tax dollars. So And that equals almost 25% of our OLG funding. So this is a significant infusion of tax dollars, as well as infusion to dollars, which Mr. Primerano talked about. Having said that, though, we do have the residents, and I want to speak to Mr. Hines' questions. I thought you made a great presentation. You do have some questions that I think need to be addressed, and they haven't all been talked about. So when we're talking about the phases, and we heard phases, I think you quoted 19 times, is it possible that those phases can be explained for the residents so that they understand what that means?
Through your worship, so absolutely it can. Usually we get into more detail when we get into the site plan agreement, and I appreciate everyone's concern at the zoning stages. Appreciate from our standpoint that the concept design, and that's what it is. This is real, we know we can do it. We get into the detailed design of it and we can start integrating the phases as we're looking at it. We have to sit down with the developer, and for us it's very strategic, where we either start at Dorchester, work our way through the site and back out, or we start at the back and work our way out to Dorchester. It's a financial thing that we got to look at and see what's the most expedient way to do it. Regardless, the one comment that was brought up, in a development of this magnitude, you have to do pre and post construction surveys. So we would be analyzing, monitoring all the way around the areas for the people that would be impacted by this type of development, putting in the dust control measures, the construction measures, schedules, because it has to be done, so you just can't drive trucks in and out of the site. As you see at the hospital, for example, they've got construction gates scheduled for coming and goings. The rodent issue was brought up. So for example, that also would have to be dealt with at site plan agreement, but in larger developments of this scale, a rodent control plan has to be put in place. Something we don't deal with at zoning, because we're dealing with zoning matters with it, the more critical things with respect to servicing and things of that nature. And part of the work through the city with the neighbors, why we've done a change, a fairly significant change in the design, literally a month or so before we had to come to council. So you can only imagine the hurrying behind the scenes trying to get things back to you guys. So that's part and parcel why we're even requesting the hold zone on some of these studies, so that we can get into the detailed aspect of mitigating the winds and things of that nature.
And you'll be dealing with residents how long? It's just, it's a great, we don't want it to
it's
go
a
away,
must.
but-
It's
okay.
a must.
And so I'm just hoping that Mr. Hines and the residents will feel comfortable that they're not going to be ignored through this, because the city is going to benefit immensely from this. So we want it, and I appreciate the fact that they don't want to stop it. They're just asking for consideration. And, you know, like for blasting, here it said in your report that blasting wasn't going to be an issue, but they're a little concerned. So as long as we can make sure they're accommodated through this whole process.
And rightfully so. This site, the geotechnical, we don't have stone in that to be blasting through. We have enough dirt to dig down with the geotechnical aspect. But again, as we're moving forward and a construction schedule is put in place, the construction management aspect of it would notify the neighbors and the surrounding as to what's going on, the schedule of constructions. And I think we've kind of proved that we are willing to work with the neighbors. And what I mean by that is, we actually had 3 information meetings on this project. The very first one we had was actually 2.5 years ago. We actually had nobody show up to the site. And that's not, I don't want to get into the ins and outs about it. And we found out that there was a mix-up with the control board or the condo board. So my client obliged to have another one at his expense. That one was on us, because we decided to do a format that we thought was going to be a little more informal, to have a discussion. And as I recall, Councillor Lococo was at it. And we really didn't get a chance to discuss and engage with the residents. So at their request and at my client's cost, we had another one. So we've had 3 information meetings, and then extensive meetings with your staff and the mayor. So we're proving that we want to work with the city and the neighbors to make this a success.
There was another comment Mr. Hines made about utilities, the hydro communication. Will that be dealt with as well, so there is no interruption or disruption?
Absolutely. So at site plan, again, when we get into it, we've got to start engaging with hydro and so forth. We're actually doing a project right now in St. Catharines where we're having to bring in more power into the site. This is not a cost to the residents. This is not a cost to the city. If by chance they've got to get power to the site for different transformers and so forth, that's at the development cost. The objective is that there is no interruption to the services to the residents, and that's part of the memorandum with Altera is they cannot have any interruption with regards to water, drainage, or power. That industry must keep operating 24/7. Okay. So it's prudent upon us to make sure that it works. That's also when we get into the phasing of the development, we have to make sure that we just don't do a little phase and then find out, oops, we've got to make sure that we have everything there so that as we phase it through, it's a plug and play.
Okay. And the final comment that Mr. Hines made was about having a hole in the ground. This is one development I don't fear that we're going to have that issue. So I feel confident in that. And I thank you for all your answers. And I hope that the residents are satisfied with the answers that they've been given so far. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Dabrowski, Patel, and Lococo.
Yeah, thank you. Through you, thanks for the presentation. Exciting development. I've driven past that parcel of land for over 40 years, and I always feel like it's the last piece of the puzzle for the north central part of the city. And to make sure we get that last piece of the puzzle correct, I'm still unsure, after the presentation I heard from a couple of residents, which demographic you're actually targeting, whether it be seniors or Gen X or young families. Regardless, the open space, the green space, as part of the site plan, do you envision a parkland? Because if it is seniors, a lot of seniors babysit their young grandchildren. If it's young families, they'll utilize that park space. But when I look at that area, the closest park I think is Cherry Hill. But you're essentially building a mini city within a city. So I'm just wondering what the plans are for that green space, and have you thought of that? And what demographic are you actually targeting for this development?
Yeah, I don't think there's a specific demographic we're targeting. I mean, I can tell you our discussions with Arterra, they were very interested in the fact that they're expanding their operations and they could have their employees live next door. They were very excited with that fact. So, you know, that demographic would be younger, you know, maybe a bit older, but not seniors. My understanding of the projects the Butero family have done elsewhere, there really is a mix of demographics. Mr. Allen would know better than I would. He's been involved in most of them, but there really is a mix. In terms of the open space, that's going to be during site plan stage. It's up to you whether you want park or do you want cash and lieu. We'd prefer to have a park there, but that's something that you're going to have a big say in. And I can tell you our preference would be to have a park there. It only improves the entire site, makes it more beneficial for the residents. And so that's about all I can say at this point.
It's growing, and this feels like it's the last piece of the puzzle. So I'm in support of it, and thanks for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patel?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To add to what Councillor Dabrowski said, you know, years ago there was the Acres building sitting there empty and it was all abandoned, and finally they took it down and now something is going in that area. So actually it's great that something's going into that area. My question for you, Mr. Becca, is this application has clearly evolved through consultation. What would you identify as the most significant changes made in response to concerns raised by Arterra residents and our staff? What was the major improvement you made?
Well, the major change vis-a-vis Arterra was to give greater separation from their operation. So the original plan had it at 70 meters, which is the minimum distance separation for Class 2. And we've now increased it so that all the buildings are at least 100 meters away, and some are as far as 171, I believe, 161. So that was a major part of what came out of our discussions with Arterra. They wanted more separation, and we were able to give them more separation. In fact, I think a benefit of that discussion was you now have the majority of the buildings basically backing onto the highway as opposed to in the middle of the site. And I think that helps the neighborhood as well. You now have an 8 and 14-story building on Dorchester across from the existing 8-story condo building, and you have the greater height along the perimeter backing onto the highway. now further away from those neighbors because it's no longer in the middle of the site, it's on the perimeter. So I think that was a big improvement to the project.
Thank you. And I love the green space in between all the buildings and parking. Will the neighborhood, neighbors will be able to use the park if they want to come from across the street?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's not going to be a private condominium. It'll be open to the public, and you're going to have a say in terms of what you want to see there. If you want to see a parquet, cash and lieu, or if you want to see a large park, you're going to have that say.
Perfect. Thank you. And one last question is, it is one of the biggest development in our city. In this site, what makes this site perfect? You think you can build this development somewhere else? Is it possible to move this development somewhere else, or this site is what makes this development?
If you look at a map of the city of Niagara Falls, it's almost dead center in the city. You have commercial around it. You have easy access to the highway if you want to go towards Toronto, or if you want to go towards Fort Erie, or if you want to go towards the tourist center. Everything's right there. So I think we'd be hard-pressed to find a better location for this type of development in the city of Niagara Falls, maybe even in the region, quite frankly. I just think it's a great site. I'm really happy Loblaws didn't proceed with their development because it would have been another large shopping center at that location. Asphalt, as Councillor Carrio said, as opposed to having 1,782 families living in purpose-built rentals in a great location.
Thank you. And as we know that there's a holding on the zoning application especially for the traffic mitigation. So what happens if this traffic mitigation doesn't go the way we want it to go?
Well, we're going to have to comply with whatever comes out of that report. So if there's mitigation we need to put in place, then we're going to have to do it. Otherwise, this development doesn't proceed. We're confident that the H's will all be lifted. Our consultants are all confident that the reports they're going to provide will be satisfactory. So we have no concern with that. The problem, Councillor Patel, is time. And that's why a sunset clause starting 3 years from when this bylaw is approved, quite frankly, is not fair for this development. Not at all. You have commercial developments that are not nearly as large as this, and you give them 4 years, plus 2-year extensions. And here, we're stuck with 3 years, plus 1 year at the discretion of the planning director, in a situation where we have an H on our zoning until we complete at least 3 studies. So that's the reason why I'm requesting either, don't start the clock until the H's are all lifted, because we're not going to start designing the buildings and going through site plan until the H's are lifted. So that's dead time.
Right.
So again, we're asking that the 3 years start from when the H's are lifted.
Okay. That kind of makes sense to me, but thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had a few questions. We've talked about numerous times that it's purpose-built rental, but yet in the report it talks about offers to purchase and any of the purchasers. Through the mayor to Mr. Vaca, can we just clarify that?
I think staff requires that because you could start as purpose-built rentals, and then over time you could convert the buildings into condominiums and then sell the units. So that's a further safeguard that in the development agreement, it will cover off warning clauses in leases and warning clauses in any future agreements of purchase and sale.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, and that's also something that, quite frankly, Arterra requested as well, that it be dealt with in leases and any future agreements of purchase and sale. The Butera family has no interest in converting these units and selling units. That's not the business they're in. They do purpose-built rentals. They manage their properties. So I think there's no risk of that happening, quite frankly.
Thank you. I want to go back to the 3 years, removing it after the, starting it when the H is lifted.
Yep.
Maybe through the mayor to Ms. Dolch or other planning staff. What is your recommendation? Are you okay with that? They're asking, but we haven't really talked to you yet.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So I do have concerns with it, and I know they did ask us earlier today. And my concern is just that there's no time limit on the removal of the holding. So they could take 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, I don't know. Obviously, we do know that the builder is an active builder, but I just caution on that fact. I think with the 3+1 years, I'm happy to amend the sunset policy that we have, the planning policy that we have, to include study work should that they need the additional year extension. That study work would be a factor. Happy to amend that internal policy for that so that they would qualify for that additional extension should the study work take longer than anticipated. But most of the study work is an addendum to the original work, just based on the updated concept. So the only other option would be to set a time limit on the holding provisions, but I don't think Mr. Vaca would be overly agreeable to that either.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I was going to ask Mr. Vaca if you were agreeable to that. If you
know what, Councillor Lococo, I'm willing to negotiate that on the spot, given that the scale of the development is larger than any commercial development you've approved. And I was here to get 2 60-story towers approved a couple of years ago in Fallsview. We'd be willing to accept, forget about the H and when the clock starts. Once the amending bylaw is approved, we'd be willing to accept what you give the commercial developers, 4 years plus an extension of 2 years, given the scale of the project.
Okay, thank you. Based on what you just said about commercial developers, I guess through the mayor, maybe to Ms. Dolce again, I know it's been stated that we have a lot of residential property and this was commercially zoned. Why are we changing commercially zoned to residential at this stage if we have enough land?
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to the councillor. So obviously this is a request that they have put forward. We assess it based on the merits of the application. We do have a lot of residentially designated land. This is a unique site. Obviously, we did have concerns with some of the industry surrounding it, but there is a larger commercial shopping mall to the north, obviously with a number of providers in that facility. So it may be there may be too much commercial in this area, and that's why this site is sat for some time. So we understand why they have proposed it. They are proposing additional commercial, so they're just making a mixed use. So we do support that mixed use. Our concern was more the concern with the industry and the compatibility of it, whether or not commercial was more appropriate. But we've been working through that and have that holding provision to make sure we're satisfied in the end.
Okay, thank you. I want to talk about taxes through the mayor. Councillor Newestig was talking about taxes, about where we are now, 81,000 to get the 5.5 million, and that would be less taxes. I just want to clarify and verify, if we get 5.5 million, it's not going to be reducing our taxes the way we are now. We're going to spend that 5.5 million on other things. It's not reducing the taxes that we currently have. Can somebody, because
well,
I know what
that's up to this council what we do. So maybe we'll go to Ms. Clark, or maybe we'll go to our CAO. Another $5 million of property taxes.
Yeah, and I'd caution everyone with the $5 million of the property taxes. We don't verify if it's based upon market value. That's not how impact assess it. In comparison, the Hilton is 1.3 million.
The Hilton pays property tax of 5.5 million. I also want to clarify that I believe Mr. Vaca misspoke. That is not the city portion. That is total taxes.
I think if you do the math, the assessment's going to be.
We did do the math.
Okay.
So just be careful with the 5.5 on it, but whatever is the incremental amount, it would be a significant incremental amount. Each year in the budget process, we always add on growth, and we disclose to council what the growth is on the budget increase. We have certain policies in there where we take the growth and offset it to OLG, the subsidy on the OLG revenue, and or use as the mayor says, council can direct that to either offset taxes or to invest into capital or reserves. So this is just like any other development that comes online to the city. That feeds into the revenue, and council can decide how to spend that budget. just be careful with the 5.5 million is all I would say.
Thank you. Completely understand. It's just when I heard less taxes, residents are going to think, oh, if we approve this, they're going to have less taxes to pay. So I just wanted to be careful there. The money does go for other things. I do get that. Those are all my questions for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pietrangelo, then Baldinelli.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. I know Councillor Lococo just talked about the sunset clause. I was going to make some comments on that as well. I heard Ms. Dolt speak. I wouldn't want to, I mean, I'm in support of the project. I wouldn't want to do anything to handcuff the developer from, you know, missing the time frame. I think Mr. Vaca is correct when he says that, you know, we give larger commercial buildings a longer time span. So I would definitely be in favor of extending that or even starting the clock once the H symbol comes off. I'm amenable to any of those in regards to the sunset clause. In regards to the taxes, Your Worship, I know, you know, there's been some talk back and forth about how the city is going to benefit. I kind of think at it at a different angle, really, and to me, it's all about infrastructure renewal. I mean, if we're going to put 1,782 units here or families here, you know, Niagara Falls is predominantly single-family homes. To get 1,800 homes, you're talking about multiple subdivisions. And when I equate that in my head right away, to me, that's like kilometers and kilometers of roads and sidewalks and streetlights and water pipes and sewer pipes. And if you look at this development here, you don't even have like 1 kilometer in total of road or 1 kilometer in total of sidewalk. So it's infrastructure renewal as well. And in the future, that's really where we benefit, is we don't have to spend as much money on people's taxes, don't end up going towards infrastructure renewal. So, Your Worship, I'm in full support of the project. I have no other comments. I'll definitely vote in favor of it when you close the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, thank you very much for the presentation. It's very good. I'm also in support of the clock starting as well after the H has been removed. I really look at, and it's my old stomping grounds for soccer, Acres. That's where I started playing soccer, and I still remember that grounds, and I've always wondered why it never really took off and anything was built there. But anyways, mitigation efforts for, even when the Chef Boyardee property was built, we had a real problem with rats spreading. So once you start, it just spreads. Will you be performing any kind of mitigation efforts to remove that problem before you begin? So you have all these years before you remove the H to possibly get rid of it, because all you're going to do is push it everywhere else. And I think the citizens around the area that's being built would be really happy if you can get rid of that problem first and then build.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the project Pied Piper, Mike Allen, to address that one.
Through Your Worship, as I said earlier, as we get into the site plan agreement, we need to have certain plans and schedules put in place. So the rat mitigation control plan is one that's going to have to be established before we even commence. Same as post and pre-construction surveys of the surrounding area. So,
Yeah.
So to answer your question, yes, it'll be dealt with.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to the project, and I hope everybody else is around the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions of, Councillor Carrio?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to congratulate the team. This is a fantastic proposal. You know, for those of us that were around when Acres was here and when Acres closed, it made a lot of us sad. It was a great industry to have. It was quiet, provided jobs. But this ticks all the boxes. I can't believe we're not just over the top excited about this. Housing, we need housing. They're bringing the biggest housing project that the city's ever seen. Jobs, we need jobs. They're bringing jobs, great jobs, construction jobs, jobs that's going to work on the project after it's completed. We need tax revenue. Now, I'm not sure how much revenue this council would ever have to have where it could reduce taxes, but at least this is a start. And the development charges that we're going to get in, it's up to this council to decide if we're going to, save some money and not spend it. They're bringing in the most money that I could imagine that they could bring in on this site. The green space. If I was a neighbor, I'd be ecstatic to have to live across the street from this. Take a piece of land that's weeds, and some of the neighbors said has rats, and they're going to look outside and see this green space, these beautiful buildings. They're going to address the problems, the concerns that the neighbors have. This is just an exciting proposal. I'm very proud to know the owners and the developers, and I feel bad that they've had to go through what they've had to go through to get this thing off the ground. I can't imagine that the winery gave them any grief at all. You know, I'd love to have 2,000 or 2,500 people that probably most of them drink wine put in my backyard. I can't, man. Anyway, they came to an agreement, which is great. I think this is great for everyone. Absolutely fantastic for the city. You know, we're going to be the envy of many cities that would love to have this project. I'm certainly proud to get this project in our community, and congratulations to everyone concerned, including our staff that's helped put it together.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carrio. And I'll just close off with a couple other comments. And I do want to compliment Arterra. They came to the table. They've been there 150 years. They've got hundreds of jobs. And the president of the company himself virtually attended the meeting and worked through all of the things they had concerns with, and credit to the group, the Butera group, they dealt with every one of their concerns to their satisfaction. So that was win-win. And as you say, good opportunity. There'll be all these people living there that'll probably shop at their store and also work potentially at Arterra. So it was a nice meeting of the minds and coming up with what was best, and also to our staff. You know, they had to juggle. This was a big project, as you say, probably the biggest in the history of the region, to have something like this come together and to be accepted the way that it was. And we're grateful that everybody came together. So it wasn't easy, but they definitely came together. We're grateful. We need houses, we need jobs, we need revenue. It's exactly the kind of thing that we need. And a hometown boy that's decided to do this here. I mean, we're lucky. You know, people are trying to get Mr. Butera to build these all across Canada, and he's here. So it's a nice way to have his signature building. So with these public comments and the input and the questions and everything else, the public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. We go to Councillor Carrio, and I'm going to go. Okay, and did you want to make the amendment on the sunset clause with the removal of the H programs? Yes? Until after the H is left it. And I'm going to go into Councillor Peter Angelo for the second on that. And if there's no further discussion to that, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, with one opposed. Congratulations. We look forward to your development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, do we get a break? Time out.
Yeah, we'll just take a couple minutes. Just don't leave, though. Don't leave. Oh, yeah, go pee. Okay, we'll just take 5-minute recess, folks. 5 minutes, and we'll come right back. All right, thank you all. We're just had a short recess. All right, all, we just are going to start again after a short recess. We're going to move to item 8.2 for anyone following along on the agenda. So I'll now go to our clerk and ask him to introduce the item.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider a draft plan of subdivision and to consider a proposed amendment to the city's zoning bylaw to permit the development of between 244 and 296 dwelling units on the vacant parcel of land south of McLeod Road, fronting onto both Kaler Road and Pin Oak Drive. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on July 22nd, 2026, and by posting a sign on the property in question. Anyone who wants notice of the passing of the draft plan of subdivision and the zoning bylaw amendment, or preserve their opportunity to appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal with regards to the zoning bylaw amendment, shall give notice to the city clerk immediately after today's public meeting or by signing the sign-in sheets located just outside council chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And just before we do proceed, as another reminder, we've announced it several times tonight. Anyone here for the Grassy Brook secondary plan? That has been deferred until November. We had a technical issue and council voted much earlier in the meeting to defer it to November. So if anyone's here for that, please receive that as your notice. So I will now go to Mackenzie Cece, Senior Planner, Current Development, to provide and explain the purpose and reason for the proposed draft plan and bylaw amendment.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, staff, and area residents. Thank you for joining the public meeting for the zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision applications for the vacant land situated between Kaler Road and Pin Oak Drive. The subject lands, which are currently vacant, are approximately 13.51 hectares in size and are located on the south of McLeod Road, having frontage on both Kaler Road and Pin Oak Drive. Surrounding land uses include to the north, Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc., Coach Canada, commercial uses, existing and proposed residential uses, provincially significant wetlands, and vacant land zoned for residential and light industrial uses. To the south are provincially significant wetlands, vacant land zoned light industrial, and lands to approve for the development of 84 back-to-back townhouse dwellings and 29 block townhouse dwellings. To the east is Pin Oak Drive, Costco, and commercial uses in the Niagara Square Retail District. And to the west is Kaler Road, residential uses including detached dwellings and 2 4-story apartment dwellings, and vacant institutional lands at 7425 Kaler Road, which are intended for a new elementary school by Niagara Catholic District School Board. An environmental impact study and addendum were submitted with the applications and identified the presence of significant woodlands, significant wetlands, significant wildlife habitat, and fish habitat on the subject lands. A realignment of the tributary of Warren Creek is proposed to facilitate the development. The environmental impact study concluded that no negative impacts are anticipated once the wetland compensation is complete. And it is further noted that the main channel of Warren Creek on the west side of Kaler Road has been realigned in the past to facilitate the phases of Warren Woods subdivision. The proposed channel corridor realignment is consistent with this established approach. And you'll notice that the watercourse that I'm mentioning is located across the northwest corner of the site. The subject lands are designated residential medium density and environmental protection area in accordance with the Garner South Secondary Plan. The residential medium density designation is reserved for development of a mix of housing types and a minimum density of 50 units per hectare and a maximum density of 75 units per hectare, with building heights not exceeding 4 stories. The lands are impacted by Warren Creek and its 100-year floodplain, as well as areas of provincially significant wetlands associated with Warren Creek Wetland Complex and their 30-meter buffers. An official plan amendment is not requested or required to facilitate the proposed development, provided that the minimum density target of 50 units per hectare is achieved. The subject lands are zoned light industrial zone currently, and a zoning bylaw amendment application is proposed to rezone the subject lands to a site-specific residential mix zone, which is shown in yellow, which would be for on-street townhouse dwellings. Site-specific residential low density, which would be for block townhouse dwellings and is shown in orange on the slide. Site-specific residential apartment 5C density zone, which is shown in red, which would likely be in the form of apartment dwellings. Site-specific open space zone, which is shown as the bright green, and in the dark green is the environmental protection area zones. The draft plan of subdivision application proposes to subdivide the subject lands into 38 blocks. So 25 blocks for 139 on-street townhouse dwellings, 2 blocks for medium-density residential units, 2 blocks to accommodate a watercourse realignment, as I mentioned, so that's blocks 31 and 32 along the west lot line, 1 block to accommodate a stormwater management pond, 5 blocks for environmental protection purposes, so that's for the wetlands and their buffers, 3 blocks for open space purposes, and 2 public streets. An open house was held on July 7th, 2026. No members of the public were in attendance. Written comments were submitted by 1 member of the public concerning traffic conflicts on McLeod Road at the Petro-Canada driveway. Transportation Services staff have been in contact with the resident and will review to determine if additional measures or modifications to the median are warranted at a future date. However, it's noted that this is an existing issue and is outside of the scope of the development application. Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc. also submitted written comments on August 5th, and these comments will be addressed through conditions of draft plan approval requiring warning clauses with respect to lighting and noise. It is also noted that a Class 4 area noise classification is recommended to address sound level exceedances resulting from Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc. and Costco. By recognizing the continued operation of existing noise generating facilities, the Class 4 area classification helps reduce potential operational constraints on these facilities while supporting compatible redevelopment and intensification objectives. This approach is consistent with other recent development approvals in the area, specifically 7302 Kaler Road and 7449 Montrose Road. Subject to the fulfillment of the conditions contained in Schedule A and the modifications detailed in the staff report, the following zoning bylaw amendment and draft plan of subdivision applications are recommended for the reasons listed below. So the proposed development satisfies matters of provincial interest as outlined in Section 2 of the Planning Act. The proposed development will conform to provincial, regional, and city policies. The proposed development is anticipated to be compatible with surrounding land uses, subject to the classification of the subject lands as a Class 4 noise area and the implementation of the recommended noise control measures and warning clauses. The proposed development will exceed the minimum density target of 50 residents and jobs per hectare for the designated greenfield area. No adverse effects on the natural heritage features and their associated functions are expected as a result of the proposed development, and in some cases, positive outcomes are predicted. The proposed development will maintain the hydrology of wetlands at a quantity and quality that will ensure the long-term preservation of the wetland, and again, there are conditions of draft plan approval to address that. The existing transportation infrastructure and municipal services can accommodate the proposed development. The proposed site-specific zoning amendments are appropriate for the area and will facilitate an efficient use of land in a compact built form. And the proposed development will address the concerns that were raised by Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc. In summary, staff recommend that Council approve the zoning bylaw amendment subject to the regulations and modifications detailed in the staff report. It's recommended that Council approve the draft plan of subdivision subject to the conditions contained in Schedule A of the report. That Council grant draft plan of subdivision approval for 3 years. That Council authorize the mayor or designate to sign the draft plan of subdivision and execute the subdivision agreement. That Council approve the classification of the subject lands as a Class 4 noise area pursuant to the Ministry of the Environment noise guidelines, MPC 300, and that Council delegate authority to the General Manager of Planning, Building and Development to approve the implementing bylaws at a future delegated meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Cece? We've got Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If we could go to page 39 and 40 of the report, I had a question regarding Appendix 3, the map. I notice on there that Warren Creek is not on there. A resident brought that to my attention and stated that it should be on there.
Okay.
So on page 39 and 40, it's not there. And then when you get to page 40, when changing Warren Creek from where it was to where you want to move it, is that the squiggly line that goes all the way around and then down? Is that the new Warren Creek?
That's correct. So on page 40, block 32 and 31, so 31's on the south side of Street A, 32's on the north side. Yeah, that would be the two blocks accommodating the creek. And the zoning schedule, that L-shaped kind of in the top, the northwest corner, would be representative of the 30-meter wide channel that would accommodate the creek in its floodplain.
Thank you. I've never seen a creek go like that. Like that's just, I don't understand that. I'm not a geologist or I don't get that. But anyway, am I understanding this class 4 noise area? We've been talking about industrial, a lot of noise. So this is not a class 4 building. This is a class 4 area. And if we designate, right now they wouldn't be able to build this because there's not a level of noise. But if we designate it class 4 noise area, then the development can happen. Through the mayor to Ms. Cece, is that correct?
Through you to the councillor. So they could proceed with the development if they were to explore other mitigation measures. So one of them was a 4.4 meter high barrier along the rear yards of any of the units that would be backing onto Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc. But thinking from a livability perspective, that would be quite owners for a landowner to have that in their backyard, and also recognizing that this provides some flexibility to Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc. should their operations expand. In terms of Costco, because that's another one of the stationary sources that are impacting the site, they could design those couple of end units with appropriate noise barriers for their outdoor living areas and use upgraded building components and treatments to mitigate the noise. But again, the class 4 designation allows for that flexibility for the noise. So there's a few areas where it would help address Costco, and then particularly the noise that's being generated by Niagara Peninsula Energy.
Okay, thank you. I'm just concerned, and I've had a couple of comments, that we're now naming it a new noise area because there's going to be noise, and now that's acceptable. That's where I'm going from industry.
Through you to the councillor, so MPC 300 does allow for the noise classifications to be elevated to the class 4 area if it's demonstrated that it's appropriate, and in this case, staff are of the opinion that it is, given the scale and nature of those facilities, and also recognizing that, and one of the comments we heard from Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc. was that they do have emergency operations at times, and those aren't captured under MPC 300, but this again brings that to the attention of residents in terms of those elevated noise exceedances due to their operations. So we feel that there's the provincial guidance that allows for it. Like I mentioned, there are other properties in the area where this has been the route, specifically 7302 Kaler Road, which is just directly north of Niagara Peninsula Energy Inc. I believe that was approved by council last year as a class 4 noise area. So this is mirroring that approach. And again, then is also addressing some of the stationary noise sources from Costco as well.
Okay. Regarding the parkland dedication, there's all of those blocks, but then municipal work says that there will be additional operational needs. So are we taking the park or are we not taking the park?
Through to the councillor. So the operational needs was with respect to taking the EPA lands, the environmental protection areas. We are not taking physical parkland through this. There was a small parquet on the south side of Street A towards Pin Oak that was proposed at one point, and that's through the description described that we want just essentially a block connection to the EPA lands there, but that the rest of that be reserved for residential use, just because functionally that small parquet wouldn't serve a purpose from a parkland standpoint, and there are a lot of parks in this area, as was mentioned in the report. There's so that they feel that parkland dedication isn't required here, and so we're relotting some of the subdivision in that respect.
Okay, regarding the hydrological contribution to the southern wetlands, what's going to happen to the wetland if it's minimizing the split drainage? Are we sure that this is going to work?
Through you to the councillor, so there is additional study work that the Conservation Authority has acknowledged that needs to be completed, and that's in their conditions of draft plan approval, that the applicant's going to do this updated study work to make sure that the hydrology is maintained and that those wetlands are being fed appropriately from those hydrologic sources. So that's something that's still being assessed, and we're accepting that in the conditions of draft plan approval.
Okay, thank you. I have a ton of environmental questions, and I'm already over 5 minutes, so I'm going to have to sit down.
Okay, sometimes good to send them in advance, and then you get your answers ahead of time.
We had a 2,500-page agenda, and I was reading up until late last night, so it's really hard to get in contact with staff over the weekend.
I always suggest if you do that, write them out, put them in an email. You have a better chance of getting response.
Well, usually I do, Mr. Mayor. Usually I do, and staff can attest to that, but there was just so much, and some of the stuff didn't get put on until Friday night after 5 o'clock. Some things didn't get put on until today or yesterday. It's really hard as a councillor to stay on top of this.
I know, it is. Any other questions of other councillors? Yes, Councillor Newstead.
I have one, however, my computer's not working, so I'm going back on notes. In it, it had made a comment that the region and the city would be working together as for servicing structure in place to accommodate the development in the interim before the new Niagara South wastewater plant is in service. What guarantee do we have that this will be in place?
Through you to the councillor, so typical conditions from the region are about servicing allocation. So they want to make sure they're not making a commitment for servicing room until a draft plan of subdivision is actually registered. So those are the conditions that you're seeing in terms of the timing and the infrastructure upgrades that are eventually going to be proposed.
So we don't have to worry about this okay. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting will result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referrals it receives. Failure to make notification of the city clerk to preserve their opportunity to an appeal will result in staff rejecting an appeal as per section 3419 of the Planning Act. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed plan and bylaw amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone pre-registered for this? We do not. Okay, so now we go to the gallery. So if you'd like to step forward, anyone that would like to speak to this matter, you can come forward. And please, is there anyone else that wants to speak to this matter? Okay, so you've got up to 5 minutes, and if you can just state your name and your address, and then you can ask your questions.
My name's Brad Pine, 4900 St. Clair Avenue. This might be extraordinary, but may I proxy my 5 minutes as I have environmental concerns? May I proxy my 5 minutes to Mrs. Lococo?
Go to our clerk for ruling.
I have environmental concerns, so I am requesting it.
That does not exist within the city's or within the council's procedural bylaw.
So we can do it?
So it's the will of council.
Okay,
it doesn't currently exist as part of our procedural bylaw.
Mrs. Lococo, could you pass me your environmental things to know? Okay.
Appreciate the effort.
All right.
Gesture.
May the luck of the Irish be with you.
Thank you, and with you as well. Slantia. Is there anyone else who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, public, my name is Peter DeYulio. I'm a registered professional planner with Metropolitan Consulting, Inc., representing Alenia Land Corporation. I'm just here to say we concur with staff's report and recommendations and wish to move forward with this project.
Any questions for Mr. DeYulio?
DeYulio, yes.
DeYulio of council? Did you have any questions, Councillor Lococo? Yes? You can backdoor the
yes, I was thinking of that. Staff said that some of the that it can't be supported, some of the requests that you have because of the elimination of the minimum landscape open space area when coupled with the elimination of the maximum lot coverage. Where do we stand on the proposal then if they can't support that?
Are you asking them?
Yes.
Sorry. Through you, Mr. Mayor, we're supporting all of staff's recommendations. So when the draft bylaw comes forward, that request of ours will not be there, and it'll just go with the regular bylaw provision.
Okay. It also talked about that there's a 0-meter buffer in one location and the average minimum buffer is 10 meters throughout. If the APA blocks is not large enough to accommodate the 100-year floodplain, which we keep on hearing about rain, or the wetland buffers, the draft subplan subdivision will need to be redlined. Can that please be explained to me about redlining and what that means in the development process?
Well, I don't know who would answer that question. Redlining, I don't know if that Ms. Cece or Ms. Dolch or Mr. Julio.
Through you to the councillors. So as they're working to clear their conditions of draft plan approval, which would include the additional study work to demonstrate the appropriateness of the buffers, if it's identified that that buffer isn't appropriate there or in other locations, then they'll be able to work with staff to identify the appropriate location and essentially make that block smaller in terms of the residential ones, making the EPA block larger. So that's something we're looking for as part of that recommendation, is that we have that flexibility to work with the applicant to make that modification. And that's something similar to what was done in Riverfront as well, in terms of modifying those buffers to become larger if the study work demonstrates that that's necessary.
Thank you. Going back to the industrial, the noise level, the class 4, what is going to happen about a complaint to the MOE again? We're back to the industrial, and we have different industrial around there. They're working with staff, but again, if there's a complaint made to the MOE, where does that leave the residents?
Through
you can
through you, Mr. Mayor, similar to what Mackenzie said with the previous application, I mean, the MOE processes are still in play. We're hoping, given the nature of the operation in Niagara Peninsula, it's not like a standard industry. I mean, they're not manufacturing anything there. Yes, they are on call for 24 hours and may have to go on an emergency in the middle of the night. But I mean, they have trucks, they have equipment out there, and it's really a storage yard. I mean, they have buildings for maintenance and what have you. So I'm assuming that the normal process would be in place for complaints to the Ministry of Environment.
Okay. Same concerns again about secondary owners, even if there was on the clauses. Let me see if I can get a couple other in here. How is Warren Creek going to be monitored? Who's responsible to monitor it after it's been changed to the little squiggly all going all across? How long and how often is it going to be monitored to see that it's actually running the way it's supposed to be?
Sorry. I just want, through Mr. Mayor, in terms of the squiggly lines, that's just representational. Typically, it's a meander. I mean, it's not that tight. We didn't just want to just show a straight line and, oh, here's the water, but typically you design it so it meanders.
Okay.
And now, mind you, the parks people have asked for a path on one side, so, you know, it might stay more to the north and the west side, and the path would be on the inside. So, yeah, that's just...
Okay, well, we will replace squiggly with meander. I've just never seen something like that, and...
You want to add to that, Ms. Cece?
Yeah, just to address the councillor's comment about the monitoring. So part of the condition from the Conservation Authority is submission of a monitoring plan. So what they'll be requesting is securities and this plan essentially outlining, you know, to the satisfaction of their staff, how the wetland compensation will be monitored and in terms of that channel realignment and the success of that. So they'll have that monitoring plan and those securities in place for, they said, a minimum of 5 years.
5 years, okay, thank you. And last question I'll squeeze in. Oh, I just lost it. I'll think about it. I have one more quick question, I can't remember.
Okay, you still have 15 seconds if you can find it.
My brain's not working that fast right now. Oh, yes. With all of these amendments and adjustments, is this application maybe too premature at this point because we're adjusting this, adjusting that, putting hold clauses? Is this too premature?
Well, we'll go to our staff, the recommendations to approve. So I don't know who would address that, Ms. Cece or Ms. Dolch, whoever wants to. Don't rush to the mic.
So I'll start, and if Ms. Cece wants to add in. They've done all their due diligence in terms of environmental all the environmental work. Obviously, if we had maybe another council meeting, we may have held it a little bit, but in this case, we felt satisfied that the environmental work was done. We met with the NPCA. The NPCA had a number of conditions as well and felt it could go forward because they felt generally satisfied with what they were proposing. There's a lot of information, just more double checking than anything left at this point. So we have it detailed in conditions, as Ms. Cece said.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Any other questions? I think we're good. Thank you, sir. Okay, the public meeting with respect to the proposed draft plan of subdivision and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will? Councillor Carrio moves it, seconds it by Councillor Strange. If there's no further discussion, we'll call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Clerk, if you'd please introduce the next item on the agenda.
A public meeting is now being convened to consider proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for the Northwest Secondary Plan. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister or the applicant or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions at City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the OP or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted, and anyone who wants further notice shall leave their name on the sign-in sheets located just outside Council Chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And I'll call on Chris Miller, Senior Project Manager, Secondary Plans, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, Council, members of the public, and anyone watching at home. I know we have a big agenda, so I'm going to try and get swiftly through this. So, yes, Northwest Secondary Plan. Is it? Let me do this one. Okay, so the subject lands, I'm sure everybody in this room is aware of what this is. This is Mountain Road, Kaler Road, south end of the Hydro Corridor over to the QEW and the Montrose Road area. It's about just under 100 hectares, 95 and change, 236 acres. There's 13 parcels in there of 10 different owners. The secondary plan, you know, what it is intends to, it's really a long-term plan. You know, it's meant to guide development for the next few decades. It proactively addresses the need. So, you know, the need was established when these lands were brought in by the region in 2022 because you needed more greenfield for your future development in 2051. So the land use, you know, it's arranged in a manner as a complete community principles. And it helps, having something like this in place, it helps with the capital planning. So we know what we have to do, and it also helps with the financial planning. So, and it's delivered in the form of an official plan amendment and inserted into, in this case here, we're amending the existing official plan, so it's going to be an amendment to the existing official plan. So when we started all of this, we had a community focus group established. The community focus group had developed this, we'll call it the aspirational vision statement. The Northwest community accommodates people of all ages, abilities, and through a mix of land use and housing. It has a connected and convenient system of complete streets, pathways, access to natural areas and recreational areas within and outside of the community, is planned and designed to anticipate the evolving needs of those who live, work, and play within the neighborhood. You know, the principles of this plan is compact. This is going to be a compact community. It's a compact built form with principled urban design. Protect the critical pieces of the environment there with protection for the woodlot to 10 Mile Creek. I mean, key locations for the amenities of the community, so you know, centralized in my view. A wide range of housing choices and densities that progress from the mixed use areas up at the northwest corner and along Mountain Road as it progresses down through the medium and down to the low as it gets towards the Hydro Corridor and then Mount Carmel. And a strong collector road network and a strong AT network. I'm going to try and slip through this one here. It was brought in the urban area, as I said, 2022. Both the region and the city required secondary plans to be done. So they were started. This took a three-phase approach: existing conditions, some option development, and then, of course, the policy plan, which you're going to be asked to recommendation for approval. So the engagement, like I mentioned, we had a community focus group out of the gate. We had 3 meetings with a focus group. We did a visioning session, some charrette work, and they digested and sent feedback on the 2 option plans that the council looked at back in September of last year. So we met with the public. I have a public open door. You call me, I'm going to call you. You email me, I'm going to email you. So I've been wide open to the public the whole way. The owners of the plan, they've all aware. Some have been active, some have not. But I've always been responsive to them in whenever they've called or wanted to meet. Key agencies that I've had consultation with or communicated with over the course of this include the Niagara Region MPCA, Niagara Parks, or the Niagara Escarpment Commission, MTO, Hydro One, Mississauga's a credit, First Nation, Six Nations, and the 2 boards. And Missile Works and have been key in this and helping with commenting on some of the study work that's come back from the consultants, and works with park staff on making sure that they were keeping our eye on what they were after. The background studies, we had a TIA done, transportation impact study, and basically that's taking a benchmark of what's happening out and around these roads right now, and after development's happening, when you need to do improvements, how much of these things are going to cost, and ultimately at 2051 or when this thing builds out, what's this going to look like? How many lanes, where are the intersections, those types of things. Functional servicing, similar approach. What's out there today? Nothing, obviously, as far as service. Well, I shouldn't say that there's water mains, but the where they need to connect or where they're going to service this. The most feasible way to make this community come online with the core services of water, sanitary, and sewage treat, or the sanitary water and storm sewers. Looping the water mains is important. This will need a pumping station and a force main. Those are probably the big pieces to this as a community to service these lands. So sub-watershed study, obviously taking stock of the environment, what's out there, all the botany, the ecological, the botanical inventories, the hydrological function, even hydro-G, like the groundwaters. That stuff was all documented and continues to be, I'm going to say, core pieces, and that's reflected in the designations that I put forward in the plan. It's basically done in similar, but it didn't keep pace with the other studies because the subwatershed studies, they take seasons. Like we have to get through the spring, summer, winter. They get out there to do their inventories and looking at things at the different points of the various seasons. And it comes across and makes some recommendations. During the delivery of that draft, staff had some questions and some concerns, I guess, and we felt that we needed some additional eyes on this. So we did do a peer review, and the peer review did come back with an alternate sort of approach of what really was identified as wetland or some woodlands or any other type of things. There was one professional opinion and a second professional opinion that was varied. So that kind of led us to putting in place a screening. So on the second schedule of the official plan amendment here, or the secondary plan amendment, A8, I think it is, there's some screening below the central wood lot, and there's some screening on the north of Montrose along the east side of Regency's property. Those are identifying that you guys are going to have to do some very detailed work and come out with the answers of where or if any environmental that would be added to the ECA designation. So that's where we're at with that one. Land use compatibility, I'm happy to tell council that there really, isn't any industrial that's going to be affected by this community coming online. We have 2 class 2 facilities that were identified within even 1,000 meters of this. One 700 meters away, Gald, the nursery. Not an issue when you're dealing with class 2s. 300 is the minimum distance usually, and 70 meters is minimum separation. So that was one. And the other one is Commercial Plaza down at Thoroldstone Road, Montrose. As you can tell, not an issue. It's completely built up there with houses. So why would it even be an impact here? they did have some recommendations for. Later on in the studies are the kind of things that you were dealing with tonight when you get the applications in, you know, noise and things like that of the actual applications themselves. You have to wait for them to come in to see what you're actually dealing with. As far as fiscal impact, which was another study that was done, at the end of all of this, at the end, everything's built. You're looking at about $6.8 million in assessment. It worked out to be about like 805 per person in the 6,000 or 7,000 people that are going to, 8,000 people that are going to be jobs and people in this community. It was almost the wash. I think the term in the fiscal impact study was that this is generally revenue neutral. So that's a good thing. So just a quick, now we get into some imagery and stuff like that, but just quickly, those two options were what I came out with last year, and we took those to the public, heard comments. I took them and I distilled them into what I'm calling the preferred land use option, or the preferred land use plan. That was brought to council back in September of last year. Council endorsed that, and the reason they did that was that I needed a plan to put to our consultants to say, okay guys, this is what you need to study and come back with all your numbers and all your, you know, what are we going to need for servicing and pipes and things like that. So that was the basis of the, I'll call it all the study work, phase 3 study work. And then we had drafted we put a draft secondary plan together, draft zoning together, and we took that to the public on April 1st. And that was at Gale Center, and I would say that was very well attended. You know, that we had probably 100, 110 people out there. So, you know, after that meeting, we received comments from a number of submissions. They're all documented in Appendix 5 to the report. And then there were some modifications that I was asked to look at, and you know, I did make some changes. They're minor changes. I feel they're minor changes. But you know, a lot of them were from actually people I'm expecting you'll hear from here tonight after I finished. But I felt that they were accommodated. And these arrows here are just meant to illustrate what things kind of changed. So I'm not sure. I think you can get the picture of the areas of change. If there's any questions after this, please feel free to ask. You know, the amendment itself, the official plan amendment, requires a little bit more than just here's a plan, put it in. Our existing official plan has a bunch of maps in it. Those maps are outdated, I'll call that. They need to be updated because they didn't show the urban area boundary even being in. So these are referred to as, I'll call these housekeeping. This is just some of the maps in the existing official plan that have to be updated because we're doing this and these lands are brought into the urban area. And there, the Schedule A has got to change, A1, A2, B, D, and the two appendices, C and D. Excuse me. So this is the land use plan. That's Schedule A for the secondary plan that I'm asking council to consider approval. And with that, the next one would be the environmental, which is showing these lands here. I think we have a silver maple mineral marsh and the hickory oak on the top right. There's some species of special concern, the peewee, avian peewee, and there's some black gum tree, provincially rare, and there's some buttonbush in there. So, but this schedule here is where you see the screening. So there's a screening up at the top. It's a little bit difficult to see here, but those areas will be studied further. And if there is anything there that needs to be saved, then it will get added to the ECA. This is transportation plan, shows the network of the collector roads, but active transportation. And you remember from the transportation master plan a few months back that the council approved that looking at having more active transportation in these roadways, in boulevard trails were something that we want to do because we're hearing from the people that they don't want to be on the road with their bikes or anything like that. They want to be off the road. So if it's just off the road on the curb, can get a lot more use. So just visually here, just the yellow, the low density. This is the kind of thing that you might find in the low density is subdivisions, townhouse, singles, and the one on the left there really is a representation of what we're looking at, maybe along the face of the QEW at Montrose Road. Instead of a noise wall, this is something that I would like to see is an urban design face put to that because the wall of these buildings here act as the noise wall. Why not put a face to the community? Here we have the the medium density. That's where you're going to find stacked back-to-back townhomes, maybe some block townhomes or 4 to 6 story apartment buildings. This would be the purple area here is the mixed use. This is where you're going to find the highest densities, the highest heights, and ground floor commercial, second floor office type uses. So, that's sort of representative. So I've just tried to use these images as the kind of massing and things that you'd see. The community park in the center of this plan, parks staff have maintained the need for this community park over the course of my work, making sure that I'm staying tuned to it. It's centrally located there. They're looking for 4 hectares of usable park space, so that's represented in the plan. And then we have the stormwater management. There's 3 ponds. There's going to be 3 catchment areas in a post-development situation or scenario, and each are going to need a pond. They're down close to where where they're going to settle. These are going to be wet ponds, or planned to be wet ponds, so we'll have a permanent pool. So you're going to have like this nice aesthetic where you're going to have water, trees, those types of things, and really controlling the water, and the discharge will be into the 10. The hydro corridor, speaking with them, they're on board for allowing us to do trails along the hydro corridor, which is great. Connect the community, get people around in that whole cycle, connect the southern community for that matter. But we of course need their approval. But they've been good. The woodlots, like I said, is going to be designated ECA and zone DP, currently zoned agricultural in case. So we're putting it into that protection. And this is just a schedule of the zoning bylaw map. When we did the change from what you guys saw September of last year till what the modifications that I did make to the plan to bring it here for you, one of the things that I did was try and make sure that I was balancing the population, unit yields, and employment. I'm close. I'm only minus. There's difference of 37 units, a difference of 490 population, and 119 more jobs, but jobs, population, so 350 people, really, and 37 units, so it's pretty balanced. I wasn't just doing that on a whim. I did that work, calculated that work, but I wanted to be sure that it wasn't going to impact the transportation study work, the technical studies, and the servicing, so the pumping station, water force mains, and things of that nature. Wanted to make sure that these numbers were coming back balanced, but I put it to my engineers and said, hey, have I done a good job? Is this balanced? Does this work? And they put you see the addendums in the reports. Yes, they can support that, and it's inconsequential. So, just getting to the end here, folks, secondary plan's a long-term plan. The plan is a step in the process. It provides next level planning to assist with capital and financial. It protects the natural features that we have identified. It has a broad mix of units. Community amenities and assets are optimally located, complementing one another in the central part of the plan. Core servicing transportation schematics have been modeled and demonstrated feasible. Additional studies will be required because we are dealing with the MTO in the region, have a lot of stuff here. They have obviously the highway corridor, and the on-ramp is a big concern for them for traffic. But the region actually owns a lot of the roads that are around this. I mean, the only thing the city owns is KLR from Mountain down to the, when I say own, control is KLR from Mountain down to the hydro corridor. And it gives the residents in the area an idea of what they should expect when things start to be built. So I'm looking for council's approval on that. So I can just leave this slide up, but I can start taking questions from council if you'd like.
Okay, do we have any questions for Mr. Miller of council? Sorry. Okay, do we have any questions of Mr. Miller? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir. Members of the public are advised that failure to make an oral or written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral that it receives. Council will hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendments. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone pre-registered?
Yes, Your Worship, there were a couple, Cheryl Sprung and Robert Leffler.
Okay.
Turn any of this on.
You can lower that whole podium if you like, the whole
Okay.
podium. There's a little button on the front there.
Is it on?
The other way.
Oh, okay.
And just state again, if you could, your name, your address, and then you'll have up to 5 minutes once you start.
Okay, Cheryl Sprung, 2600 Montrose Road, Unit 3, Shady Oaks Park.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. We purchased a home, moved it there in 2019. Didn't hear anything about this until 27th of July. And we are shocked. Our house is currently up for sale. Pretty sure that it's not going to sell with this proposed plan because obviously the land that we live on is leased land and it's going to be taken in as part of the plan. We're kind of concerned that we're not going to sell because of what's coming down the pipe sometime in the near future or long-term future.
Who's responsible for compensation?
We want to know if there's going to be any kind of compensation made to us. Our house is on the market right now for $179,000. Our realtor has been advised now of the plan, and it's making it very difficult for him to sell our home.
And I'm sorry, how long ago did you say you moved in?
We moved there in 2019.
19.
We brought the home there. It's a 2006 model. It has been all completely upgraded, refurbished inside. My husband's a general contractor. That's what he's done to the inside of the home. Some of the other places that are in there have mortgages on them. Some of them are worth probably $5,000. We cannot be put in the same category as everybody there, and we're hoping that we won't be.
Okay. And can it be moved? Can it be?
It could be, but there's a very difficult situation with that. Most parks where you can move them to have a 20-year expiration date on the age of the home. So if moving it, it's 20 years old now. It's a 2006 model. So moving it to somewhere else would be it would be very difficult.
Okay, got it.
And it's also very difficult to find those places available nowadays.
Any questions of our speakers from councillors? Sorry, I was kind of hogging the questions. Yep, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, I'm just, so you live in a, like...
Mobile home.
It's a mobile home.
Mobile home, okay.
Correct.
So, and then there's a bunch...
There's 15 or 16.
16 units there.
16.
Plus a rental house.
And we've heard no discussion on what's to become of this park and the residents that live there. It's never been brought up.
The owner of the...
The owner of the property was supposedly, according to Mr. Miller's information that I read online, was supposed to make notice to anybody that's renting to more than 7 or more people, which there's plenty more than 7 living there. We were supposed to get information on this meeting today by July 11th.
So the owner never got any information?
We did receive information. However, we did not receive it by mail until July 26th.
What's the name of the...
Stanford Realty.
Shady Oaks.
Shady Oaks.
Park. Yeah.
Mobile
home park. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's owned by Stanford Realty?
We don't know who owns it.
Managed by them.
It's property management.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that it's an Ontario Limited Corporation that owns the property that we live on.
We can find that information out.
Okay. That would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate. Is there any other questions or comments by staff or anyone else? No? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone else registered?
Next, we have Italia Gilberti, speaking on behalf of Club Italia.
Oh, there's Italia. I didn't see her. Hello, come forward. You can adjust the podium, Italia.
Can I defer my comments till after my partner Rocky Vaca speaks, because I'm just going to reiterate what he says.
Yeah.
I act for Club Italia. I have 3 of the board members here with me, and we fully support the comments that Mr. Vaca has made to staff and to council through some correspondence that was sent in on Friday. I don't want to take away his thunder, so we're here to support Mountain View and their comments, and specifically their plan.
Okay, yeah, that's
okay. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone else registered?
And well, just before we go to Mr. Vaca, you could go to the gallery and see if there's anyone else here.
Is there anyone here other than the presenter? Yes, come forward. Yep, well, one at a time, and then Mr. Bacher, if you want to introduce yourself and your
Thank
address,
you,
and then you'll have up to 5 minutes.
Bacher, thank you. Yes, I'm pleased to speak in support of the secondary plan. We understand that the Niagara Falls Planning Department for the past 5 years has taken a very good approach to these lands. The Planning Department, I believe 5 years ago, they made very clear that they were opposed to the urban expansion of this area. Gave very good reasons for it, that it was not, it would actually exacerbate the planning problems, addressing the real core housing needs of the city of Niagara Falls. The region wrongly did not follow their advice, and the expansion in effect was imposed on the city. But after that, the city council did the right thing and did damage control through this secondary plan process, which was quite elaborate and had very good input, especially the ecological studies by Aquifer Beach. I would like to stress that the good result, because of really heroic work by someone in the gallery, Jean Grandoni, and there was also expert Dr. Mike Dickman, who gave excellent testimony to the Ontario Municipal Board about the problems of the original concept plan by Club Italia, which fortunately has not been followed in the secondary plan. The original concept plan, contrary to the guidelines for stormwater management, called for a stormwater management pond in the middle of the large forest that's a large block in green. And the work by the secondary plan indicated that this is an old growth forest of more than 100 years of age. And as a result of the secondary plan, contrary to what was originally proposed by Club Italia, there is not going to be any stormwater management pond in this old growth forest. The stormwater management ponds will be adjacent to the forest and essentially buffer it and protect the wildlife in there that are quite significant. In addition to the species mentioned by Mr. Miller, there are two significant amphibians, the western chorus frog, which is federally endangered, and the spring peeper. And also the community park south of this old growth forest will, buffer and protect the wildlife, which need, additional range beyond the core woodland area. So I'm quite pleased at the outcome, and it speaks volume for the good work of citizens such as Jean Grandoni and Mike Dickman, getting involved in the process for a very long time and having a positive impact in the land use planning project process to protect the environment. that's my.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Bacher? No, we're good. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Grandoni, did you want to come forward? Yeah, well, the only thing is we need the microphone because we won't be able to hear you, especially at home. Oh, well, she's almost there now, but thanks, Logan. Appreciate that.
I'm not as complimentary as my friend Mr. Bacher, I'm afraid. I don't agree with this, never will. There was no agricultural representatives on your focus group, and we haven't heard how you're going to service this. I assume it's going into the Kaler Road pumping station, which is nothing but a ticking time bomb. It's had all kinds of backups in recent storms. So I'd like some answers as to how you're going to service it, where the sewage is going to end up. And you should be asked, council should be asking questions like, how often does the alarm go off? When was the last pumping station flood? And how it fared in the recent storms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Grandoni. Maybe, I don't know if we can go to Mr. Stika, who can help us out on the municipal works, and then Mr. Miller. I don't know, Mr. Miller, did you want to jump in? Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Thank you. Let me just say that the agricultural representatives, these lands aren't coming out of agricultural happened back in 2022 when
The whole area is like this, all rented. That's how badly we look after our farms.
yeah, but I'm just talking about the secondary plan itself. That actually happened back in 2022 when the region brought these lands in. It's brought in for urban development. You know, the agricultural study work was done at that time at the region. You know, so the whole selection process of the boundary, which sites were the most appropriate to bring in, all that work happened back in 2020, 2022, that period of time. So the agricultural impact study was prepared by the region to bring these in. So I'm just dealing with the lands inside, which are, here's your community development land, and go plan your community. They're making us do that. So that's fine. Kaler Road, that is the most, that is the destination for the effluent from all of this community. There will be a pumping station built somewhere, you know, in the lower area down south of the Club Italia, and a pumping station and a force main that will take this the collection of this community's effluent all the way down south of Thorold Stone Road to the Kaler Road pumping station. As far as capacities and things of that nature go, that's all engineering stuff. I do know that the region has capacity right now in that plant. I do know it will need upgrading by 2051, but everything we do here, this whole pumping station, the force mains, we have to get, you know, there will be a need for the ministry approvals, regional approvals. It's not something that we're, you know, doing in isolation. We need to gain the people who control those services regionally right now, have to gain their approval, and they're well aware of this. They brought the lands into the community for development, so it's not as though it's something new to them. Thank you. Sorry, Mayor.
Thank you. Anything to add? No? Okay. I think that answers that for now. Is there anyone else here other than the applicant who wishes to address council? Yes, please come forward and state your name and address, and then up to 5 minutes.
I live at 2600 Montrose Road, Unit 2. Bob and Cheryl, my neighbors. I bought the place in 2020. Me and my wife thought we were going to retire there. Nobody let us know all this was going to happen, so we don't know. Like, what about the 15, 20 people that live in there? Like,
You're talking about Shady Oaks.
what happens to us? Yeah.
Shady Oaks.
That's what I want to know.
Were you not notified either?
Not at all.
Nobody was notified.
Not at all by
we're gonna
anybody.
have to follow up on it. Pardon me? Yeah.
not by anybody.
Okay, well, we'll follow up. This is good information.
We just like to know what's going to happen to us people that live there.
Yeah.
You know, like she said, some are worth 5,000. We paid a little over 100,000 for ours. I mean, we thought we were going to retire there.
Yeah.
And come to find out that it's not a thing. So I just want to be on the record.
Just before you run away, I think Councillor Newstead would like to ask you a question.
Actually, I'm not sure who I'm directing it to. So my understanding is we sent a notice to the owner of that land area. What happens in a case like there's somebody has to hold some responsibility here? This is unfair. It does not make us feel very good that you're here in this situation because we know that there's a process in place. We are confident that the process is in place to get to this point right now when we've been doing this for 2 years and to find out that you've not been notified and can be technically out of your homes. This is not,
right.
This is something that disturbs me. So I want to put I think we have to take some action here and figure out who is responsible.
You know, there's about 15, 20 people that live there.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not the
It's
only
just
one.
wrong.
We're not the only ones. It's just, you know.
Yeah. I don't know, Mr. Miller, can you speak? Maybe Mr. Miller can address this because I'm just so you know, we hear you and we're concerned. This is not a good situation.
Yeah, Mr. Miller, what can you tell us about the Shady Oaks area, the mobile homes, and the status of that and notification? And it's obviously concerning. We don't want people to end up homeless because the landlord didn't share the information.
Well, that's correct. So let me give you an overview of making this whole situation happen. First of all, the very first thing was these lands coming into the urban area, 2022, the region. I mean, these lands are brought in for urban development. That should have been sort of like the first signal that something's going to happen or changes on the way. As far as we're concerned, city-wise, when this was initiated, every property owner, I sent a letter to every property owner saying, listen, we're going to start a secondary plan. Give me all your contact information so that if I need to reach you, I can. Okay, so I had established all of that. I had all of the landowners, except one didn't want to sign, but I had all the landowners sign an access agreement so that the consultants could go on site to do their study work. So, that was happening. And every time they went on the site, I would send emails to all of the owners saying, listen, we have consultants. They're going to be out on the site. Can you please let anybody who's renting or, is using the land know that there's going to be people on the property? I can't speak for, the owner is getting that email. I can't, say, hey, did you tell everybody? I just sent them the email. But certainly all of the public information meetings were in the paper. They were on Facebook. They were broadcast, with all our sources. Like that stuff there we had in the paper, on the websites. We've gone beyond with the notice, well beyond. And then, but, our consultant teams were out on the site plenty of times, and I would have contacted and asked that they be done. I can show you emails because I have the emails. So, in that respect, the circulated notice for the statutory portion, so the open house, all of the owners got the letter that we're having the open house and the notice on the open house, and that the statutory meeting would be happening, and 120 meters were circulated as well. But these people are landowners, so I've had notices going to the ownership. I can't let you know why. The owners here were not.
Yeah. Oh, no. I don't think anyone's faulting you. We need to get to the bottom of this and find out why it wasn't disseminated amongst all the residents there. So we'll get to but you notified the owner, and it's incumbent upon them to share with the rest of the people.
Asked to share with any tenants.
They must. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So nevertheless, that's the situation. But I just would also like to know that, that some of the things that are occurring or some of the things you might hear really are not in the city's purview. There are tenant landlord issues that are Residential Tenancy Act or civil matters that we shouldn't maybe be delving into. So I just want to make sure that that's clear, that. No,
I appreciate that. Okay. Just the fact that they're residents of the city, right? We need to take care of them. Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Is there anyone else here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Okay, so we're ready to move forward now. Council will now hear from the applicant or his or her representative.
Mr. Mayor, before we start the clock, if we can just get Schedule A8 in the clean bylaw I sent on Friday on the screen, I'll be referring to that schedule. It was bylaw 2026-078, that one, not the 791. I believe it was 78, the clean one. Yeah, I don't know if that's the one I sent you. If you go to, is that the clean one? Is it the clean one I sent on Friday, or is this the one? Okay, perfect. Yeah, if you can go to Schedule A8, please. You're getting close. Yeah, keep going.
Map 4.
That's the one, right there. Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, again, I'm a partner at the law firm Sullivan Manny LLP, Rocky Vaca, appearing on behalf of MV Aura Developments, Inc. and its principal, Mark Bassiano. So posted on the agenda is a clean revised copy of bylaws 2026-078 and bylaws 2026-079, which we sent through on Friday, I believe, which I will be asking that you approve this evening. Also posted on the agenda is a letter from Club Italia, which supports MV Aura's position and approves of the revised bylaws for passage by council. From the perspective of my client, and I believe also from the perspective of Club Italia, since they approved the revised bylaws that were sent through, it is imperative that these bylaws get passed this evening, given the continued cost of any delays to both of my client and Club Italia. MV Aura is the largest landowner within the plan area, and together with Club Italia own the majority of the lands within the plan area. The only outstanding issues with the plan and bylaws relate to the location and size of the proposed park within the plan, the location of the future school site within the plan, and the inclusion of townhouses in the proposed bylaws within the medium and low density designations. The inclusion of townhouses as a permitted use speaks for itself and is quite common throughout the city and other subdivisions. Now, looking at Schedule A8 that we provided, if you look at the location of the park, CP, so in what staff has provided, staff wants the park to front on 2 roads for visibility and for on-street parking. We disagree. The park in the location proposed by staff eliminates 500 feet of developable frontage and construction of 15 homes, and will cost the city $555,000 in development charges and annual property taxes of $100,000. We also disagree with staff, as there is more than enough space within the park to develop a parking lot, even within a 5-acre park, as we are suggesting. This is safer than having the parks along the streets. Finally, we disagree with staff, as there is ample visibility from the more than 550 feet of frontage on the one street, in addition to the low-density uses surrounding the park. The park, as we've shown on Schedule A8, is where we are requesting the park to be located for the reasons I've just given. Now, dealing with the size of the park, staff wants a 10-acre park. There is currently no park within a subdivision that is 10 acres in the city of Niagara Falls. Parks and subdivisions that already exist in this area of the city include Deerfield, 5 acres, Robert F. Keegan, 2.3 acres, Mulhern, 4 acres, Alpine, 3 acres, Valor, 3 acres, Mount Forest, 2 acres, Preakness, 6 acres, and the only one that comes close is Mount Carmel at 9 acres. Staff's justification for a 10-acre park, as set out in the matrix in staff's report, is because the Niagara Escarpment Commission is not as permissive with introducing facilities that otherwise would be found in the planned park space. No description is given as to what is proposed in the planned parks space. In any event, as many of you may be aware, I just happen to be chair of the Niagara Escarpment Commission. I very much disagree with the assertion that the NEC is not permissive when it comes to park uses within the escarpment plan area. Section 1.5.3, sub 13 of the Niagara Escarpment Plan expressly states that uses in the parks and open space within the escarpment are permitted. One example is Olympic Park in Dundas, which has recreational facilities such as sports fields, a community center, and other amenities, which were all approved by the NEC. Mayor Diodati and Eric Nicol can both confirm that the NEC has been nothing but permissive and cooperative in allowing works in Fireman's Park currently underway, including cement abutments, floating docks, a pavilion, and other improvements. Our position is that a 5-acre park is more than enough, and that the city can now proceed to collect cash in lieu for the remaining 5 acres and apply that money to the millions of dollars in improvements you have planned at Fireman's Park and at the former landfill site, both a very short walk from this plan area. Finally, location of the school. Staff's matrix references the requirements of the DSBN in justifying locating the school in the middle of the subdivision and at Collector Road intersections. We're suggesting that the school be front on Montrose Road next to the Redeemer Bible Church, as you'll see on Schedule A8. Putting it in the middle of the subdivision results in buses and hundreds of cars traveling through the subdivision during busy drop-off and pickup times. We are proposing that the school front onto Montrose Road, which is an arterial road, at the corner of one of the collector roads into the subdivision. We happened to speak to the DSBN on Friday and yesterday, and they have confirmed the following: that they are flexible regarding the ultimate location and size of the school site and will be actively engaged throughout the draft plan of subdivision stage to select their future location. In other words, the DSBN does not object to our proposed location for the school site as shown on Schedule A8 at this time. We believe the location fronting onto Montrose Road meets the design criteria of DSBN and is consistent with other schools that have recently been developed along arterial roads such as McLeod Road, Kaler Road, and Niagara Street in Welland at the former fairground site. Finally, locating the school as we propose fairly allocates community uses between landowners, which, if you accept staff's recommendation, would result in Club Italia and my client having virtually all the community uses within their lands, while the other landowners in the plan do not. Quite frankly, that's unfair. Everyone should carry some burden in providing community uses within their lands in a secondary plan. In conclusion, we are requesting that Council approve Bylaw 2026-078 and Bylaw 2026-079 as revised and as I have provided to Council in a clean format on Friday. Mr. Mayor, I'm also suggesting, if it's possible, I think just about everyone left in the room is here for the secondary plan except maybe 2 or 3 people. I'm suggesting, if it's possible, to move up and lift these bylaws from agenda item number 18 so that my client and the representatives of Club Italia and those others in the room do not have to wait until the end of the meeting for approval of the revised bylaws.
This is the end of the meeting?
Oh, yeah, you're done.
Yeah,
Perfect.
We're going straight to bylaws from here.
Excellent. Okay. I retract the request then.
Okay.
I'd be happy to answer.
Was that your thunder, according to Ms. Gilberti, what we just heard? Was that your thunder?
I guess that's it. That's all I got. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You got to get your picture.
All right. One last one.
Sorry, I'm nervous.
You're nervous.
I'm nervous. I'm in front of royalty. Did you want to do a selfie?
No, not this time. I'm good. I'm good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Before you run away, Mr. Vaca, do we have some questions for Mr. Vaca? We got Councillor Newestag and then Councillor Strange.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm not quite sure if it's to Mr. Vaca, but I want to pick up on your park. So your the having it 5 acres. I'm going back a couple months ago, the council toured, I call it the mini Central Park, the Fireman's Park over to Mewburn. And when we were standing up there, I was looking at the Regency. I thought, oh my goodness, because we were talking about fields, I thought, what a great location, how the view was, you could see this connection. We were talking about as councillors, like that whole area can connect so well there. However, we don't have that connection. So perhaps, I don't know, maybe it's back to Ms. Dolch, could we look at taking parkland or money in lieu of parkland and figuring out how to connect that whole area? I know we're dealing with secondary plan over here right now, and bring them over to that area, because if we have a mini Central Park in proximity to this whole area, instead of putting all that money into that park area, use that money to connect people over to this other area, just as a suggestion.
Ms. Dolch?
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor, and I will have Mr. Miller stand up as well. The parkland that's proposed here was required through the master plan that was done. So it requires, Municipal Works did the master planning and advised that they needed a 4-hectare park in this area. This was even before the settlement area boundary expansion occurred. So they were looking for a park to serve the neighborhood to the south in this area, and they needed a community park. So to relocate it to a different location, I would be concerned with at this point, especially without further consultation with Municipal Works, because they did advise us that they wanted the 4-hectare park in this location. I don't know if Mr. Miller wants to add anything else, because he's been in constant contact with them on this.
What would be the rationale for a 4-hectare park?
Through the mayor to the councillor. So what would be the reason is that, as Ms. Dolch was alluding to there, even prior to these lands having been added to the urban area boundary, so before 2022, 2021, the parks plan was saying that the Northwest needed a community park, and a community park is a larger park. It's not a neighborhood park like the 5-acre ones that Mr. Vaca was referring to. A community park of a larger scale that would have facilities. So you'd have the ball diamond, you might have the splash pad, the playground, those types of things, not just an open field. And yes, it would have a parking lot as well, but you could make use of the on-street parking for events. So if you had a soccer weekend or something like that happening and the parking lot was full, you had the room on the curbside. But it also, doing that, puts the boulevard space so you still have the active transportation. So having these benefits of the community uses on the arterial roads is really actually quite good. But as getting back to that question, the need for the park was established in 2021 for that community. And then we've got this urban area coming in, and we're putting 6,000 more people, 7,000 more people to that area. That, to me, would underscore, yeah, we're definitely going to need it now, because you got 6,000 or 7,000 more people on a spot. They were already calling for one. So, and I think that if you were to speak with the municipal staff, Parks Department, they do not view the east side of the highway the same as the west side of the highway. They feel the west side of the highway is needing its own community park. So that's...
And through you, Mr. Mayor, but back in 2021, we didn't have this, I call it the mini Central Park. Like, it is absolutely phenomenal up there. And to be able to put our resources in there and make that one spectacular park, it was just amazing to see what we could have there. We could have everything you've said and more, just investing in one thing as opposed to money spread over, and then we run out of money and don't have money to put it into something like that. I'm just thinking, because timing it like from 2021 till now, when we have this other massive piece, maybe there should be other consideration and then a connection to that, so there's more and more people could actually enjoy it.
One of the things I had thought about, excuse me, was hopefully one day in the future we can run a trail up to the Bruce and get across the bridge there as an alternate to get into the into Fireman's, but it's not my purview. So.
Our GM of Planning is gonna, interacting CAO is gonna speak up.
Yeah, I was going to say, no, I don't want that job. No, just one other thing I wanted to add. Obviously, if the park is reduced in size, I don't know if I would absolutely move the park. There's still obviously neighborhood children trying to walk to parks and things like that, rather than, we don't want children crossing highways to get to Fireman's Park. But if you are going to reduce the size of the park, I would suggest at least have some level of park in this neighborhood on this side of the road, because right now they have to cross the street at this point. So,
Councillor Newesteg, if I can just address some of your comments. We're not saying don't have a park. We're saying 5 acres is a very large park by any equation, especially when you have Fireman's Park within walking distance. And if you run like Mike Strange, you're there in 2 minutes. But with all due respect, and I was part of a group 20 years ago that looked at your lands on Mewburn, next to the landfill. And there was a whole master plan designed with ball diamonds, soccer fields. I think cricket pitch wasn't in mind at that time, but clearly should be in mind right now. There's lots of opportunity for a central park, and you already have a central park. You have money that you can get through cash in lieu on this development and use it to do that at Fireman's Park. There's lots of areas of Fireman's Park you can use, or you can use the lands at Mewburn to do exactly what we just heard. Ball diamonds, soccer fields, cricket pitch, whatever you want to do. And these developers will give you the money to do that. Having a ball diamond or a soccer field in a subdivision, I don't know how that's going to work, to be totally honest with you. And I played soccer all my life. And I played in some tournaments in Toronto where that occurred. Balls were hitting houses. Balls were going across streets. You had cars all around the neighborhood. It's not something I like. And again, the Niagara Escarpment Commission is very permissive when it comes to park uses like that. Very permissive. So.
When you, through you, Mr. Mayor, when you talk, you reference the only park that's closest to that size would be the Mount Carmel Park.
Yes.
I lived there for years, and I know Joe's there. How many times did we see people actually using that entire park? I saw green space most of the time, so I'd rather be able to use money that is really fulsome and that everyone can be enjoying than just having green space called a park.
Yeah, and that's the position we're taking, and that is what resulted in the revised Schedule A8 in front of you.
Thank you.
Yes, do you want to wait? Okay. All right, thank you for that. Do we have some other questions of Councillor? Oh, Councillor Strange.
I just want to make a comment. I just totally agree with the presenter, just because, especially along the auxiliary, the main road, you want a school. You don't want a school in the middle of a subdivision. We have that problem with Princess Margaret, and then you see around there, you got St. Vincent de Paul. You go in, you go out along Dorchester Road. You have Orchard Park, Mary Ward. You just go in, go out. It's such an easy. You don't want them crammed, buses coming in the middle of an intersection. Just want to say that.
And just one final comment about the school. I actually, being in a subdivision, we've been talking all night about noise and residence noise. If it's in the middle of a subdivision, we have school buses going in. We've got the recess bell going and the kids outside. So if a neighbor next door is on shift work, that would be very disturbing if that bell goes off and the kids are screaming and you're trying to sleep. So I think you make a good point about having it on a collector road.
Yes, Councillor Baldelli.
Rocky, sorry, can you please go why you don't want that park in that location?
No, we're fine with the park in that location.
At 10 acres.
5 acres instead of 10. Your staff is requesting 10. And what I've shown there is 5 acres, which still abuts the environmental protection area, which, as you heard, is important from Dr. Backert and Ms. Grandoni. We're just making the park smaller rather than 10 acres. We're saying 5 acres because just across the way you have Fireman's Park, and you have a lot of plans at Fireman's Park that you're currently working on. So,
I think it's a completely different park. But is that the old Club Italia soccer field area?
Part of it is MV Aura's lands, and part of it would be Club Italia's lands, correct?
Is Club Italia still going to exist?
I don't think Club Italia is going anywhere. No. No.
So do they have a pitch still?
Do they have a
Will they
soccer?
continue to have a pitch?
Yes. Yeah, my understanding is Club Italia plans on selling a portion of their lands, and that will give them the money they need to continue to thrive. That's my understanding. Being a member who went to a meeting where that discussion took place and that resolution was passed, that's my understanding.
Thank you.
So maybe do me a favor one more time. Just summarize the two pieces, the park. You're saying going from 10 acre to 5 acre. You're suggesting the extra money is for extra lots. Take the money in lieu and put it into firemen's or into that park for amenities. And then the school, the rationale, explain that again for us, the school rationale.
So right now, on the plan prepared by staff, you have the school site within the plan of subdivision. It's not fronting on Montrose. So where you have that road coming in from Montrose, which doesn't appear there, I believe. Or it does. Yeah, where you have the road coming in, it's basically abutting the park area is where you have a school right now. So it's in the middle of a subdivision. And the rationale given by staff was that DSBN wanted it at that location or to meet certain criteria. We've spoken to DSBN. They said, no, we can deal with the location later. And we asked them if they object to having it on Montrose, and they said, we don't object at this time. So they're leaving their options open, but they didn't say we object to Montrose, and they didn't say we must have it in the middle of the subdivision the way staff put it.
So maybe can we just get staff, I don't know if we can get to our planning staff. Yeah, Mr. Miller, did you want to weigh in on this? Because council, we're going to have to make a decision now. And was there any strong planning rationale for moving the school inside of the development rather than on the arterial connection of the development? Is there any?
Proximity, walkability, puts it right in the middle. Everybody can get out of the same row. There's a ton of development on the Kalar Road. Those kids are there's gonna be kids in that school or in that medium density area. They'll have a much shorter walk to get to the park and the school. And I talked to the school board also on Friday and Monday. So, you know, maybe we're getting mixed signals here, but their criteria that they use, I was checking a lot of boxes on that, and my discussions with Michelle was saying that, you know, that it is a good location. Collector Road is not a stranger to buses, and the bus activity would happen, and, you know, yes, buses and people drop off, but it's only for a very short period at the end of the day, like every other community. And I think if you looked at a map of the city, you look at the old traditional neighborhoods, you're going to see a bunch of schools in the middle of the community. Walkability, you know, back then in the 30s, 40s, and 50s when they were siting these up, it was you didn't find them on the outskirts. And those schools that are being built these days are happening under, you know, a period of time where, you know, the draft plans are coming in and the school boards would say, we need a school, and the development applications would come in with a block out at the block out at the arterial road. That's your block. The ministry's taken more oversight over the school boards. And as part of that, they're also giving the school boards more say in safety matters. So I think at the end of the day, yes, you know, the school boards hasn't committed either way to, you know, one way or another. My view was that centralizing this was going to put it closer to the kids. My view was it was going to be also helping to have that established boulevard for active transportation, you know, separating the bike lanes from that. But all that curb space, you know, for events or whatever is going to be beneficial. You don't necessarily need, you know, to have a giant parking lot for, you know, neighborhood uses, but when you have a soccer game or whatever, I do think that there's probably soccer fields internal in some of these parks and some of these internal areas. Otherwise, you know, rationale for that was my rationale. Puts it at the corner, checks a lot of their boxes, makes it closer to everybody, in particular the higher densities on the west.
Okay, I can tell you, I'm of two schools of thought, because I know when I go down Dorchester Road, I pass a bunch of schools that are right on major arterial roads, and the newest DSBN school opened up on McLeod Road, and so is the NCDSBN as well as on McLeod Road, and I know other communities every school I've been a part of, lately, they've been on arterial roads more than they used to be neighborhood schools, but our general manager of planning wants to talk. She's got her head going.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Just quickly, and one of the criteria that the DSBN advised us of is that they didn't want to be close to a highway. That's another reason why. I do know that a lot of them, like you said, are arterial roads. I don't know if their mindset's changing. I appreciate Mr. Vaca may have talked to him as well. So obviously Mr. Miller talked to him as well on Friday. But I do know they had concerns being close to the highway. That's why that was one of the reasons we obviously didn't choose there as well. You know, and should council go down this path of changing, I would ask that we take a 5-minute recess. We do have revised recommendations we can work on so that depending on what direction you're heading, just let us know and we can work through that. Obviously there's other locations perhaps for the school. And one other thing I did want to mention is that the school is actually a permitted use in the residential area. So even though it's shown schematically, that Chris has it there shown, that doesn't mean that that's going to be the final location or the size or anything. It's more of a schematic on you know where we think good land use planning should occur.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just make one final comment. Yes, I agree with Mr. Miller. The DSBN has not committed to my site or the city site. They're saying we'll deal with it later. Okay.
$200 mouse.
Sorry, still works. But the point I keep coming back to, Your Worship and members of council, is, you know, there are 4 landowners within that property bound by Kaler, Montrose, and then swinging around Montrose and the Hydro Corridor. There are 4 owners. If you put the school as proposed by staff in the middle of the subdivision, okay, the brunt of the community uses go to my client. He's going to have the whole school site on his lands. So he can't develop it. He's got to sell it. And a good chunk of the park is on my client's lands, and the other chunk of the park is on Club Italia's lands. The other 2 landowners get off scot-free, and that's not fair. I'm sorry, that's not fair when there's valid arguments for having a school on an arterial road, because that's where they normally are, and when there's valid reasons for having a park, which should be 5 acres, not 10 acres. And if you go to 10 acres on that site, again, it's Club Italia and my client that suffer. They get all the community uses. They lose all the developable acreage and only recover what they sell the land for or dedicated to the city for parks. Sorry, that's not fair in this circumstance.
Okay. All right, so yes, Councillor Carrier.
A quick question. Who pays for the land that we give to the school board for the school board? Who covers the cost of that land?
Does the school board pay?
School board pays.
The school board pays?
Appraised value, which...
They pay the appraised value for that. Okay.
Yeah, land's a lot more valuable as developable as opposed to lands you sell to the school for appraised value.
So if I can ask another question, so I know it suggested that the school and the park be along, in this case, the highway.
The park remains...
Or where's...
The park is the CP.
Oh, the church, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the
church. Okay.
Yeah, we're talking about institutional corridor, having the church and school together.
And the school, it's funny, the church just had a big blow-up castle thing the other day. I noticed they had a big barbecue out there on the lawn and whatnot. The other thing I noticed, too, with schools I could see in the past not want to have the noise of a highway. But today, they're all air-conditioned, all the new schools with triple pane. It's not like it used to be. I've been in a number of new businesses along the highway. You can't even hear the highway going by. You can't hear the transport trucks. So staff have asked us if we could take a short recess where they can maybe, based on the input, and they've gauged the input from council, maybe they can come back with some revised worded recommendations. So if council's good with that, maybe we can take a 5-10 minute recess till staff come back, and then you'll have a chance to address those updated comments. Yes, Councillor Carey.
The only thing I was going to say, we've had both sides given to us.
Yeah.
Really, it's going to be a council decision.
It is. I think staff just want to, go ahead, yeah.
and perhaps I can just elaborate, our recommendations technically won't change, but we want to make sure those recommendations that you pass cover all the boxes. But if you let us know which direction you want to head, if you're agreeing with Mr. Vaca's direction collectively, then if we can take a 5-minute recess before you make the final decision with those recommendations that you would put forward, then. That's all. Just to make sure that we cover all the...
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, before you recess again, all we're asking is that the 2 bylaws on your agenda be passed in the form and content I sent on Friday, the clean versions. The only difference between those versions and the ones that staff has prepared is Schedule 8 and some language within the bylaws that deal with the park, because your language said had to be 4 hectares. We removed that, so there's no mandatory 10 acres. So very minor changes, but quite frankly, if council is prepared to do so, all you need to do is to approve the clean amended bylaws I sent through on Friday, which has revised Schedule A8, a revised schedule on the zoning bylaw, and some minor word changes to reflect those changes in the bylaws. That's all it is.
Okay. Well, why don't we do this then? Then we'll take a brief recess, give staff a chance to put this together, and we'll bring everybody back. So why don't we say we'll come back in 10 minutes? Pee break time. All right, everyone, welcome back. We just had a recess just to discuss some of the matters that we were just discussing and allow staff some time to put together actual recommendation. So I guess our next step, I'm going to go back to our staff and see if we can't have them present what you've put together for us to consider.
Thank you, Worship. So obviously our recommendation as planning staff stands. We've done a lot of analysis on our planning recommendation, so it does stand. But should council wish to modify based on Schedule A8 that was presented by Mr. Vaca this evening, I can read out a revised recommendation if you do that. And like I said, I just want to be clear to our planning staff because we have no planning rationale for A8 that's been presented here tonight. So just so you're aware, but that we have this recommendation. So should council choose to follow Schedule A8 as presented by Mr. Vaca, the recommendation would read as follows: that council directs staff to make modifications, to the proposed official plan amendment for Northwest Secondary Plan policies and schedules to incorporate the relocation of the school and reduction of the parkland pursuant to Schedule A8 presented in the verbal presentation of Rocky Vaca, Sullivan Mahoney on behalf of MV Orca Developments, Inc., dated August 11th, 2026. And further, that council directs staff to make the modifications to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment for the Northwest Secondary Plan policies and schedules to incorporate the relocation of the school and reduction of the parkland pursuant to Schedule A8 presented in the verbal presentation of R. Vaca, Sullivan Mahoney on behalf of MV Orca Developments, Inc., dated August 11th, 2026. And further, that council directs staff to bring forward the implementing bylaws for the Northwest Secondary Plan at a further delegated meeting as modified and approved by council at its August 11th meeting with notice of decision issued immediately thereafter.
Yep. So are we comfortable with this? Did we have any, just before we, so in fairness to the applicant, you heard the, our general manager of planning, and any comment or any insight before we decide, before we move forward?
Well, the only concern I have is, Mr. Mayor, the only concern I have is, I heard revising Schedule A8 as presented, revising the two bylaws as presented. I just want to be sure that the text in the bylaws as presented in those clean bylaws.
It's not going to be that. It's going to be staff-written bylaws. So the main things that we're addressing, we're not addressing the density and the other matters.
No.
It's going to be around the park. We're going to go to half.
Okay.
And the school, we're going to go to the arterial roadway.
Okay.
So that's the main things, right? And then we're going to let staff work on the exact particulars and of the actual bylaw itself for our next meeting.
Okay.
But that's what we've come to. Is that right, Ms. Dolch?
That's correct, but it will be at a delegated meeting, which would be convened internally, just because you don't have a subsequent meeting.
Council meeting, right?
Yeah, that was my next question. When do we expect that delegated meeting and approval?
She just flew home this morning.
Well, I get it.
She doesn't even know where she is.
I'm not saying tomorrow, but I just don't want it to be December, that's all.
I'll have to get back to you on that. I have to see when we get those bylaws modified. But obviously, as soon as possible, we will get them on the next delegated meeting, or the next or subsequent delegated meeting agenda, once Mr. Miller has a chance to modify the bylaws.
Okay, Ms. Gilberti, would you like to?
We're law partners.
Yes.
And,
well, he's the.
And we see everything eye to eye as what was presented by Mr. Vaca. Absolutely, Club Italia needs to be part of whatever continued delegated discussions and meetings are held, and has to be satisfactory also to the club. For example, I don't want to see 5 acres of park land on club property.
Yeah, well, we wouldn't want to do that either, but they'll be part of those delegated meetings.
Thank you, Worship. So the delegated meetings would just be to pass the bylaws in accordance with the decisions you make this evening. So we're not, in terms of the parkland here and the school, those are the changes we'll make to the bylaw, and that is it. And so it's based on your direction here this evening, and we will modify the bylaws in that way and pass based on your recommendations, because, again, we would have no authority to pass a bylaw otherwise.
Good?
Good.
Okay. So you're moving it? Okay, moved by Councillor Strange, seconded by Councillor Carrier. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, so that is approved. Thank you, everybody, for your time. And we're not finished working on our Shady Oaks bits there either, but we're just going to bring the rest of the council back in, and then we're going to our bylaws, and then we're concluded. This meeting's almost concluded. It'll be done in about a minute. Okay, yeah, sure. Terry, did you get that mail? Did you get your mail? Your package?
Here, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you, guys. Thanks, Vinci. Good night.
Why is Joe so tan, Andrew?
Buonasera.
Why is he so tan? Buonasera, eh? Huh? Exactly. You know the guys who work, they don't have a tan. All right, thanks, Italia. Thanks, Felix. Ciao. Thanks, Rox. See you, Mark. See you, Fred. Is he good with that? Oh, good. Okay, great. All right, so we've got everybody gathered again. So for the rest of the council, we approved modified recommendations that staff helped us put together, and we're now at the bylaws. Also, we do have some concerns that we're going to follow up on with Shady Oaks. For those you guys weren't here, but these residents, they're residents of Shady Oaks, who were not notified what was happening by the landlord. So somebody dropped the ball, and we're going to follow up and find out what's going on there for these folks. So we are now at the bylaws, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, so just so everyone's aware, the bylaws will now read 2026-070 through to 2026-076. There are 4 bylaws now that will come off the agenda, and then we'll also approve 82 through to 99. So it's just 70 to 76, and then 82 through to 99.
Okay.
Your Worship, I would move first, second, and third, but I wanted to add to the original conflict on Northwest Secondary Plan. There's 2 bylaws as well. Did those ones come off, or do I add them on?
They came off.
They came off. Okay, then I'll leave it alone.
You're moving the bylaws?
First, second, and third reading, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. Motion by Councillor Pietrangelo, seconded by Councillor Carrier, that the bylaws be given a first, second, and third reading. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Conflict on 078 and 079. That's this one, the Northwest. And then 082 and 083, Kitchener Street, I was opposed to the development.
But I think those ones got removed.
Yeah, they were
That's
removed.
what he just said. Otherwise, I was going to declare the same
Yeah,
conflict.
but that's okay. We're
But
good.
they got removed.
Okay, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Motion for adjournment. Councillor Carrier. Second by Councillor Pietrangelo.
And they're saying there's still a chance?
What? Give it a second. You're going to second motion for adjournment?
Sure.
Okay, all those in favor? All right, we're adjourned, everybody. Thank you. It's been a great term. Thank you, everybody. You're welcome. Yeah. Thank you. And thank you to our loyal gallery. Thank you.